Chapter 1531. The 8 sovereigns glared angrily at the black-robed man. They had indeed been preparing to deal with the chief sovereign of Tao. As long as they didn't fight, they wouldn't have guessed that this shameless fellow would take the initiative to say it, forcing them to fight the chief sovereign of Tao. Shameless. Truly shameless. Aside from that, they were extremely wary of this black-robed fellow. After a full hour, the chief sovereign of Tao still hadn't killed him. They realized that something was wrong. Perhaps, this person really was unkillable. No matter how powerful a sovereign celestial talisman was, it probably couldn't last for so long. It wasn't like they hadn't seen sovereign celestial talismans before, and none of them could last for so long. The words, invincible battle armor, caused their hearts to tremble. Did such a battle armor really exist in this world? They couldn't help but be skeptical. If it didn't exist, how could it have lasted for so long? But if it did exist, who had made it? Why hadn't they heard of it before? This was something they couldn't explain. Do you really think such a battle armor exists? The chief sovereign of Tao pointed again, a look of helplessness in his eyes. He waved his sleeves and stopped. He wasn't willing to attack anymore. There was no point in continuing. This fellow wasn't easy to kill. The chief sovereign of Tao couldn't afford to waste any more time. This was the first time that the chief sovereign of Tao felt so helpless against a sovereign. Even though he had the upper hand, he couldn't break through the opponent's defenses. The chief sovereign of Tao had a few treasures on him, but he didn't think that they could break through the defense. The chief sovereign of Tao gnashed his teeth at this fellow. Then you can continue. I can't leave, so you can attack as you please. Lin Fei said lazily. As long as you're not afraid of these fellows behind you, that's fine. I want to see if they have any good intentions. Bastard, try saying that again. The sacrificial blood ruler jumped out, a savage look in his eyes. Anyone can talk big. Why don't you give it a try? Lin Fei said disdainfully. He was certain that the black-robed man wouldn't dare to attack. The sacrificial blood ruler really was willing to attack. Wasn't this just asking him to be laughed at? All he could do was snort coldly. This black-robed fellow was arrogant, but his defenses were impressive. For now, he wasn't a threat. Your words don't work on me. I won't be fooled again. The Tao sovereign had an idea. He didn't know why he had attacked again. He had almost been tricked by this guy. His goal was to get the battle fortress, so he didn't want to waste his time here. I've attacked. The rest is up to them. Space and time dissipated, and Lin Fei regained his freedom. These 2 great Taos were very domineering. This was also the reason why Lin Fei couldn't escape. Are you coming or not? If you don't come, you won't have a chance. Lin Fei laughed. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. I'll just stand still and let you make your move. None of the 8 hegemons had any reason to act. Isn't this clearly bullying us? Hegemon Inferno and Hegemon Skyrush were quite powerful when working together, but not even Hegemon Tao had been able to defeat them, much less Hegemon Inferno and Hegemon Skyrush. If you aren't willing to attack, then I'll leave. I don't want this battle fortress anymore. I'll give it to you. Lin Fei really was afraid that they would attack. As long as they didn't attack, the battle fortress would still be his. Lin Fei pretended to give up on binding the battle fortress and gave them a chance. Indeed, as soon as he said this, their gazes fell upon Hegemon Tao. Hegemon Tao's killing intent shot out. He hadn't expected this guy to do something like this. How vicious, to force him into a fight with them. Fellow Taoist, I, Hegemon Skyrush, won't make things difficult for you. Hegemon Skyrush laughed loudly, then turned to look at him. Hegemon Tao, if you're willing to give up the battle fortress, we can still coexist peacefully. Hegemon Tao hated this black-robed kid to the bone. Do you really think you can join forces? Hegemon Tao said calmly. I don't think you have the ability to do so. Attack. Hegemon Skyrush and Hegemon Inferno immediately attacked, tossing the black-robed fellow to the side. Just attack. After they attacked, Lin Fei immediately retreated to a corner of the palace. His lips curled up into a smile that only he could understand. Hegemon Dao's combat power truly is formidable. He's fighting 8 hegemons by himself, but he's not at a disadvantage. The great Daos of space and time truly are extraordinary. Lin Fei pulled out a flask of immortal nectar and began to drink it. Although it seemed casual, Lin Fei was secretly on guard, afraid that they would launch a sneak attack. He had long ago deactivated his invincible defense, unwilling to waste his invincible points. It was a life-saving measure. A flask of immortal nectar entered his stomach. Hegemon True Dragon, one of the weaker of the 8 hegemons, had already been killed by Hegemon Dao. The 8 hegemons were attacking the remaining 7 hegemons, and the pressure on them increased exponentially. A few more will probably die. Lin Fei guessed to himself. Life-stealing spatial slash. Hegemon Dao once again gained the upper hand. He pushed back the stone-armored hegemon with a finger, then slashed out with a spatial slash against Hegemon Blue Tiger, causing blood to blossom. Time flow. The great Dao descended upon Hegemon Blue Tiger. Hegemon Blue Tiger's aura began to wane, and his body began to emit an aura of death. His blood began to wither as well. Less than 10 breaths of time passed before Hegemon Blue Tiger completely lost the ability to fight and was slain by Hegemon Dao's finger. Master, I'll be able to break through the throne in another hour. The little fiend's message caused Lin Fei's heart to tremble. Was he finally going to break through? He would soon be able to bind the battleship. By now, the battle had reached a fever pitch. Hegemon Dao had killed 3 hegemons in a row, and was now fighting against 4 hegemons by himself. They were Hegemon Skycharge, Hegemon Inferno, Hegemon Stone Armored, and Hegemon Blood Sacrifice. The battleship is destined to be mine. Even if you all work together, it'll be useless. Hegemon Dao's embroidered robes were splattered with blood. At this moment, Hegemon Dao was in high spirits. His finger technique, life-stealing spatial slash, and time flow continued to be unleashed. The 4 hegemons were completely suppressed. In the end, they had underestimated Hegemon Dao's power. He was powerful. Truly powerful. They truly weren't a match for him, and they could only bitterly defend. Less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Hegemon Dao killed the blood sacrifice hegemon with a single finger. The 4 hegemons were now reduced to 3 hegemons. F***ck off. Countless fingers slammed into the hegemon stone armored's body, riddling it with holes. He was sent flying backwards, slamming into the palace walls. He was on the verge of death. Haven't the 2 of you always wanted to fight with me over who the number 1 hegemon is? Today, I'll show you why I'm the number 1 hegemon. There's no way you'll survive today. Hegemon Dao had a smug look on his face. Suddenly, he came to a halt. Hegemon Skycharge and Hegemon Inferno's eyes were filled with bitterness. They had lost. They had been utterly defeated. Even when working together, they weren't a match for Hegemon Dao. That's not necessarily true. When cornered, even a rabbit will bite. It's hard to say who will win. Hegemon Inferno and Hegemon Skycharge exchanged a glance, as though they had come to some sort of decision. The 2 simultaneously produced Hegemon Immortal Talismans, then tore them apart and sent them smashing towards Hegemon Dao. You actually have these? Hegemon Dao's face tightened. A blazing sun suddenly rose up in front of Hegemon Dao, followed by an enormous black vortex that descended upon him. The 2 talismans exploded with terrifying power. The attacks from these 2 talismans were enough to instantly kill many hegemons. They simply couldn't fight back at all. Lin Fei immediately activated his invulnerable defense. These hegemons aren't easy to deal with. They all have these talismans, and this is my first time seeing them. They're all at least at the 7-star hegemon level. Cough, cough, cough. The 2 hegemon immortal talismans attacked. Of the 500 or so hegemons, only 200 remained. More than half had been killed. In midair, Hegemon Dao's face was ashen, and his body was covered with wounds. His Hegemon battle robes had been shattered, and his left eye had been pierced through, leaving behind a gaping, gruesome wound. You won't be able to kill me. Hegemon Dao spat out a mouthful of blood every time he spoke. You're already injured. Do you really think you can deal with us? Hegemon Skycharge laughed coldly. Fellow Daoist Inferno, let's use our equipment to deal with him. All right. Hegemon Dao suddenly raised his head and laughed loudly, a dangerous light flashing through his eyes. You underestimate me too much. To be able to injure me to this degree, you really do have some skill. Unfortunately, you won't have a chance to acquire the Battle Citadel. Spatial exile. Hegemon Dao roared. The void suddenly split open, revealing an enormous gaping hole that looked like the maw of a titanic beast. Hegemon Skycharge and Hegemon Inferno had no time to defend. Looks of disbelief appeared in their eyes as they were swallowed up by the titanic beast. They vanished, and the gaping hole closed up. The two fellows who had seemed victorious were now no longer qualified. They really underestimated me. As soon as the two disappeared, Lin Fei began to applaud. Those two are idiots. Unfortunately, I can't kill them. Not only that, but once I take control of the Battle Citadel, even if they come back, they won't be a match for me. Hegemon Dao knew that victory was in his grasp. You're not a bad person. As long as you're willing to be my retainer, I won't kill you. Lin Fei didn't believe that Hegemon Dao would be so kind. You put it very well. I know what you're thinking and what you need. You're just after my invincible battle suit and my fleshly body cultivation techniques, aren't you? I'm not some 3-year-old kid who's so easily fooled. Hegemon Dao really did have such thoughts. In particular, this invincible battle suit was something that he absolutely had to get his hands on no matter what. He absolutely couldn't pass up this opportunity. If you refuse to accept a gift, then don't blame me for being impolite. Another spatial tear opened up. This was the only time Hegemon Dao could use this technique, as it consumed far too much Grand Dao energy. You think you can exile me? Whoosh. Chapter 1532. You actually dodged it? The chief sovereign of Dao discovered that his attack had missed. He couldn't believe it. He had trained in 2 Grand Daos, which was why he had been able to block Hegemon Skyrush and Hegemon Inferno's attacks. His injuries seemed severe, but in truth he knew that they weren't that severe. The attacks had all been diverted away. After expelling Hegemon Skyrush and Hegemon Inferno, the chief sovereign of Dao felt that victory was in his grasp. I can't kill you, but I can always expel you out. This was what the chief sovereign of Dao had been thinking. Who would have thought that he would fail again? Failure once would cause him to lose face, much less a second time. The chief sovereign of Dao didn't believe that this fellow would be able to dodge his spatial exile. Not long ago, this fellow had been suppressed by his own Grand Dao energy. How could he have dodged it so quickly? Don't think too highly of yourself. Lin Fei laughed. Because you've already lost. The chief sovereign of Dao felt very uncomfortable. He now understood how his opponent had been able to dodge his spatial exile. Impossible. How could I have lost? You should be the one to lose. The chief sovereign of Dao was no longer calm. I refuse to believe that you can dodge my spatial exile. Boom. Boom. A series of cracks appeared behind Lin Fei like black holes. You've lost. That's it. Lin Fei just stood there, not moving. The power of more than 10 black holes didn't affect Lin Fei at all. Break. A single word came out of Lin Fei's mouth. The 10+ black holes exploded like bubbles. You control the Citadel. An impossible thought suddenly appeared in the chief sovereign of Dao's mind. Impossible. How could you control the Citadel? Lin Fei's lips quirked up. You're right. I do control the Citadel. In the past, Lin Fei really wouldn't have been able to block this spatial exile technique. This was the result of both space and time. Otherwise, Hegemon Sky Rush and Hegemon Inferno wouldn't have been so easily teleported away. After the chief sovereign of Dao defeated the two, Lin Fei had just so happened to bind his throne and take full control of the citadel. He was able to use its internal energy to shake off the effects of the Grand Dao energy. Lin Fei's words were like a blow to the head. The Dao Hegemon was no longer able to remain calm. Finally, a look of panic appeared on his face. From the very beginning, the chief Hegemon of the Dao hadn't taken the 9 Hegemons seriously at all. By relying on his spatial exile technique, he had been able to stand in an invincible position. The battle bastion was undeniably his. This wasn't a result the Hegemon of the Dao was willing to see. He had made countless calculations, but in the end, he had been tricked by his opponent. Life-stealing /time stop. The Dao Hegemon refused to accept this. He made his move once again. I don't believe you can control the battle fort. This time, as long as the enemy couldn't stop him, he would be able to kill him and gain control of the battle fort again. Lin Fei wasn't flustered by the appearance of 2 big moves. After taking control of the battle fort, Lin Fei knew that he had won. Moreover, he was in an unshakable position, and he admired the war race's abilities. In this battle fortress, they were the gods. Suppress. Another simple word appeared. The life-seizing space and time stop crumbled as if they had encountered a giant's punch. Crack. The Dao Hegemon's body emitted a resounding sound. His ramrod-straight body began to sway. Boom. 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 An unstoppable force pressed down on the Dao Hegemon's body, like countless mountains crashing down on him. I refuse to accept this. The Dao Hegemon's strength was suppressed, and the bones in his legs snapped. With a thud, he fell to his knees. Even though he was a peak 6-star Hegemon, he wasn't able to resist this power. If you had banished me from the very beginning, perhaps you would have won. Unfortunately, you didn't take me seriously. Instead, you treated the Sky Rush Hegemon and the Inferno Hegemon as your primary enemies. That's why you've lost. Lin Fei was inwardly rejoicing. If the roles had been reversed, he would have been in a much more difficult situation. If he hadn't been banished, then the Dao Hegemon would have lost. You truly have won. The Dao Hegemon continued to resist the boundless pressure. But if you want to kill me, it won't be easy. In addition, you're about to face a calamity, because I have a clone standing guard outside. You'll be hunted down by everyone in the entire weave. No one can just sit back and watch as a Hegemon rises to power. The Dao Hegemon knew that he had lost. He had lost to a junior. This was the greatest defeat he had ever suffered in his life. It could be said that he had suffered a crushing defeat. Lin Fei's face sank. Although he had expected this, he knew that his clone was connected to his true body. Most likely, the Dao Hegemon already knew that his clone was connected to his true body. Can I take this as a threat? Lin Fei was no longer worried. If I can't have it, you can forget about having it either. Lin Fei began to laugh loudly. Then you'll be disappointed. I'll let you know that once something is in my hands, no one can take it away from me. Thanks to the battle fortress suppressing the Dao Hegemon, Lin Fei was now completely at ease. Do you want to die, or do you want to live? Lin Fei turned around and swept his gaze across the remaining sovereigns. The remaining sovereigns had yet to digest what had just happened. The Dao Hegemon, who originally had the best chance, had been suppressed just like that. One could well imagine their fates. I'm willing to be your follower. Me too. In the face of death, they would rather be followers. Hairball, come out. Lin Fei summoned Hairball. The moment she appeared, her vicious aura soared to the heavens. Her enormous body and ferocious aura caused the hundreds of sovereigns to pant. So much food. Is it for me to eat? Hairball had yet to transform. Right now, she was in her primordial evil dragon form. Her bell-sized eyes stared fixedly at the sovereigns, causing their hearts to race. This was a terrifying sovereign immortal beast. From now on, you're in charge of these people. Lin Fei said. If anyone dares to slack off, I'll allow you to eat them. Roar, I like it. With Lin Fei in control of the battle fortress, these people had no ability to resist. With the battle fortress, they couldn't hurt Qin Lai, and resistance was futile. You're saying that these restrictions are automatically repairing themselves? After solving the problem in front of him, Lin Fei began to study the interior of the battle fortress. For example, the restrictions on the outer perimeter. Only after truly grasping it did Lin Fei realize just how powerful the outer barrier was. Earlier, no one had been controlling it, so the barrier had been in an ordinary state. Once someone controlled it, its might would multiply. Breaking open a path in a few years was already an extravagant thought. Yes, as long as there's enough time, the spirit formations here can be restored. Once they're restored, the number of spirit formations here will reach 5 million. Chapter 1533. Lin Fei had underestimated the number of restrictions around the perimeter. Back then, the scan didn't even show 5 million. After he took control of the battle fort, the number of formations increased again. This proved that the war race was extraordinary. Master, I have to tell you that the outer formation is only the first layer. The battle fort has 3 layers in total. The outer formation is the first layer, followed by the core of the formation, activating the second layer, and then the third layer. After refining the battle fort, Lin Fei told the system to understand it so that he didn't have to think about it himself. It seemed that he was right. Can you activate them all now? The second layer core is not a big problem. You have over 100 rulers, most of them are 3 and 4 stars. There are 10 cores in total. As long as you have the right people, you can activate it. The third layer will be troublesome. The little devil said, I just checked and found that the battle fort is missing something important. What is it? Lin Fei frowned. This news didn't sound good. Energy stones. Lin Fei knew that this battle fort was not something to be trifled with. If that was the case, then there must be something to activate it. This was the most important place. Master, follow me. With the battle fort, Lin Fei could move freely without any restrictions. It's here. The little devil brought Lin Fei to the depths of the battle fort. This was a huge black disc, surrounded by layers of spirit arrays. Unfortunately, there was not much power left in them. Look, those are energy stones embedded inside. Following the direction that the little demon pointed, Lin Fei saw that there were 10 grooves on the disc. 9 of them were empty, and only one of them had a black stone in it. It was lying quietly in the groove. Lin Fei sensed it and could feel that this energy stone was extraordinary. It contained a surging power. What an incredible thing. Lin Fei had saint stones, but compared to this thing, there was a huge difference. This is the power of the battle fort. Normally, there should be energy stones in all 10 grooves. After the war, there was only 1 energy stone left to maintain the battle fort. Lin Fei also realized that they were in big trouble. In that case, I must go look for energy stones? Lin Fei frowned. If it was something else, Lin Fei wouldn't be worried. Why did it have to be this thing? How troublesome. I checked it just now. This energy stone's energy is only around 40% now, which is equivalent to 300,000 energy points. So, you have to find another energy stone. 40%? 300,000 energy points, Lin Fei muttered. I wonder what can I do with 40%? Lin Fei thought that with the battle fort in his hands, he would have another top-level weapon of war. He would be able to beat up anyone he didn't like. It's just flying normally and activating defense. What about the attack? This was what Lin Fei cared about the most. If it's an attack, then don't even think about it for now. At most, it'll be something else. Using it once or twice will exhaust the energy in the energy stone, and the battle fort will become a useless weapon of war. The little demon said coldly. Not an attack. It'll only be used twice for other things. What's the use? This made Lin Fei very dissatisfied. He wasn't happy enough. Is there a way? Lin Fei believed that since the little demon said it, there should be a way to solve it. It was nothing more than using the demon's heart. For now, there's the stupidest way. This time, the little demon didn't pay him anything. The stupidest way? The little demon laughed. Yes, it's a stupid way. Energy stones are a kind of purified energy. I didn't expect it to appear in this world. It can be seen that the war race that Master mentioned is not from this world. Otherwise, there would never be an energy stone. He's not from this world? Lin Fei was still shocked. This is a more advanced civilization. The little demon said. For example, I am a product of the progress of civilization, and energy stones are also a product of civilization. Lin Fei seemed to understand something. In that case, my leveling system is also a kind of civilization. Do you also know the origin of the system? As for why he had a system, Lin Fei didn't understand. After listening to the little demon's words, he suddenly understood. Maybe the system is a kind of civilization. Master, I can't say anything about this. The little demon said coldly. If the little demon didn't say anything, Lin Fei also couldn't do anything. Then let's talk about how to get energy stones. Lin Fei decided to return to the main topic. Although he really wanted to know the origin of the system, he had to suppress it. Fortunately, he had some clues. There was no hurry. Energy stones were the thing that Lin Fei was most anxious about now. I suggest Master to buy an energy purification furnace and purify the energy. Lin Fei snorted. How many demons' hearts? The little demon laughed. Master, you know what I'm thinking. This energy purification furnace isn't that expensive. It only costs a mere 5 billion demons' hearts. Pfft, Lin Fei almost vomited blood. He pointed at the little demon and said, You actually said 5 billion demons' hearts? How can you say that? According to this price, I can't afford it. How could Lin Fei not vomit blood at this price? Without energy stones, the battle fortress would only be an empty shell. Wouldn't he be overwhelmed by everyone? 5 billion demons' hearts is indeed not a lot. The little demon said seriously. I know Master doesn't have that many demons' hearts at the moment, but you can mortgage it. Lin Fei didn't have that many demons' hearts on him. The little demon's words were tantamount to asking for his old life. Mortgage? Is that okay? Of course. Is there no other way? You don't have to think about it. You can wait until you find energy stones. However, I don't mind Master choosing this. According to you humans, it won't be long before Master meets all kinds of forces. For safety, you must buy an energy purification furnace. The little demon laughed happily. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. This guy clearly knew that he couldn't find energy stones, but he still had the nerve to say this. Lin Fei had never seen such a shameless guy. All he knew was to get demons' hearts from him. Lin Fei knew that he had to buy it. You win. After spending all his wealth, except for the 200,000 demons' hearts, Lin Fei bought the energy purification furnace. It was a huge furnace. It looked very ordinary. Lin Fei was very suspicious. Was this thing worth that much? He also owed a huge amount of debt. He didn't know when he would be able to pay it off. This thing really works. Lin Fei was skeptical. He looked it up and down. Absolutely. The little demon stood on the huge furnace. Why don't you try it? With what? Holy stones. This made Lin Fei secretly heave a sigh of relief. He didn't have to go out to look for other things. Lin Fei took out a storage ring. It contained 100 million low-grade holy stones and poured them all into the huge furnace. Purification successful. Congratulations on obtaining 10 energy points. Lin Fei thought that he had heard wrong. He couldn't help but blurt out, What the hell? Only 10 energy points? Are you kidding me? The little demon said in disdain. You're still not satisfied with 10 energy points. Don't you think it's too little? The energy point itself is a more civilized product. Although the holy stone is not bad, the energy inside is too little. You have to be satisfied with 10 points. Otherwise, why would I tell you that this is a stupid method? Lin Fei really had to admit that this was a very stupid method. Being unhappy was one thing. Lin Fei knew what he was going to do. It should be to collect a large number of holy stones and exchange them for energy stones. Can you tell me how many energy points are needed to activate the battle fortress once? At least I can be mentally prepared. The little demon said with satisfaction. You're not bad. You didn't forget the main point. The battle fortress has 5 functions. Listen carefully. 5 functions? Lin Fei was full of joy. The first function is a confinement function. It's called War Cage. It's a unified 100,000 energy points. As long as this function is activated, it can confine a ruler. Any ruler? That's right. Any ruler, even if it's 9 stars ruler, as long as it's locked on, it will last for an hour. Lin Fei knew that it was used to escape, but it could also be used to kill. The second function is to release war beasts. 300,000 energy points for one. There's no limit. It has an indestructible body. Its strength is at the level of a 5 stars ruler. It can last for an hour. The third function is to release war giant. 500,000 energy points for one. There's no limit. It has an indestructible body. Its strength is at the level of a 7 stars ruler. It can last for an hour. The fourth function is to release war roar. 1 million energy points for one. It can release the attack power of an 8 stars ruler. The fifth function is to destroy heaven and earth. 1 million energy points for one. It can release the attack power of a 9 stars ruler. Its attack range is 1 billion miles. After listening to these 5 functions, Lin Fei couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Apart from the first function, which didn't seem to be very effective, one could imagine the power of the later functions. For example, war beasts and war giants. They had innately indestructible bodies. As long as they had enough energy points, wouldn't they be able to form an army? If the latter two continued to attack, even an 8 stars ruler or 9 stars ruler would have to run. No one would be able to block such an attack. In fact, this was also the reason why the war fortress had become a top-tier weapon of war. Back then, the war race had occupied many territories because of this. For example, war beasts and war giants had innately indestructible bodies. Only the 8 stars ruler or 9 stars ruler could harm them. No one else was a match for them. This was also one of the reasons for their defeat. As for the 9 stars ruler, they were locked on by the war fortress and didn't dare to move forward. This made Lin Fei realize the importance of this function. Chapter 1534. Sky City. Ever since 3 years ago, the black-armored divine attendant had not brought any more rulers. The number of rulers had stabilized. Every day, rulers would enter the safety plaza, while others would head out to join various organizations to obtain resources. All of the rulers were waiting for the divine general platform to begin. At the same time, they were secretly increasing their strength so that they could find a way out of the divine general platform. The closer the time limit was, the rulers' thoughts became more and more frequent. Deep within Sky City, there were layers of restrictions set up here. Deep within the restrictions, this was a place of nothingness. It was filled with an aura of silence, devoid of any signs of life. That thing is moving. In the nothingness, 3 black thrones appeared, floating silently in midair. The 3 thrones formed a triangle, and in the middle was a huge map of mountains and rivers. On it were birds and beasts, as well as rulers. At this moment, one of the divine attendants on the thrones suddenly moved. With a point of her finger, the mountains and rivers transformed into a deep abyss that appeared above the 9 underworld flames. At the same time, an enormous creature appeared, disappearing from the 9 underworld flames and appearing beneath a mountain range. This thing has been in our world for 5,000 chaos years. I didn't expect it to finally activate. I wonder which kid is so lucky. The divine servant was expressionless when she said this, as if she was talking about something insignificant. This time, we should be able to produce a pretty good kid. Divine attendant of wood, that might not be the case. The divine attendant opposite her said, the battle fort came from the ancient civilization. Although it's not a particularly powerful weapon of war, it's definitely a top-tier weapon in this world. However, they lost their energy source, and this kid obtained it. I don't think he'll need much time. After all, he's not an overlord. The divine attendant was the first to speak. This thing has a long history in Sky City. It's not that no one has gone there, but no one has been able to control it. That's why this kid is quite interesting. Perhaps he'll bring us a pleasant surprise. At least it won't be a waste of our time guarding Sky City. Then let's wait and see. I also hope that our Sky City will produce a powerful expert. The 3 divine attendants fell silent. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. In the Sky City, from a magnificent senfu, a roar suddenly came out, like muffled thunder. The chief hegemon of the Tao walked out of his private room, his face filled with rage and a cold, threatening aura. Just one last step. This was the clone of the hegemon of the Tao, and it had 60% of the true body's power. He had used a special method to train it, and the clone was able to communicate with the true body. They also knew about the battle fortress. Just now, the connection between the avatar and the main body was cut off. The Tao hegemon knew that the odds were against his true body, and that his power had been greatly affected. His influence in Celestial City would probably be greatly reduced, and even 60% of his power wouldn't be enough to suppress some of the mid-level hegemons of Celestial City. I don't care who you are. If I can't get the battle fort, you won't know either. Once the news gets out, you'll become the public enemy of all the rulers of Sky City. Let's see how long you can last. The hegemon of the Tao's figure vanished from Senfu. The rulers of Sky City were accumulating their strength. At this time, a piece of news suddenly began to spread. Within a single day, all of the sovereigns learned of this news. The battle fortress appeared in Sky City. None of the sovereigns could remain calm. There were only 7 battle fortresses in all of the territories, and it was rumored that 3 of them had disappeared without a trace during the great battle of the past. Countless people had searched for them in order to reach the heavens in a single step, but they had never found anything. Now that the battle fortress had appeared in Sky City, it was as if a giant pie had been dropped onto their heads. Who could remain calm? Anyone who obtained the battle fortress would ascend to the heavens in a single step and become a hegemon of their territory. Just as everyone was wondering if the news was true, another piece of news spread. An image of the battle fortress had appeared in Sky City. Isn't that the 9 underworld flames? What a terrifying place. But then again, I think I passed by this place before, but I never went down. I didn't expect the battle fortress to be underneath it. The battle race's formations and restrictions aren't something we can break. Aren't those the 10 sovereigns? Right, the 10 sovereigns must have gone there. But why aren't they the ones who obtained it? Everyone was paying close attention to what was happening in the sky. Their gazes didn't waver as they stared at the images in the sky. From the formation being broken to the black-robed man's sneak attack, everything happened. Isn't that Tion? In the safety plaza. Hegemon Skyend and the others noticed this as well. Their eyes bulged out, unable to believe what they were seeing. Hegemon Windrain hurriedly set up a formation. Skyend, don't talk nonsense. The walls might be eavesdropping. As soon as he recognized the person in the sky, Hegemon Windrain knew that something bad was about to happen. Ever since Tion had left the plaza, he hadn't returned. Hegemon Windrain hadn't said anything, as he didn't really want Tion to return. But how could he have imagined that just a few years later, Tion would go to a place like this, and apparently participate in the battle for the battle fortress? Hegemon Skyend's forehead was covered with cold sweat. He let out a deep sigh. I didn't expect Tion to be this strong, and that sovereign annihilation spear he just used, what if he had used it against us? Hegemon Windrain was covered with cold sweat as well. They didn't have a good impression of Tion. This was an insolent person, someone who couldn't be controlled. They had always thought that they would be able to suppress Tion, but today, they finally understood. Maybe, they were nothing in Tion's eyes. Bitterness. Extreme bitterness. Even if they were 100 times more courageous, they wouldn't dare to participate in the battle for the battle fortress, much less the terrifying 9 underworld flames. They all maintained their silence. Their gazes remained fixed on the sky. The scenery changed, all the way to the interior of the battle fortress. Hegemon Tion had displayed astonishing power. He appeared to be a 1-star hegemon, but in reality, he had the power of a 4-star hegemon. Killing hegemons was as easy as killing chickens for him. This truly stunned everyone. The scenes in the sky continued until the battle against the hundreds of hegemons came to a halt. Whoever obtained the battle fortress was the subject of countless wild guesses. One of the 10 hegemons, the Dao hegemon. He was the publicly acknowledged number 1 hegemon of the 10, after all. However, the appearance of the sky screen caused everyone to calm down from their excitement. The battle fortress definitely wasn't in the hands of the Dao hegemon. In other words, it was in someone else's possession. Indeed, a short while later, the results were announced. The battle fortress was in the hands of the black-robed man. Chapter 1535. Something big was happening. Everyone with status in Skysplit City began to move. The bounty had begun. The bounty on the black-robed man included any information that could be useful. Hegemon Skyend and Windrain immediately realized how dangerous this was. They had been very careful ever since they arrived, lest they offend the local tyrants and suffer retaliation. They knew very well why they were in Skysplit City. This was a test the divine attendants had given them. 10 years was a very short period of time, and if they wanted to survive for 10 years, it wouldn't be as simple as going into seclusion. For something like this to suddenly happen at this critical juncture, they knew that they were in big trouble. Tion was too bold. They couldn't figure out that Tion had clearly obtained the battleship, and now the hegemons of Skysplit City had been alerted and wanted to take it from him. A top-tier weapon like this shouldn't have fallen into the hands of a minor hegemon. Anyone who missed this opportunity would be an idiot. Hegemon Skyend and Windrain didn't know what to do. If those people decided to target them, they would be doomed. As for hiding in the plaza, that wasn't realistic either. The holy stones they had wouldn't be able to last that long. If they could, they wouldn't have to worry. After all, the plaza was protected by the divine attendants. What do you think we should do? Hegemon Windrain's voice contained a hint of bitterness. Tion, who had been rather famous all those years ago, had already reached this level. Hegemon Skyend and the others exchanged glances, not knowing what to say. They had come with Tion. There was a connection. Let's just wait and see for now, the boundless hegemon said in a low voice. If they come knocking, we can only do what they say. I don't think Tion will blame us if he finds out. Even the boundless hegemon knew that he was afraid when he said this. That's right, he was afraid. The boundless hegemon was one of the leading figures of the exiled lands. After arriving in Skysplit City, he knew that his power was nothing in Skysplit City. And now, he was in trouble. I think this is the best course of action. The destruction hegemon said helplessly. I don't think those people will blame us. Perhaps this is the only thing we can do. As for reporting the situation and obtaining the bounty, it wasn't as if they hadn't thought about it. However, they didn't dare to do so, and the reason was simple. They were afraid of Tion. Tion had grown step by step, and now they had to look up to him. If he had a firm grasp over the battle fortress, they would be forced to abandon their helmets and armor. Such an outcome was not impossible. That was what they were worried about. If that was the case, then they would definitely die. They had a rough understanding of Tion's personality. He would definitely do something like this. When the time came, they wouldn't be able to handle him. I think so. Hegemon Windrain agreed. Go back and restrain your hegemons. No matter what, do not spread this news. If you want to die, don't drag us down with you. Sky City. Under a mountain range. A battle fortress that was hundreds of meters tall quietly appeared underground. Not enough, it's still not enough. Lin Fei frowned and looked at the purified energy points. He was very dissatisfied. Ever since he took control of the battle fort, Lin Fei left that place and moved to another place. He was sure that the news of him obtaining the battle fort would spread throughout Sky City. What he would face next would be a siege from all sides. I wonder if Hegemon Windrain and the others will use this chance to leak my information. Lin Fei thought of something else. If they dare to leak it, no matter where they are, I will destroy them. He came to this underground area. Lin Fei was mining holy stones. There was a holy stone mine below. He had originally planned to mine the holy stone mine, but the holy stone mine here had been sealed by the chains of power. Lin Fei could only smile bitterly when faced with this situation. He would mine slowly. Fortunately, Lin Fei had brought Hairball with him this time. This meant that he now had another place to mine holy stones. In a short period of time, Lin Fei had purified 10,000 energy points. This amount was like a drop in the bucket for the current Lin Fei, but it was better than nothing. As long as he accumulated 100,000 energy points, he would be able to use the war cage. As long as I have energy points, they won't be able to break through the battle fort. This is my greatest advantage. During this period of time, Lin Fei had gained a better understanding of the entire battle fort. For example, there were 10 hubs. These were the battle fort's attack hubs. As long as there were enough people, they did not need to rely on energy points to activate several attacks of the battle fort. Right now, there were not many rulers. Out of the 10 hubs, only 2 could be activated. The tens of thousands of evil demon warriors from before had all been sent out to mine holy stones. The harvest was not too obvious. Lin Fei pondered for a long time. If he wanted to obtain a large number of holy stones, he might have to start with the rulers outside. In less than half a month's time in the underground. While Lin Fei was grinding monsters to level up, he also arranged for the demon warriors to mine. Since 3 days ago, Lin Fei knew that trouble was coming. In this area, rulers began to appear one after another. There were quite a few of them. They seemed to be searching for something. At first, there were only a few of them. However, in the following days, the number of rulers increased to groups. As soon as these rulers appeared, they broke through the ground, revealing the mine below and began to search. They also know that holy stones can be exchanged for energy points. Lin Fei did not make a move. His heart was filled with doubts. Apart from this, Lin Fei really wanted to know where these overlords got their energy points. This was the key. Lin Fei now understood that it would probably take a while for this to happen. After enduring for another 3 days, Lin Fei also knew that he could not take it anymore. Because those rulers were approaching in this direction. As soon as they broke through the ground, they would definitely find traces of this place. Since they sent themselves to my doorstep, then don't blame me. More than 10 rulers appeared on a mountain range. Do you think we'll find that black-robed guy? Who knows? Sky City is so big. It would be great if we found him. I heard that guy is only a 4-star ruler. He only managed to steal the thing after tricking 10 rulers. Right now, 90% of the rulers in Sky City have started to move. They are searching for the black-robed man everywhere. Small characters like us, as long as we find clues, there will be benefits waiting for us. Why should we participate? The rulers nodded. They ate the meat while they drank the soup. It was not a bad idea. This time, the ruler of Sky City had offered a reward. As long as they provided clues of the black-robed man's whereabouts, they would be rewarded greatly. This made everyone scramble like ducks, wishing that they could be the first to discover the black-robed man's whereabouts. It's the mountain range below. Let's get to work. A 2-star ruler pointed to a place. More than 10 rulers were about to break through the ground to check the situation below. As for why they had to check the mine, it was an order from above. To them, it was troublesome, but it was also a small matter. You guys don't have to do anything. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. They discovered that a black-robed man had appeared in the distance. He appeared just like that and slashed at them with a dazzling sword. More than 10 rulers, the strongest was only a 3-star ruler. The rest were 1-star rulers and 2-star rulers. Now, they were all existences like ants. 1-star ruler dead. 2-star ruler dead. 3-star ruler dead. With a slash of the sword, the corpse fell. Lin Fei attacked with his full strength, not giving them any chance to retaliate. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As soon as they died, a yellow light shot out of their bodies and exploded in the sky. It was like a brilliant flower exploding in the sky. I still fell for it. Lin Fei shook his head. From the moment they died, he knew that they had forced him to show himself. The only thing he didn't expect was that they would have this. Everyone probably knew where he was now. Since you've come to me, I might as well fight again. Lin Fei turned around and entered the battle fortress. Bang 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 in the sky, the explosion of the yellow light quickly spread out. He's appeared. Quick, chase him. We can't let him escape. The yellow light exploded as if it had pierced through the sky. The entire sky city moved. Ever since news of the battle fortress spread, everyone's attention was on this top-grade weapon of war. As long as they could obtain it, they would reach the heavens in a single step. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, everyone rushed in that direction. It's the battle fortress. Is that the top-grade weapon of the battle race? Stop him. The rulers rushed over. No one wanted to be one step slower. Especially those who were in the vicinity, they knew that this was a great opportunity. In just a moment, hundreds of rulers appeared nearby. They were of all different realms, and their eyes were bloodshot. This was a rare opportunity. After seeing the battle fortress, they went completely crazy. Smash it. Lin Fei sat on his throne inside the battle fortress. Roger. The battle fortress was a moving fortress. Ramming was also a method of attack. The battle fortress instantly turned into a black line and smashed into them. Bang bang bang, the 1-star rulers at the front were smashed into by the battle fortress. Their eyes were filled with fear. Like pieces of glass, their bodies continuously exploded, turning into clouds of blood mist. In less than a breath's time, 20 to 30 1-star rulers were smashed to death. The 2-star rulers were slightly better off, but their bodies were in pain. Their faces were pale, and they couldn't block the second wave of attacks. Before they could dodge, the second wave came. Bang bang bang, this was the first time the battle fortress displayed the power of a top-grade weapon of war. The hundreds of rulers were prepared to stop the battle fortress. It would have been even better if they could kill their way in. But after facing it for real, they realized how terrifying it was. Stop it. We must stop it. Our people will be here soon. The rulers roared. Chapter 1536. He's appeared. The black-robed kid has appeared in the east. That guy killed a large group of rulers. News kept coming back. That mysterious black-robed fellow had finally been found. This was good news for everyone. Everyone chased in one direction, and at the same time, blocked the way from all directions. Fireworks bloomed in the sky, and it was exceptionally obvious. All the rulers in Eternia began to move. The attack began, in the air above a mountain range. Dozens of rulers were attacking an enormous black object. Boom, boom, boom. All sorts of attacks and divine abilities landed on the black battle fortress, but they were all blasted away. Hua! The black fortress smashed into the ruler's sturdy body, shattering like glass. Pieces fell from the sky. You're courting death. Within the battle fortress, Lin Fei sat on his throne, watching coldly. 1 or 2 star rulers will die after 2 collisions. 3-star rulers are a bit more troublesome. After a dozen collisions, they won't have it easy either. Collisions. This was the most primitive attack method of the battle fortress. Not long after, Lin Fei laughed coldly and drove the battle fortress away. As for the dozens of rulers that died, Lin Fei didn't care at all. Every time they attacked, they would be completely wiped out. However, the hegemon didn't pay much attention to this news. He continued to attack relentlessly, continuing to block the path ahead. That black-robed fellow is really crafty. The clone of the chief hegemon Dao once more fell a step behind, a terrifyingly grim look on his face. I refuse to believe you can survive being surrounded by everyone in Eternia. There's no way the battle fortress's power source is inexhaustible. The ruler of Dao had an extraordinary background. He naturally knew that the battle fortress needed a special power source. In the ruler of Dao's eyes, the black-robed fellow was relying on the special power source he had left behind. Once it ran out, he probably wouldn't be able to activate the battle fortress. At that point, they would be able to attack. Dao, you didn't catch up. Not far away, a group of people arrived. Seeing them, the ruler of Dao's expression was a bit unnatural. You're not the same. That's not your style. The person who came laughed loudly, revealing a shriveled old face that was sinister and sinister. When he laughed, it was especially cold, making people feel extremely uncomfortable. It's normal that I can't catch up to him. The Dao Dominator was unwilling to say more. I'm going to chase after him. After coldly saying these words, the Dao hegemon chased after them. The 10 hegemons of the past? Heh heh. The mystic hegemon laughed coldly. Sir, why didn't you kill that guy? A trusted aide asked. Right now, the sovereign lord of Dao is nothing more than a clone. He's not worth fighting. Besides, there are still members of his clan in other Eternia. Killing him will cause a lot of trouble. It's better to keep him alive. After all, he's no threat. Ever since the Dao hegemon's true body had been suppressed by someone else, the hegemon of Eternia no longer took the Dao hegemon seriously. Every day, Lin Fei would control the battle fortress to travel all over the place, killing who knew how many sovereigns. The maximum number of divinity points was increasing. Gradually, the number of people began to dwindle. They appeared on the outskirts, but did not attack. As soon as Lin Fei got close, they would leave the battle fort's attack range. Are they planning to surround and trap me? Lin Fei could sense the changes in them. The number of sovereigns around him had decreased. Lin Fei was also aware of this situation. They are planning to completely surround me. They also believe that I don't have any energy to support the battle fortress. Once I lose my energy, it will be their best opportunity to attack. Lin Fei was very clear about this. Since that's the case, I'll do as you wish. A few days later, Lin Fei stopped on top of a mountain. The battle fortress just hovered there, as if waiting for something. In fact, they were indeed besieging him. This was what they had discussed. Everyone knew how powerful the battle fortress was. 1-star and 2-star sovereigns could be killed in a few hits, and this was the simplest attack of the battle fortress. They chose to besiege him. When the time came, they would attack together to deplete the limited energy of the battle fortress. Without the limited energy, the battle fortress would no longer be as threatening as a mountain. This was what they were thinking. There were a total of 8 forces surrounding them. They were all powerful sovereigns of Sky City. They were not any weaker than the previous 10 sovereigns, but they were not as famous. Now that the 10 sovereigns were a thing of the past, Sky City belonged to them. Besieging the battle fortress was also their idea. In the beginning, the 8 forces were very confident that the black-robed fellow would definitely fall into their encirclement. For this reason, they specially took out a formation to seal off a large part of the void. They gathered most of their strength, and the progress was good. When the black-robed fellow stopped advancing, their expressions changed. This situation was different from what they had expected. Could it be that there was a problem? The battle fortress is not moving? The news spread among the 8 forces. The scouts all confirmed that the battle fortress was not moving. They were even more confused. What was going on? Could it be that the other party had already predicted this? The people of the 8 forces immediately gathered together. Is that guy trying to find out our goal? Should we stop and observe the situation first? Why do we need to observe? We have so many people, and 90% of Sky City's strength. Can't we deal with that guy? That's right. I heard that the battle fortress needs special energy. As long as we attack from afar and exhaust the other party's energy, the battle fortress will become useless. That's our chance. I think we have to act. As long as we stay within a certain range, the battle fortress won't be able to unleash its true power. After all, it's not at its peak. In a temporary location, the leaders of the 8 factions gathered together to discuss what to do. The other party's actions were not normal. As for whether or not they should act now, they didn't have a good idea. The moment they opened their mouths, they were all talking at once. The situation was unclear. It's best if we act as soon as possible. We don't want to waste time. If we can't break through the battle fortress, we'll have to wait for the Divine General platform again. If that happens, we'll have wasted all our efforts. The Unibrow Hegemon said calmly. The Hegemon was a peak 5th-star Hegemon, and his skills were not bad. Everyone came to their senses upon hearing this. How could they have forgotten? Chapter 1537. After some discussion, the 8 forces decided not to hesitate. They had to act immediately. After all, their understanding of the battle fort was limited to rumors. In reality, they didn't have any real contact with it. They didn't know much about it. They had to act as soon as possible. In their eyes, they had so many sovereigns. There were more than 3,000 5-star sovereigns, several hundred 6-star sovereigns, and countless 3- and 4-star sovereigns. The formations in the 8 directions began to shrink. Everyone approached carefully. The news they received every day proved that the battle fort hadn't left. As long as the battle fort was still there, everything was negotiable. The formation they used this time was specifically used to restrict the void. If the battle fort was at its peak, they wouldn't use this method against it. Any formation would be destroyed if the battle fort rammed into them. They all believed that the battle fort wasn't at its peak anymore. It could definitely trap them. As long as they had more time, they wouldn't have to worry about the battle fort leaving their sight. Are they that afraid of the battle fort? Lin Fei found their cautious attitude funny. Did they have to be like this? The battle fort stopped. Lin Fei was waiting for them to come to him so he could go on a killing spree and increase his invincibility, divinity, and even experience. It's good that they're like this. I'll just pretend I don't know anything. They'll regret it sooner or later, no matter who they are. Energy points were being purified every day. At their speed, it would take him at least half a month. Lin Fei believed that half a month was enough. By then, he would become a 5-star ruler and killing them would be easier. Lin Fei entered the demonic dimension to kill monsters and level up. Half a month wasn't long. The 8 forces finally combined their formations. The moment they combined, an umbrella appeared in the sky. The canopy opened, and a canopy hung from the sky. After the umbrella was combined, the 8 forces sighed in relief. They finally trapped the battle fort. Now was the time for them to act. Once the formation was formed, they didn't have to worry about any changes. The enemy was like a turtle in a jar. It wouldn't take long to break through. Boom! A 7-colored bridge appeared in the east, stretching out for 150 million kilometers. The entire sky was filled with 7 colors, and it was dazzling. However, that dazzling radiance was accompanied by a terrifying aura. A fairy wearing the 7-colored sovereign battle armor appeared on the 7-colored bridge. Her calm gaze fell on the enormous black object, and a look of shock appeared on her face. This was the War Fortress, the war race's peak war weapon. By relying on this, there was no battle they couldn't overcome. The dark mass of sovereigns standing on the seven-colored bridge were all panting, and their eyes were fixed on the battle fort. It was as if they wanted to see everything that had happened in the battle fort and never forget it. This was the first time they had seen the battle fortress, the ultimate weapon of war in the hands of the Overlord. I am the Rainbow Ruler. I have come to see the battle fortress master. A calm voice with a hint of excitement could be heard. This was one of the 8 forces. An astonishing aura also appeared in the south. A boundless ocean appeared in the sky, turning into a water giant. This water giant was filled with the might of a sovereign. It was a special life form. It wasn't strange for special life forms to exist in the endless territories. They were born with great power, and their cultivation speed was extremely fast. They didn't have to worry about breaking through. At this moment, the water giant opened its palm. A blue-robed sovereign stood on its palm, urging the water giant to stride forward. With every step it took, a vast ocean would appear below it. All immortal beasts would be swallowed up by the ocean and turned into nourishment for the water giant. I am the Blue Water Ruler. I have come to see the battle fortress master. He also had a group of sovereigns behind him. There were quite a few of them, and they were enough to fight against the Rainbow Ruler. The Western forces weren't any weaker than the other 2 forces. In comparison, the water giant appeared on a red bird. As soon as the bird moved, flames filled the sky, like the afterglow of the setting sun. It was very pleasing to the eye. This bird was about 100 million meters long. When it spread its wings, it was about 150 million kilometers long. It was a truly enormous creature. This was a Dominator rank flamingo. And it was a mature one. Its combat power was equivalent to that of a 5-star sovereign. A mature flame bird could spit out flames that could burn weaker 5-star sovereigns to death. The Ardent Fire Ruler has come to see the battle fortress master. The Ardent Fire Ruler wore a red robe that was covered in fire runes. There was even a flame mark between his eyebrows. Only those who knew him would know how terrifying someone with a flame mark was. The Ardent Fire Ruler was a terrifying person. A black hole appeared in the north. A giant black hole. This black hole was at least 200 million kilometers long. When it appeared, everyone felt as if their minds were about to be sucked into the black hole. They couldn't get out. At this moment, a black-robed fellow was sitting in the center of the black hole. He didn't release any aura, but he did give off a terrifying feeling. The Cave Ruler has come to see the battle fortress master. The Cave Ruler's voice spread out. The black hole appeared, and his voice seemed to spread endlessly. The entire Sky City could hear it clearly, as if it was right next to their ears. The appearance of these 4 forces brought about a powerful side. They all had the power to resist each other. But this wasn't the end. Apart from them, 4 other forces also appeared. Their lineup was equally powerful, and they took over the remaining 4 directions as well. The Green Hill Ruler has come to see the battle fortress master. The Tiger Mountain Ruler has come to see the battle fortress master. The Sun Mountain Ruler has come to see the battle fortress master. The Mysterious Dark Ruler has come to see the battle fortress master. The 8 forces appeared in 8 directions, which were actually the 8 points of the formation. The rumbling sound continued to spread. These 8 forces are actually much stronger than the 10 rulers' forces. They've come out in full force. Inside the battle fortress, Lin Fei also saw the situation outside. 8 directions besieged him, blocking his way out. Lin Fei also realized that it wouldn't be easy to break this formation now that he lacked energy points. Lin Fei wasn't too worried about this. Looking at the dark forces, Lin Fei couldn't wait to open fire and kill them in his hands. That would be a lot of experience and invincibility points. Lin Fei was very tempted, but he couldn't do it for the time being. They definitely want to break my battle fortress, thinking that I don't have enough energy points. Unfortunately, they don't know that I can purify energy points every day. After half a month, I've accumulated more than 100,000 energy points, almost 200,000 energy points, and I still need to accumulate more. This was Lin Fei's advantage, and it was also something they didn't know. Lin Fei was very confident that if they wanted to break the battle fortress, it would be pure wishful thinking. In the end, it would be for nothing. As long as there was energy support, the battle fortress could be repaired. It could be said that it was an unbreakable castle. For the time being, Lin Fei wouldn't expose himself so soon, and he was ready to give them a big gift. The 8 forces were here. They truly did want to know what sort of background this fellow had, for him to be able to defeat the Dao Hegemon and the 10 Hegemons. They attacked such a person together, it was natural for them to feel uncomfortable, which was why such a scene appeared. At this moment, they were all waiting to see if this guy would appear, or would he come out from hiding in the battle fortress. He came out. It's that black-robed man. A platform suddenly appeared in the sky above the battle fortress, and a black-robed man appeared on it. Everyone came from far away. I'm still very happy. Lin Fei smiled. For a nameless person like me, you guys set up such a formation. I feel that you guys think too highly of me. Facing tens of thousands of rulers, Lin Fei didn't panic at all. What he had was endless fighting spirit. Because these people were all monsters in Lin Fei's eyes, they could help him level up. If he killed all of them, it would definitely be a big harvest. You guys, don't you think this guy has guts? In the depths of Sky City, on 3 tall thrones, 3 god servants looked at this big show. The one who spoke was Emissary Mu. Indeed, facing tens of thousands of rulers, he didn't panic at all, and he can even face them calmly. This kind of thing, just the gazes of tens of thousands of rulers would be enough to soften an ordinary person's heart. Unfortunately, this guy didn't learn to keep a low profile, instead choosing to face the rulers. This kind of courage is rare, but facing 8 forces, he has no advantage at all. The result is a one-sided situation. The 3 god servants didn't think that this guy would win. They were the clearest about the battle fortress's history. It had lost most of its energy when it first landed here. If it was at its peak, they wouldn't care. Even if tens of thousands of rulers came, they probably wouldn't be a match for the battle fortress. But now it was difficult. This is the guy's choice. We can only watch. The 3 god servants nodded. Although they knew everything, they wouldn't investigate. Although the battle fortress was good, in their eyes, it was just an ordinary thing. Especially this thing, without the support of energy, it was pretty useless. Once they attacked, the battle fortress wouldn't be able to hold for long, it would be broken, and then facing the rulers that covered the sky, the result would be obvious. The odds of victory weren't high. This was also the first time the 8 forces saw the black-robed man. However, they couldn't see his face clearly, as if it was covered by a layer of power. No matter how they looked, they couldn't see through it. They couldn't help but be shocked. Could this be some powerful secret technique? Chapter 1538. Being mysterious was one thing, but whether or not this person appeared was another matter. As soon as the black-robed man appeared, the rulers of the 8 powers knew who they were going to deal with next. Moreover, they had the upper hand. Taking down the other party was already in the bag. Sir, you must be joking. Who in Sky City doesn't know of your existence? The title of Battle Fortress Master isn't something that just anyone can have. The 7-colored ruler's voice was cold. The 10 rulers all suffered greatly at your hands. If that's the case and you're still a nobody, then all the rulers in the world won't have the face to call themselves rulers. The 7-colored ruler's words provoked the Dao ruler. This be *TCH, who was so obedient in front of me back then. In the distant void, the Dao ruler's expression was extremely gloomy. His veins were bulging. The Dao ruler felt extremely helpless. All of this was done by the black-robed guy on the battle fortress. The other party had destroyed his future. You'll definitely die, definitely. The Dao ruler could only continuously curse the other party. Perhaps if the other party died, his main body would regain its freedom and regain its previous divine might. Perhaps he could even fight for the battle fortress. The Dao ruler's eyes started to flash. On the battle fortress. Lin Fei looked around. He knew that almost all the rulers of Sky City had come today. Even if they weren't 80%, they were at least 70%. Lin Fei was extremely proud. He was a ruler, but he had attracted tens of thousands of rulers. There were probably very few people in the world who could do this. He felt a great sense of accomplishment. Thank you for your praise. This will make me very proud. Lin Fei said with a faint smile. It was a very calm and fearless smile. The seven-colored ruler had never seen a person with such thick skin. How could he say something like this in this situation? Did he not know what kind of situation he was in? Seven-colored, there's no need to say anything to this guy. Giving him the title of Battle Fortress Master is already giving him respect. If we look down on him, then he's just a small ruler. The Black Shadow ruler's mocking voice echoed. A hint of disgust flashed in the seven-colored ruler's eyes. He didn't like this person. Lin Fei glanced sideways at the Black Een sovereign. You talk big. I'll remember you. When the time comes, I'll definitely treat you well. As for you, beautiful lady, since you have such a good attitude, I'll spare your life and make you my maid. The mystic Een Hegemon looked down on this fellow. All he had done was play a few tricks, and he didn't have any real skill to show off. The Tao Hegemon had failed miserably, but that didn't mean that he would fall for it. And now, this fellow actually dared to threaten him at a time like this? The mystic Een Hegemon's eyes gleamed with a cold, sinister light. You've got guts. I'll personally return those words to you. I believe it won't be too long. The Black Een Hegemon sneered. At that time, I will definitely capture your primordial spirit and let you have a taste of my methods. Lin Fei said disdainfully, everyone can talk big. Look at you. You're gloomy all over. You're not a good person either. Maybe you're planning to plot against everyone so that you can reap the benefits. Don't you think so? Many sovereigns turned to look at the mystic Een sovereign. They were on guard. You're slandering me. The mystic Een sovereign was so angry that his entire body shook. He had never seen such a shameless fellow. To be honest, this idea was indeed true. When the mystic Een sovereign had arrived, he had been thinking about how he could gain the upper hand in this show. It would be best if he could reap the benefits of a third party. An idea was an idea. If it wasn't realized, then it was just an idea. But now that someone had pointed it out, the other seven sovereigns were on guard. After all, he didn't have a good reputation in Sky City, and he was full of evil tricks. Mystic Een, if you dare to play any tricks, I, the Inferno Sovereign, will be the first to kill you. If you don't believe me, you can try. The distant sovereign of Inferno shot out a cold glare. With that attack of yours, I'll kill you. The sovereign of Inferno had always looked down on the mystic Een sovereign. He was famous for playing dirty tricks in Sky City. There's no need for you to try and drive a wedge between us. The sovereign of Inferno's gaze shifted. Everyone has come here today with the same goal. Hand over the battle fortress and I won't kill you. From the start, Lin Fei had never tried to drive a wedge between them. He had only said those words because he didn't like the cold and gloomy aura on the other party's body. This was a wedge between them? It was a coincidence. Lin Fei laughed loudly. There's no need for everyone to come from so far away. Everyone knows that the battle fortress is a top-grade weapon of war. As long as it is activated, I'm not exaggerating, but most of you will die. Do you believe me? The 8 sovereigns trembled slightly. These words were a bit threatening. The battle fortress was famous. No matter who it was, as long as they heard of it, they would have to be careful and not dare to underestimate it. If it really did launch its strongest attack, they really wouldn't know how to block it. Lin Fei saw their expressions and couldn't help but find it funny. These fellows were truly cowardly. With this much courage, they still dared to try and steal his battle fortress. Sir, you are quite eloquent. If it was the battle fortress at its peak, perhaps we would care. But do you think it would be of any use now? The black-robed cave sovereign revealed a look of disdain. There are so many of us. At most, you can only attack one direction. The rest of us can still make things difficult for you. The cave's sovereign's words were like a sharp knife that sliced through this layer of lies. Everyone came to a sudden realization. The name of the battle fortress had given them a preconceived notion. They subconsciously reacted after hearing the cave's sovereign's words. At most, you can only attack one direction. If you have the ability, then take care of all of us. That's your ability. The Blue Water Sovereign was enraged. He had been frightened by the cave's sovereign's words. This fellow truly deserved to die. Lin Fei laughed loudly once more. The battle fortress is in my hands. If you have the ability, then come and try. Let's see who's afraid of who. Even if I die, I'll drag a bunch of you down with me. It's worth it. These are all sovereigns, ha ha ha. The 8 leading sovereigns could feel the sovereigns behind them becoming restless. They were relying on strength to suppress them. If they were to send them to their deaths, then even if they were powerful, sooner or later they would be in trouble. They could acutely sense that they couldn't continue like this. This fellow was too slippery. With just a few words, he had caused the connection between them to crack. Although it wasn't too obvious, it was still quite effective. Everyone was worried about becoming one of the targets of a powerful attack. Tempest of Sovereigns, open. Chapter 1539. Swish swish swish, the storm formed by the sword transformed into a boundless energy wave that swept outwards. Ding. Killed a 1-star ruler. Ding. Killed a 1-star ruler. Ding. Killed a 2-star ruler. The energy wave swept outwards, catching everyone off guard. None of the weaker rulers were able to block the attack of the ruler Tempest. It dealt a double blow to their souls and bodies. After the Tempest passed, the rulers died one by one. Most of them were 1-star and 2-star rulers. Their deaths brought huge benefits to Lin Fei. They turned into sky-filling experience points. The Tempest continued to wreak havoc mercilessly. While the gazes of the 8 rulers shot towards a certain spot in the sky. That was where Ruler Dao was. Ruler Dao was scared by their gazes. He forced himself to look shocked. You don't need to look at me like that. I didn't know about this. I really didn't know. After this is over, I'll deal with you, my Ruler Dao. Ruler Ardent Fire sent a furious message. Do you think we'll believe you? You actually didn't say that this black-robed fellow trained in the Ruler Tempest. What are you planning? After this is over, I'll definitely deal with you. The Ruler Tempest was very powerful. This was equivalent to the existence of a domain. It was very effective against low-level rulers. For example, every time the Tempest swept out, a low-level ruler would be heavily injured. When the second wave appeared, the low-level ruler would fall from the sky. The 8 rulers didn't care about the Ruler Tempest at all. They all had mid-level ruler battle robes, so the Ruler Tempest didn't affect them much. They were willing to accept that Ruler Dao had lied to them. This was a very vicious move. Even they were heavily protected by the mid-level ruler battle robes. They wouldn't attack Ruler Dao now. The time wasn't right. They had to suppress the Ruler Tempest first to prevent more casualties. Although it seemed like a long time, everything happened in a very short time. Over 100 1-star rulers were killed by the Ruler Tempest, and countless were injured. 7-colored domain. The 7-colored ruler shouted, and a 7-colored domain appeared. 7-colored bridges flew through the air, smashing against the Ruler Tempest and opening up a vacuum. The Ruler Tempest couldn't enter and was blocked outside. Flame Empire. The Sovereign of Fire waved his hand. His forehead opened, and an endless stream of fire shot out. Wherever the fire passed, mountains, rivers, mountains, and warriors of flame filled the entire Flame Empire. They began to attack the Sovereign of Fire, quickly carving out an empty region. Turn. A low growl rang out from the cave god's mouth. The enormous black hole behind him began to slowly rotate, and with each rotation, it destroyed the Sovereign Tempest and protected the Sovereign behind him. The casualties were also greatly reduced. Boundless Ocean. The special life form below the Blue Water Ruler, the water giant, transformed into a vast body of water, moving up and down to resist the ruler's storm. The remaining 4 sovereigns did the same. They chose to attack while protecting their subordinates, lest they suffer heavy casualties. This was not something they wanted. Even if they reacted quickly, the loss was not small. The low-level sovereigns were more or less injured. Before they even made a move, their troops were already heavily injured. This made them very dissatisfied. Attack! Boom boom boom. With the help of the 8 sovereigns, they were able to resist Lin Fei's sovereign's tempest. They no longer hesitated and attacked the battle fortress. The sky was filled with mystical abilities and secret techniques, and they attacked without any regard for their lives. The battle fortress unleashed a wave of energy, blocking the attacks. The battle had begun. 8 directions, with 90% of the sovereign's power gathered, they unleashed their most ferocious attacks. Too strong. The moment they attacked, Lin Fei disappeared. Even Lin Fei himself felt threatened by the ferocious attacks. These were terrifying attacks that could kill him. Facing the densely packed attacks, the battle fortress did not change. It maintained its stability and was not affected at all. Lin Fei was completely at ease. When there are too many sovereigns, they can also become man-eating tigers. It's a pity that with them resisting the ruler tempest, it won't be easy for me to kill so many sovereigns. Lin Fei felt a wave of regret. Previously, he had engaged in a war of words with them in order to give the ruler tempest a chance to be used. That attack just now barely killed more than 200 sovereigns, and most of them were 1-star sovereigns. This allowed Lin Fei to obtain nearly 300 divinity points. His invincibility points had also increased by 1 to 200,000 points. This was much better than going out to hunt by himself. It was like harvesting a large wheat field. It was a pity that he couldn't continue now. Ding, divinity is approaching 1,000 points, please keep up the good work. Suddenly, such a voice came from the system. Lin Fei didn't understand why the system gave such a prompt, or a prompt for divinity points. This was the first time he encountered such a prompt. He hurriedly opened the system and found that his divinity had already reached 912 points, only 88 points away from 1,000 points. Could it be that once I reach 1,000 points, I can unlock the use of divinity? Lin Fei's eyes suddenly lit up. It seemed that apart from this reason, there was no other reason. Fight! The sovereigns of the Sky City were now almost all out. The overwhelming attacks of the sovereigns shook this area, but the void did not collapse. It was still solid. The battle fortress in the middle was attacked by countless divine abilities and secret techniques. What they had to do now was to break the outer defense. The continuous attacks could quickly consume the energy of the battle fortress. Without energy support, even if the other party turned the sky upside down, they wouldn't be able to escape from the palm of their hands. It was easy for them to resist the sovereign's storm. The rest was left to their subordinates. The mysterious dark ruler took out a treasure tree and slowly turned it, releasing cold air. As soon as the sovereign's storm approached, the cold air froze the storm, forming a large area of ice around it. With so many people attacking, let's see how you block it. Because of a few words from the other party, the mysterious dark ruler dispelled the idea of secretly attacking them. None of the remaining sovereigns were easy to deal with, especially the fierce fire ruler, who had always been very domineering and had a particularly fiery temper. He also controlled flames, which happened to restrain the power of the Great Path, so he didn't have an innate advantage. The mysterious dark ruler could only grit his teeth and swallow the threat of the fierce fire ruler, not daring to say anything. Kacha suddenly, a crack appeared in the distant ice, as if it had been hit by a huge force. Bang bang bang, the ice broke. All of a sudden, someone rushed in. Shio shio shio, the sky full of ancient sword will turned into densely packed long swords, stabbing towards them. They were attacking the battle fortress with all their strength and didn't care about the situation around them. When the ice broke, they obviously didn't react, but when the powerful sword will descended, their reaction was slow. Many sovereigns coughed up blood on the spot. In a single exchange, over 10 sovereigns fell from the sky, their bodies riddled with holes. They didn't know how many sword wills they had received, but they were caught off guard. A 3-star sovereign coughed up a mouthful of blood. The color of his sovereign battle robe dimmed, and he revealed a trace of doubt. Suddenly, a cold wind blew, and a black-robed man appeared. "He's here." A fist landed on the 3-star sovereign. The sound stopped. The surrounding people saw a golden sword will sweep over, as well as a flash of a black shadow, and they all chose to retreat into the darkness. "You actually dared to attack." The mysterious dark ruler's face was filled with anger. "You're walking right into my trap. Watch how I capture you." At this time, the mysterious dark ruler couldn't believe that this guy had eaten a leopard's gall, daring to attack on his own initiative. Wasn't this just sending himself to be captured? Once he captured the other party, wouldn't the battle fortress be his? A black shadow appeared. It was Lin Fei. "If you want to capture me, we'll have to see if you have the ability." Whoosh! Lin Fei charged in front of a 1-star sovereign and stabbed out with his sword, piercing through the sovereign battle robe and taking a life with one strike. He then pounced at the other sovereigns. Icy Myth Dragon Lasso. Seeing that the other party was killing people, the mysterious dark ruler didn't stop him. He took out a white icy dragon, which emitted cold air. The moment the icy dragon moved, space was frozen, and it charged straight at the other party. Coincidentally, a sovereign accidentally ran into it, and he was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture. Mid-grade binding treasure. Lin Fei dodged with a whoosh, and with a sweep of his sword art, he took a few more lives. A layer of ice appeared on his left and right arms. With a thought, Lin Fei's great Dao power surged out, shattering the ice. This cold ice really isn't simple. I have to be careful and avoid it. With a thought, Lin Fei knew how to deal with it. He couldn't let the icy dragon tangle with him, or else it would be a small problem. Invincible defense, activate. Without another word, Lin Fei activated the invincible defense, holding the sovereign weapon, and charged into the group of sovereigns. "This guy is courting death." The black dark ruler sneered, full of contempt. Did he really think he was a plaything? This time, he had gathered around 4,000 sovereigns. If the other party charged forward, he probably wouldn't even need to do anything. His subordinates would be able to take this guy down. No matter how strong the other party's body was, he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences in such a situation. He would be heavily injured, which would save him a lot of trouble. Kill him. This guy is here to die. Take my sky-raising sword. The sovereign's eyes lit up. However, they dared to attack, and their attacks landed on the other party's body like stones sinking into the ocean. At this time, the black-robed guy who had charged and put away his sovereign weapon, and with a wave of his hand, took out a war weapon. The sovereign destruction cannon appeared in his hand. "Sorry, this is my killing move." Boom! As soon as he spoke, a light beam blasted out. This scene was something they couldn't imagine. Why did their attacks not work? Ding! Killed a 1-star sovereign. Ding! Killed a 2-star sovereign. Ding! Killed a 3-star sovereign. Ding! Killed a 3-star sovereign. Chapter 1540. The moment the cannon was fired, the aura of death spread out. At this moment, it was unknown how many sovereigns had died to the sovereign obliteration cannon. No. I don't want to die. I'm a 3-star ruler. In the future, I can become a 4-star ruler, a 5-star ruler. The sovereigns that had been locked onto only had a flash of consciousness before they sank into the boundless darkness. Their bodies exploded, filling the sky with fragments. This was a massacre. A true massacre. Lin Fei smiled. Didn't you want to deal with me? Come at me now. The ice dragon chased after him, and Lin Fei's figure blurred as he dodged it. He ignored the incoming attack and once again fired his ruler's obliteration cannon. Boom, boom, boom. This time, he fired 3 times in a row. The stored energy had been completely used up. Ding. Killed a 2-star ruler. Ding. Killed a 3-star ruler. Ding. Killed a 4-star ruler. Ding. Killed a 4-star ruler. These 3 cannons were earth-shattering. The Black Shadow ruler's troops were in chaos. The black beam of destruction was like a demon, devouring life after life. Ruler after ruler died under the attack. Lin Fei gained a lot of experience. Ding. Congratulations to player for becoming a 5-star ruler. He opened the system and saw that his experience bar was full. Lin Fei had become a 5-star ruler, and his aura was stronger. Ding. Congratulations, player has 1000 divinity points. Ding. Start the Age of Gods. For the divinity points, Lin Fei was going all out. Fortunately, everything was going according to plan. He activated his invincible defense, and with the ruler's destruction cannon, they suffered heavy losses. I'll fight you to the death. The Black Shadow ruler's face was as black as coal. In the blink of an eye, he had lost more than half of his forces, and those who remained were all heavily injured. However, this was not the most important thing. What the mystic Enrich cared about was that his own forces had been scared out of their wits. This was what he did not want to see. Boom boom. A mystic saber appeared in the mystic ruler's hand. He no longer planned on capturing the other party. Saber light flashed out majestically, and a vast expanse of white light spread out. Layers of space turned into ice. Ha ha ha, I'm done playing with you. Lin Fei laughed loudly and rushed outside. He punched out, shattering the ice and rushing out. Damn it. The Black Enrich caught up. Lin Fei's speed was even faster than his. The ancient devil's wings were not to be trifled with. Lin Fei was able to maintain a certain distance from him. Your Excellency is very capable. You still dare to come out at this time. Then, stay here for me. A figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It was the Green Hill Hegemon, and he waved his hand, causing an enormous palm to appear. Terrifying power shot out to block his opponent's path. You think I'm afraid of you? Lin Fei turned into a stream of light and struck out with his palm as well. Palm to palm. A terrifying wave of chi spread out. Hegemon Green Hill was sent flying. After becoming a 5-star ruler, Lin Fei's combat prowess rose once more, allowing him to block the attack of a 6-star ruler. As soon as Hegemon Xingqiu retreated, Lin Fei broke through the blockade. Where do you think you're going? The 7 rulers all knew that Lin Fei had charged into the Black Hegemon's camp. However, everything had happened too quickly. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, the Black Hegemon's forces had suffered grievous losses. An enormous empire of flames appeared, and a dense horde of flaming soldiers charged over. This was Hegemon Ardent Fire's empire of flames. Next, a boundless ocean came crashing down. The 7-colored Hegemon's bridge tore through the air, freezing everything in place and preventing Lin Fei from escaping back to the battle fortress. At this moment, they all attacked at the same time. They all felt a hint of unease. Boom, boom, a sky-filling barrage of attacks engulfed the enemy. The 8 rulers didn't relax at all. Their gazes were fixed on that area. They refused to believe that Lin Fei would be able to hold on. I'll remember your great gift. Whoosh. A silhouette rushed out and entered the battle fort before anyone could react. The 8 rulers were all stunned. That fellow was actually fine? How was this possible? Astonishment. At this moment, they were still in a state of astonishment. The other party's voice was still echoing in their ears. The 8 rulers looked at each other. A hint of unwillingness and bitterness flashed in their eyes. They had attacked together but failed to take down the other party. This was something they couldn't accept. They didn't understand what the other party had used to hold on. They didn't believe that such a treasure existed. But at this moment, they didn't know what to say. They had lost the first round. They had lost miserably. That kid isn't simple. He actually used a treasure that we don't know about. The three divine servants were slightly startled. Then, a smile appeared on their faces. However, this smile was extremely ugly. It seems that our Sky City has produced a powerful fellow. The wood divine servant said expressionlessly, even 8 rulers couldn't take him down. What a heaven-defying fellow. What I'm curious about is what life-saving technique did he use to withstand the wave of attacks. This is a power I've never seen before. Moreover, it was the attack of 8 6-star rulers. The 3 divine servants couldn't see the specific reason. This was the first time they couldn't see through the power. That power was extremely mysterious. It was so mysterious that they couldn't see the whole picture. After returning to the battle fortress, Lin Fei removed the invincible defense. Someone was spying on me just now. They probably didn't see anything. Lin Fei thought to himself as he sat on the throne. Facing the siege of 8 rulers, Lin Fei relied on the invincible defense to resist, but it also consumed a large amount of invincible points. Lin Fei felt his heart ache when he saw this. The invincible defense mainly relied on invincible points. The level of attack would consume a lot of invincible points. The attack just now consumed a lot of invincible points. At the mysterious Dark Ruler's place, he killed many rulers. He didn't calculate the specific details. Lin Fei thought that there were no less than 1,000 rulers and obtained a large amount of invincible points. But now, Lin Fei was curious about who was spying on him. When they attacked, Lin Fei clearly felt the appearance of a divine sense. It was very obscure. If they weren't surprised, they wouldn't have noticed it. Could it be the divine servants? Sky City. After thinking about it, Lin Fei felt that they were the only ones who had this possibility. If it's really the divine servants, I have to be careful so that they don't see the existence of the system. Lin Fei thought to himself. This was the only thing he was worried about. My master, you actually don't have to worry. The little demon flew out. Those 3 puppets will never discover the system on Master's body. Why didn't you remind me earlier? Lin Fei was still a little dissatisfied. The little demon said disdainfully. They didn't target Master, so I didn't care. They were attracted by your defense just now. It's only good for you, there's no harm. Chapter 1541. Lin Fei was a little angry. Why didn't the little fiend inform him first? In Sky City, Lin Fei wasn't afraid of other rulers, but he was wary of the divine servants. Now that he was being watched by the divine servants, he had to be careful in certain aspects. This wasn't something Lin Fei wanted to see. It made him feel a little pressured. Although the little fiend's words made Lin Fei feel a little better, he still had other thoughts. The divine servants are puppets. From what I can tell, they're not from this world. No one in this weave can make puppets of this level, including the battle fort in your hands. Continue. Lin Fei really wanted to hear what the little fiend had to say this time. They must have a purpose for staying in this world. Sky City is a place for them to test themselves. It's hard to become a ruler, but in a place like this, they're worse than pigs and dogs. Don't you think it's strange that they didn't stop you when you used destruction to kill them? Lin Fei had researched divine servants, Sky City, and the divine general platform, but he couldn't find a reasonable explanation. The little fiend's words seemed to make sense. They really didn't care about rulers. In any weave, rulers were still very important. It really is strange. Lin Fei felt that something was wrong. Isn't the price too high for the test? The little fiend sneered, puppets don't know emotions. In their hearts, there's only the mission. Nothing else matters to them. They won't care even if all the rulers die. In other words, I'm now their test target? You can say that. The little fiend nodded, but first, you have to survive today's attack. Then you'll have a chance to learn about the divine general platform's history. Survive. Lin Fei laughed. If that was the case, then the divine general platform's history was extraordinary. Could it be? A terrifying thought popped into Lin Fei's mind. Attack, don't stop. The 8 rulers' attack had failed at the last moment. They returned to their respective positions and ordered their men to attack the battle fort again. This was one of the only ways, and also the oldest way. Only by draining the battle fort's energy would they have a chance to go in and fight the black-robed guy. The battle fort is descending. Are we leaving? Suddenly, the battle bastion descended and landed on the flat ground below. There was no more movement. Dao, the information you reported back then. He must be hiding a lot of things. Hegemon Blaze sent a mental message to Hegemon Dao, his tone extremely unpleasant. The Dao Hegemon laughed coldly. I don't know. It's useless even if you ask. At this time, he would not admit anything. After all, this matter had caused the Dao chief Hegemon to lose a great deal of face. Only by returning the favor would the Dao chief Hegemon feel a bit better. Only then would everyone feel a bit better. His other thought was that he could not wait for all of them to suffer a great loss. Hegemon Ardent Fire didn't believe Hegemon Dao's words. This fellow definitely knew about this beforehand, and had even fought against him before. Most likely, he had suffered a major setback because of this. You better watch out for yourself. Hegemon Blazing Fire swore to himself that once this matter was concluded, he would definitely teach Hegemon Dao a lesson and make him regret his actions. The remaining sovereigns all had similar thoughts. They blamed Hegemon Dao for hiding some things. The first time they had attacked, they had already left a bad impression in their hearts, allowing Dao to easily leave. If they had known about Dao's defenses, they would definitely have used a different method. That meant that they had missed a good opportunity, and they probably wouldn't have another one. Within the battle fort, Lin Fei was currently opening up his system. Do I need to activate the era of gods? This was what Lin Fei was most concerned about. Ever since he had learned that killing sovereigns would give him divinity, Lin Fei had wanted to know what the use of divinity points were. Although he had asked the little fiend, he hadn't been able to get any clues. At most, he had gotten some vague answers, which was as good as not saying anything at all. Activate. Lin Fei didn't hesitate at all, choosing to activate the era of gods. The era of gods shall begin. The system changed the scene, and a large door appeared. The door slowly opened, and Lin Fei flew through it without his control. Welcome to the era of gods. The little fiend waved his pitchfork, appearing in front of Lin Fei with a serious look on his face. It's you? Why can't it be me? The little fiend laughed. I'm your guide, I'm omnipotent, ha ha ha. Lin Fei rolled his eyes, and only then did he have time to check out his surroundings. At this moment, Lin Fei was in a huge space. Not far from him, there were many ice statues erected. No matter how he looked at it, it felt weird. Can you tell me, what is the era of gods? The little fiend flew forward. Follow me, take a look at this first. Lin Fei had already noticed the little fiend beside a statue, so he flew up and stood on top of it. It was a giant wearing armor. It's actually real? Lin Fei was startled, and his body shook a little, avoiding the other's gaze. Just now, when Lin Fei's gaze fell on the giant's eyes, he suddenly felt as if he was sucked into them, unable to extricate himself. Who said this is fake? The little fiend laughed. This is a real god, a real god. God? Lin Fei sucked in a breath of cold air. This is a god. Then his gaze fell on the statues in the distance. They are all gods, it's a pity that all of them are dead. However, these gods are all of the noblest bloodlines, such as the god in front of you. Lin Fei did not understand. What is the use of gods and the era of gods? I really want to know why I came here. Lin Fei voiced out his doubts. You'll know when you get to the front. Rows of statues extended all the way inside, with no end in sight. The statues were not exactly the same. Some had the heads of immortal beasts, some had the tails of immortal beasts, some were powerful, some were short, some were ugly, there were all kinds of them. All of them were emitting godly aura. These godly auras were all frozen, but one could still feel the terrifying might brought by the godly aura. It was unknown how far he had walked. A golden pagoda suddenly appeared in front of Lin Fei, standing tall like a towering tree. God's Tower. Lin Fei looked intently and saw two big golden words. Could it be that I can exchange for things related to gods here? Lin Fei was a little excited. You guessed it. The little fiend pointed at the God's Tower. Do you want to go in? Yes. You need to consume 100 divinity points to go in. So black-hearted. Since he was already here, how could Lin Fei be distressed by 100 divinity points? Previously, he went on a killing spree and gained 2,000 divinity points. Coupled with the previous ones, he quickly broke through to 3,000 divinity points. This is your divinity card. The little fiend reached out and a golden card appeared in her hand, then she handed it to Lin Fei. Lin Fei took a look and saw that the divinity was 310, and on the back of the golden card was a God's Tower. This is pretty good. You'll know the benefits of this golden card in a while. After swiping the card at the door and deducting 100 divinity points, Lin Fei stepped into the God's Tower. After entering, Lin Fei found himself in a hall, but the hall was quiet and there was no one except for Lin Fei and the little fiend. Look at that place behind you. The little fiend pointed behind Lin Fei. Behind? Lin Fei turned his head and immediately saw a huge screen behind him, only to see missions jumping on the screen, ranging from 1-star missions to 9-star missions. Are you thinking that leveling up is too slow? As long as you complete these missions, leveling up will become even easier, provided that you pay a little divinity. Lin Fei's eyes fell on the missions on the screen. Killing someone from the Time Clan can get 100 divinity points. What are these people from the Time Clan? Killing a juggernaut now would only give 1 or 2 divinity points, but killing someone from the Time Clan would give him 100 divinity points, which was still very tempting. This is the place to accept missions. If you want to get divinity, you can get it here. When you have time, you can slowly look at it yourself. Now, come with me. Lin Fei already had a vague understanding of the God's Tower. The little fiend brought Lin Fei to another corner of the hall, where a portal appeared on the opposite side. Next to the portal, the floor number and the related items on each floor were indicated. This is the place to exchange items? Yeah, your 3,000 divinity points are really not very useful. The little fiend said contemptuously. Lin Fei was also used to the little fiend's sneering and mocking tone. Do you have any good suggestions? I suggest you learn a few top-notch juggernaut secret techniques. Your combat strength is not good, and you should improve your bloodline. Your bloodline is too weak. Lin Fei really did not care about bloodline, and he looked more or less uncomfortable when the little fiend mocked him. Is my bloodline really that weak? This made Lin Fei very unhappy. Your bloodline is the worst I've ever seen. Which of the juggernauts outside doesn't have a bloodline stronger than yours? Lin Fei was convinced. Then I'd better go take a look at my bloodline first. Along the way of cultivation, Lin Fei did not do much research on bloodlines, but he also knew that bloodlines were powerful. Cultivation would also become exceptionally easy. This was something that Lin Fei had to admit. Lin Fei decisively chose to go to the bloodline floor. After going up, Lin Fei appeared in a loft. In front of him were rows of wooden shelves, and on each wooden shelf was a ball of jingguang, emitting light. It's blood essence. Lin Fei came to the closest place and saw a ball of blood essence. Despite the jingguang seal, Lin Fei could still feel the thick energy emitted by the blood essence. 1-star juggernaut blood essence, 15 divinity points. After refining it, one can easily become a 1-star juggernaut. Lin Fei's eyes widened. Damn, isn't this cheating? Chapter 1542. Lin Fei smiled embarrassedly. According to what the little devil had said, he hadn't been relying on cheating to improve, and this statement was not wrong. Lin Fei said this because he was also shocked by the things in the God Pavilion. It turned out that bloodline was also so important. So, after refining this kind of 1-star ruler blood essence, one can easily become a 1-star ruler? Lin Fei repeated. I know what you are suspecting. In fact, you don't have to doubt it. The upgrade system itself is the biggest cheating device. Something that can help people break through is too normal in my opinion. Lin Fei continued to read. There were 1 star to 9 stars ruler blood essences. The price started from a dozen, then a few hundred, 1,000, and finally tens of thousands. For example, 9 stars ruler blood essence required 50,000 divinity points, which was the highest. Level 1 deity blood essence. When Lin Fei read to the end, he was shocked once again. He actually discovered the heavenly god's blood. Ever since becoming a ruler, Lin Fei knew that the realm after him was the deity realm. You don't have to be surprised. As long as you have divinity points, any bloodline is not a problem. The little devil said disdainfully, these are just the most ordinary bloodlines. For example, Venerable Su Feng you saw last time, she was born with a noble bloodline. Don't think that she is weaker than you now. Once she becomes a ruler, she will burst out with unlimited potential. There is also young Master Fan, he also has a noble bloodline. Hee, none of your opponents are weaker than you. No wonder I can't see through them. Lin Fei suddenly realized. Whether it was Venerable Su Feng or young Master Fan, they were different from the first time he met them. So, they are all from above? Lin Fei pointed above. You can think so. The little devil said, then, do you still think that you are strong with your little strength? Thanks for the lesson. Lin Fei nodded, I am not the strongest yet. I can't beat these rulers in front of me. I still need the battle fortress to resist. You don't have to be so listless. Now that the era of the gods has begun, it is also the beginning of your glorious era. Right now, there is a good opportunity in front of you. As long as you kill these people outside, your strength will increase tremendously, and it will be an explosive increase. Lin Fei's blood was boiling. Lin Fei also went to take a look at the other bloodlines. They were all noble bloodlines, and he couldn't exchange them for the time being. This is the bloodline of a supreme divine beast. Azure Dragon Divine Beast Bloodline. White Tiger Divine Beast Bloodline. The bloodline of the Vermilion Bird. The Black Tortoise Bloodline. In the middle of this layer, there were 4 clumps of essence blood sealed, each of them emitting a godly aura. Lin Fei's mind was shaken. Once the seal was undone, just the divine might it emitted would be enough to kill him. This is the Invincible God King bloodline. This is an Invincible God Emperor bloodline. There is only one Invincible God King and one Invincible God Emperor in every generation. The little devil kept introducing. Lin Fei was also extremely shocked. These bloodlines, no matter which bloodline it was, as long as one refined it, one would become a powerhouse between heaven and earth. Then what bloodline do I need to refine? Lin Fei was very conflicted about this. You don't need to cultivate these ordinary bloodlines, they are useless to you. You better cultivate these bloodlines. The little devil brought Lin Fei to the other side. Special bloodline. The little devil pointed to a clump of bloodline not far away, this is the sea god bloodline. After cultivating it, one's physical body will become softer, cultivating the softness of water to the limit. And over there, that is the most foreign race Tantai bloodline, known as the strongest body. Although it can't be compared to the body of a god, it is also the limit. And your invincible defense can't be used at any time. These words hit the bottom of Lin Fei's heart. Invincible defense indeed couldn't be used so wastefully. This thing had to be used on the blade. Cultivating a strong physical body was a must, 10,000 divinity points, so cheap. 9 stars ruler's blood essence cost 50,000 divinity points, but this foreign race's blood essence was actually so cheap. This made Lin Fei very surprised, and he almost suspected that he had seen wrongly. This is a special lifeform's bloodline, it is not orthodox, so the price is naturally cheap. Not orthodox even if it was 10,000 divinity points, Lin Fei still couldn't do anything. It was too expensive. Other special lifeforms' blood essence wasn't cheap either, basically around 10,000. If you want to get the blood essence as soon as possible, you should go to another place. Divine Technique Room. Lin Fei changed to another place. There were many jade slips sealed here. These jade slips were densely packed. In terms of cultivation technique, Lin Fei was also considered strong, but his power was now limited. Even the previous ruler's storm had become much weaker. After all, to become a ruler, one's mind was very perfect, without a trace of flaw. Lin Fei's ruler's storm could only be used against low-level rulers. It was a useless existence. It was a pity to abandon it, but it was tasteless to eat it. The Great Sword Chi's secret technique's power was also weakened, especially against a mid-level ruler's battle armor. It was almost impossible to break the opponent's defense. What's there to introduce? Lin Fei didn't check, afraid that he would be immersed in it. If he looked too much, his mentality would be affected, and this wasn't what Lin Fei wanted to see. You've become smart, don't you want to look anymore? The little devil smiled. In front of you, I'll just be looking for nothing. I might as well use this time to properly cultivate. Lin Fei knew that the little devil was very prideful, so this should be the most to its liking. Hee, I thought I would go in stupidly again. The little devil waved its steel fork. You asked the right person. The little devil was very satisfied. Now isn't the time for you to cultivate. You should cultivate a special method, such as the method to collect the holy stone vein, and use it to refine enough energy points. As long as you have enough energy points, the people outside will be no match for you, and the divinity points you want will appear continuously. Lin Fei slapped his forehead. I really walked into a dead end. Ever since he came in, Lin Fei had been thinking of a way to solve the predicament in front of him, but he never thought of doing it in the Holy Stone Vein. The Holy Stone Vein under Sky City was all surrounded by a special formation, so Lin Fei couldn't collect a large amount of holy stones, and could only mine carefully. This undoubtedly delayed the time. If there was enough method to collect the Holy Stone Vein, he could immediately obtain more energy points, and then he could use the function of the battle fortress. You only know now. The little devil pointed there. There is a special method there. I believe there will be a suitable one for you. Lin Fei had experienced the special bloodline before, so he knew about the special cultivation techniques. They should not be expensive here. As expected, there were many special methods here. Many of them were not heard of by Lin Fei, and their effects were also different. Lin Fei rummaged around, until his eyes fell on a jade slip, and his eyes suddenly lit up. I found something. Chapter 1543. Method, God Refinement. Lin Fei seemed to know that it would be useful to him the moment his eyes fell on the jade scroll. This was a very strange feeling. Lin Fei looked at it carefully. The record of the method was very simple, and at the same time, it was a very useless method. I'm lucky to be able to find this method. It might not be useful to others, but to me, there's nothing more suitable than this. God Refinement, a method specially used to refine minds. This was created by a refining god. He felt that mining mines was troublesome and had too many impurities, so he researched the method of God Refinement to reduce the trouble of mining. Unfortunately, this method could not be used to attack. Therefore, it became a special method, which was also a useless existence. I'll see if there are any other methods that are suitable for me. Lin Fei did not choose God Refinement immediately and decided to look around. This won't do. This time is too long. This is too expensive. Barely. One by one, the jade scrolls were ruthlessly eliminated. 2 hours later. Lin Fei returned to the front of God Refinement. No matter how he looked at it, he felt that this method was suitable for him. In these 2 hours, it was not that Lin Fei did not find similar methods, but it was a pity that they were all difficult to cultivate. With Lin Fei's current strength, it was very difficult to cultivate, and the success rate was very low. God Refinement was much simpler. Looks like I can only choose this. Lin Fei did not see the little demon appear and wanted to ask what he thought. 500 divinities, it's really not cheap. Seeing the exchange rate, Lin Fei gritted his teeth and exchanged for this method, obtaining God Refinement. Fortunately, I have the divine fire, so I can save one of the steps. Once he got the God refinement, Lin Fei left the God Tower and returned to the battle fortress, preparing to cultivate God refinement. They really don't give up. Returning outside, Lin Fei first went to check the battle fortress's energy point. The consumption was quite fast, but at least it could still last for a long time. Sooner or later, you will regret it. Inside the battle fortress, there was an independent space. Lin Fei did not go there, but went to the mine in Hairball's body space. That's the safest place. The mining speed here had reached its limit, but the holy stone that was mined was still not much. Lin Fei threw his senfu. After activating the formation, he went to cultivate the God purification. This technique was not difficult. He needed a divine fire to get started. This was also one of the reasons why Lin Fei chose to cultivate spirit refinement. All along, Lin Fei's grasp of the divine flame had been very simple, and it could be said to be the outermost level. Right now, the God refinement technique was a deeper level of usage of the divine flame. Unfortunately, he couldn't use his divine flame to attack. Lin Fei had an idea as well. Once he dealt with the sovereigns outside, he would definitely cultivate a fire-type attack technique. I need to practice the spirit refinement first, and I'll have to reach the greater mastery of the art of fire. This was not difficult for Lin Fei. Don't forget that Lin Fei had a lot of top-grade experience pills on him. The Tao of Fire was not difficult. Success. In the secret room of Senfu. The power of flames was overwhelming. Lin Fei sat cross-legged, and the flames jumped up and down. With the help of the top-grade experience pills, the Tao of Fire also entered the sovereign level, and it took less than 100 years. This was under the condition that time was accelerated. After this step, the rest was simple. The level of the divine flame was higher than the sovereign level. If Lin Fei wanted to control it, he had to cultivate the Tao of Fire himself. Once the Tao of Fire was formed, the rest was the in-depth cultivation of the technique. This was not difficult for him. It took him 50 years. Lin Fei successfully cultivated the spirit refinement technique. Even though he used a trick in the middle, Lin Fei still successfully cultivated it. After collecting the senfu, Lin Fei appeared in the mining area and chose a mining area that no one was mining. Come out. There was a loud boom. Lin Fei grabbed towards the mine. A huge flaming hand appeared, and a blazing heat wave surged. It grabbed the entire mine and fell into the flaming hand, leaving behind a bottomless pit. The huge mineral vein was like a small snake. Refine, refine, refine. Lin Fei's heart stirred. The excess things on the mine were instantly evaporated. Piece after piece of holy stone appeared in front of Lin Fei. This was not the end. If this was the extent of the spirit refinement technique, then the special technique would be too worthless. The holy stone melted piece by piece. In a short period of time, the huge mountain range had its impurities removed, leaving behind a miniature version of the mine, which landed in Lin Fei's hands once again. That's it? Lin Fei returned to the outside and placed the mine into the cauldron. Discovered a pure holy stone mine, obtained 200,000 energy points. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. Damn, this is still the easiest. Previously, he had worked so hard to obtain a few hundred points at a time, which was already a lot. Now that he had obtained more than 200,000 energy points in one go, how could Lin Fei not be happy and excited? Good stuff, really good stuff. With the addition of these 200,000 energy points, the energy points that were originally being consumed had once again recovered to 350,000 energy points. If Lin Fei was willing to release a war beast, he could already release a war beast. If I make a war beast now, it will definitely be enough to make them drink a lot. Lin Fei did not plan to do that. In this kind of situation, a war beast's effect was negligible. Since he was going to do it, he had to do it big. No matter what, he had to release a war giant or a war roar. Continue to earn energy points. Lin Fei first collected the mines in the mining area. He had collected a total of 3 mines. He had thought that he would be able to obtain 600,000 energy points, but in the end, he only obtained 300,000 energy points. It turned out that 2 of the mines only had 50,000 energy points. Lin Fei also had 600,000 energy points on hand. The people who were originally mining the mines were all free, and the small world was also empty. This is not enough. 1 year. The people brought by the 8 rulers had been besieging the battle fortress for a year. In this 1 year, they had been attacking the battle fortress every day. Recently, they finally showed joy. The originally motionless battle fortress was gradually shaking. This was enough to prove that their method was effective. The battle fortress's energy supply was starting to run out. This was also the reason why it was shaking. They attacked with even more effort. As long as the battle fortress was broken, they would see what they could do. Boom! The originally motionless battle fortress smashed towards the mysterious dark ruler. No one was able to react in time. Bastard! The mysterious dark ruler's face had been gloomy for the past year. Caught off guard, the battle fortress smashed into the mystic Yin sovereign, sending him flying. His subordinates behind him were also sent tumbling. They were the last of his forces. Rip! The heavenly umbrella that was opened up had a hole in it. The battle fortress wobbled and charged out. Quick, chase! The battle fortress can't last much longer. Attack! The blue water ruler, fierce fire ruler, and the others immediately realized that the other party was struggling. This collision seemed to have created a hole. They believed that the battle fortress must have used up a lot of energy to leave this place. They finally saw hope. Thus, such a scene appeared in the sky. The battle fortress wobbled. The densely packed rulers behind used their ruler weapons, secret arts, and divine abilities. All sorts of attacks rained down from the sky. A struggle before death. This was what the rulers saw. They were extremely excited to be able to break through a battle fortress. Even if they couldn't control the battle fortress, it would still be a glorious thing in the future. Come out. Suddenly, a black-robed man appeared on the battle fortress. He grabbed towards a mountain range below, uprooting a huge mine and sending it into the flaming hand. The black-robed man also endured a wave of attacks before disappearing from everyone's sight. What divine ability is that? Who knows what he grabbed just now? It seems to be a mine. It's a saint's stone mine. The 8 rulers at the front also saw this scene. They didn't have time to stop him. The other party was too fast. He can actually grab a mine? Damn, what is he trying to do? The fierce fire ruler didn't understand and said angrily. Maybe he's using the saint's stone to convert energy? Impossible. The few rulers shook their heads. They didn't know what to do with energy, but they had a feeling that it wasn't a good thing to let the other party keep grabbing the mine. Stop him. We can't let him take it. Damn it, he's taken another vein. Next, this scene happened again and again. Each time the black-robed man appeared, he would take a mine. They couldn't stop him at all. The black-robed man was very cunning. Each time, he would take on the next wave of attacks. Since he didn't leave the battle fortress, they couldn't do anything but watch as the mine was taken away. For the first time, they felt helpless. They knew that this wasn't a good thing, but they couldn't stop him. They could only let him take the mine. In the meantime, they tried to take it, but they realized something unbelievable. They couldn't grab the mine. A feeling of uneasiness started to spread. What was this black-robed man trying to do? Was he going to use the mine to turn the situation around? Although they were worried, fortunately, the battle fortress was still shaking. Some of the attacks could land on the surface of the battle fortress, which made them heave a sigh of relief. The battle fortress wouldn't last much longer. This was the only thing they could be at ease about. The outer defense is broken. Half a month later, the outer defense of the battle fortress was broken. Everyone's attacks landed on the surface of the battle fortress. Now they just had to break into the battle fortress. For the persevering ruler, this was the best piece of news. They were just a step away from entering the inner parts of the battle fortress, and the formation masters were all gathered together to protect them. After chasing for another 3 days, the battle fortress suddenly stopped. Everyone could see that they were about to break into the battle fortress. "Run, keep running," the mysterious dark ruler said coldly. Chapter 1544. P.S. I'm going on a long trip in the next few days, so I'm afraid the script won't be stable. I'll probably only be able to update once a day. Sorry. Run. Of course, they didn't want him to run. They wanted to have a battle to the death with them. The Divine General platform's 10 years were almost up. If they continued, they would have worked for nothing. When everyone went to the Divine General platform, they wouldn't be the only ones who wanted to take down the battle fortress. This was not something they wanted to see. Hearing the black-robed man's words, they were happy. It would be best if they fought. "Sir, I'll say it again. As long as you hand over the battle fortress, I believe no one here will attack you." The seven-colored ruler smiled. "That's right. As long as you give up the battle fortress, we won't kill you." The fierce fire ruler agreed. "Kiki, leave behind your treasures, and we can let you go." The mysterious dark ruler smiled sinisterly. "It's up to you." The other rulers looked over, their eyes lighting up. In the end, it was the mystic Enrich who had spoken the truth. Everyone knew that the other had powerful treasures that could withstand their combined attacks. If they could get them, it would be equivalent to having an extra life. "Hand over your treasures, and we can let bygones be bygones. Your battle fortress shouldn't be able to last for long. This is your best choice. Once we attack, no matter how powerful your treasures are, they won't be able to stop us." At this moment, they seemed to have the other in control. The battle fortress would not be able to unleash a terrifying attack after a heavy collision. Even if it could, its power would be greatly reduced. As long as they were on guard, it wouldn't affect them much. "Ha ha ha, you're all bullsh** ting." Suddenly, the person on the battle fortress laughed loudly, his laughter echoing in this world. The 8 rulers' expressions turned ugly. Usually, no one dared to question their words. "Who doesn't know what you're thinking? You, Mystic Enrich, do you really think someone like you would let me leave? You probably want to kill me 100 times over." Lin Fei pointed at the mysterious dark ruler and cursed. The mysterious dark ruler was filled with endless resentment towards the black-robed man. He could no longer suppress his anger. "You're right. No matter what you do, I'll kill you today. I'll also suppress your primordial spirit in the 9 underworlds and make it suffer day and night. You guys probably have the same idea." Lin Fei ignored their expressions. "Didn't you want the battle fort for yourself? Now is your chance. As long as you kill me, you can have the battle fort. What are you waiting for? If you don't come now, you won't have time. You also know that you're about to die. If you had known that this would happen, you wouldn't have acted in the first place." The mystic Enrich was the one with the most hatred. "I'll be the first to attack and kill you." The mysterious dark Hegemon was itching to make a move. "I can't wait that long. Kill." A white ice palace appeared, emitting an endless amount of cold air. At the same time, there was also a chill in the air, freezing the space around it. The huge ice palace smashed over, and a terrifying chill rushed towards the battle fort. This was the attack of a 6-star dominator. At the same time, it was one of the trump cards of the profound sovereign's consummate techniques. The black Hegemon did not intend to give his opponent any chance to resist. "I knew you would be the first to attack." Lin Fei's black hair fluttered in the wind. Standing on the battle fort, he laughed. "Come out, war giant." 500,000 energy points evaporated in an instant. Roar! Heaven and earth began to tremble. The weaker sovereigns exploded like rubber balls, falling into the abyss one by one. Regardless of whether they were powerful rulers or weak rulers, their hearts trembled at this moment. A huge golden figure appeared in their vision. This was a 300 zhang tall golden giant. The golden giant wielded a 3,000 zhang long golden saber as it emerged from the battle fort. Standing on the mountain range, it emitted a terrifying aura. This was a terrifying aura that caused one's heart to palpitate. Kill. The golden saber slashed at the mysterious dark hegemon. A golden light flashed. The white ice palace was slashed apart. The mysterious dark hegemon was instantly scared out of his wits. 7-star dominator. Cracking sounds rang out from the mysterious dark hegemon's body. I can't accept this. The upper half of the mysterious dark hegemon's body fell off, and his entire body was split into two. Even someone as powerful as him was unable to block this terrifying saber. Even after exhausting all of his defensive treasures, he was still unable to block this saber. The mysterious dark hegemon had fallen. After killing the mysterious dark hegemon with a single saber strike, the golden giant's enormous body moved with astonishing speed. Unaffected by its body, it charged into the mysterious dark hegemon's troops and swept its golden saber. Ah, my body. I don't want to die. Damn it, how can there be such a giant? With this saber strike, countless rulers were either injured or killed. A massacre also began to appear. This is too awesome. On the battle fort, Lin Fei looked at the ever-increasing divinity and sucked in a breath of cold air. The war giant was mighty and awesome. The 500,000 energy points had been well spent. The war giant was like a god of death. With a sweep of its golden saber, its terrifying might could basically kill its enemies with a single strike. Moreover, with its terrifying speed, no one could escape from it. As for the ruler's counterattack, it was as if it was scratching an itch. At this moment, Lin Fei finally understood why the battle race was able to conquer one territory after another. With this kind of war giant, they were still able to sweep through everything in their path. Originally, Lin Fei had been prepared to use the war roar. It was just 1,000,000 energy points. But now, it seemed that the war giant was more powerful. At this moment, the war giant was unstoppable. No matter what realm the ruler was at, they couldn't block that golden light. Once the golden light flashed, a large number of rulers would die. This place had already turned into a battlefield. The remaining 7 rulers, it was as if someone had hit them in the head. They couldn't believe this outcome. The battle fort actually had such an attack method? Didn't they say that it had used up most of its energy? Why was this happening? Hua Jingguang light swept across. The 7 rulers' mid-grade ruler battle robes appeared on their bodies. They had a hard time blocking and their battle robes were covered in cracks. We were all tricked. The 7-colored ruler was in a panic and couldn't calm down anymore. His voice was filled with bitterness. The other party had turned the situation around. Facing a war giant with the combat strength of a 7-star ruler, they could only bitterly block. As for their subordinates, they didn't have time to help at all. They could only watch as they were killed by the golden giant. It was a true one-sided massacre. War giant, this is a war giant. Why did it appear here? Why didn't it be used right from the start? The fierce fire ruler's flame empire collapsed from the golden light. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. Chapter 1545. War Giant. These 4 words were like a terrifying existence that pierced into the hearts of the 7 rulers. Everything about the past appeared in the depths of their memories. Although they did not have the chance to come into contact with it, it was because of their understanding of the war giant. They actually saw a war giant in their lives. A golden war giant. Not to mention attacking, just the war giant's attacks alone were already too much for them to handle. If this dragged on, it would be disastrous. They realized why the other party stopped. They were preparing to start a massacre. We lost. The 7-colored ruler said helplessly. We didn't lose. I heard that the war giant is formed from energy. Once the time runs out, it will disappear. This is our chance. Fiery ruler shook his head. Everyone seemed to have grasped a trace of hope. That's right. The war giant had a time limit. Do you think the 7 of us can hold on? The 7-colored ruler poured cold water on them. Look around first. Everyone was speechless. In a short period of time, the war giant killed countless giants. The original team had already collapsed. Everyone felt uneasy and tried to escape. However, they were unable to escape from the enemy's golden blade. It's over. It's really over. If you want to deal with that guy, go deal with him yourselves. I won't participate anymore. Ruler Greenhill said this and turned to leave. Everyone knew that this defeat was not something they could turn around. Want to leave? It's not that easy. A beam of light shot out from the battle fortress. The beam of light turned into a cage. Ruler Greenhill was trapped in the cage. No matter how he attacked, the cage did not change at all. This is the war cage. Everyone, leave. Ruler Fiery Ruler said bitterly. He didn't dare to stay any longer and turned to run. Although the war cage wasn't a powerful killing move, once they were trapped in the cage, with their current strength, there was no possibility of leaving. If they didn't leave now, when would they? All of you, stay behind. Shio 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 6 beams of light shot out, turning into the war cage and trapping them. The 6-star ruler's attack only caused a slight ripple in the cage. The people who were trapped in the cage became depressed. Who would have thought that this would be the result? In front of the battle fortress, they were so weak that they couldn't even withstand a single blow. Just the war cage was not something they could deal with. They were like fish on the chopping board. War giant, war cage. The spectating chief hegemon of the Tao was so terrified that his entire body was covered in cold sweat. He immediately turned tail and prepared to flee. The might of the golden light was not something he could withstand. Even if his main body was here, he would have to run away from the war giant. These were originally mine. The Tao hegemon frantically fled, but his final hopes were shattered. The problem was how to survive. As the person who had spread the news, the Tao hegemon knew very well that the Tao hegemon would definitely kill him. You think you can leave? A golden figure chased after him. It was the war giant, and atop the war giant was a black-robed fellow. No. Lin Fei deeply disliked the hegemon of the Tao. The wargent's sword swept out, sweeping across the chief sovereign of the Tao's body. The chief sovereign's armor was shattered, and his body was blasted apart. A clone couldn't even withstand the war giant's powerful attack. Ding. You've received 2 divine movement points. Ding. Obtained 3 divinity points. Ding, get 1000 invincible point. All kinds of notifications made Lin Fei overjoyed. He opened the system and saw that the invincible point and divinity points were rising rapidly. Looking at the chief sovereigns who were still resisting in front of him, Lin Fei suddenly blinked. I seem to have wiped out 80 to 90% of the chief sovereigns in Sky City. Previously, Lin Fei just wanted to let the war giant go on a killing spree, and he really didn't think about anything else. Only now did he think of this problem. Who cares, it has nothing to do with me anyway. Lin Fei threw this problem to the back of his mind. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. The war giant had wiped out all the chief sovereigns. Apart from the smell of blood, there was still the smell of blood. Lin Fei obtained 40,000 to 50,000 divinity points. From the previous 3,000 points, he had become a small tycoon. As for the chief sovereign's weapons and battle armor, there were almost none. The war giant's attack was too strong. With a sweep of the sword, the weapons and battle armor were all shattered into pieces. Lin Fei felt regret and pity when he thought about it. Fortunately, the storage ring was still there, which could more or less comfort him. The holy stones inside could be turned into energy points again. This battle had used up almost 1,000,000 energy points. The 7 chief sovereigns were all trapped in the cage. The originally majestic group was now empty. They had long heard of the power of the war fortress, but only when they saw it for the first time did they realize how terrifying it was. You've lost. Lin Fei stood on the war giant and appeared in front of the 7 chief sovereigns. Yes, we've lost. The 7-colored sovereign's beautiful face was pale. The remaining chief sovereigns felt helpless, but they also knew that they had lost. There was no way to turn the situation around. Tens of thousands of chief sovereigns had been killed. This was such a cruel method. Even they might not have seen such a scene before. They had thought that victory was in their grasp, but in the end, they had still fallen into the opponent's trap. They usually killed dozens or hundreds of chief sovereigns, which was already a lot. But now, compared to the opponent, it was like one was an adult and the other was a child. There was no comparison. If you want to kill me, cut me up, don't talk nonsense. Even if you kill me, my clan will still attack you. The chief sovereigns of the endless territories will also attack you. The war fortress will never be something that you can obtain. They seemed to be unafraid of death, but they still showed their unwillingness. These were their true bodies. If their true bodies died, they would lose more than half of their strength. Whether I can obtain it or not is my own business. You don't have to worry about it. The war giant attacked again. Wait. Just as he was about to attack, a wave of power descended from the sky and suppressed the war giant, preventing him from attacking. F***ck, they're finally out. After killing tens of thousands of chief sovereigns, Lin Fei was waiting for the divine servants to attack. He wanted to see what they were going to do to him. The chief sovereigns of Sky City had almost been wiped out. This was not a small matter. 3 black-armored divine servants appeared in the sky. Bang, 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 the war cage was broken. The remaining 7 chief sovereigns sucked in a cold breath. The divine servants were so powerful that they could suppress the war giant and break the war cage. With this kind of strength, it was probably not an exaggeration to say that they were 9 stars chief sovereigns. Greetings, divine servants. The 7 said hurriedly. Lin Fei was a little displeased. He wanted to kill these people. Of course, the 7-colored chief sovereign was an exception. Lin Fei was prepared to use her as a maid to serve tea and water. Lin Fei was excited just thinking about using a 6-star chief sovereign as a maid. Lord Divine Servant, this person is cruel and has killed tens of thousands of chief sovereigns. Lord Divine Servant, please kill him. Is that so? Chapter 1546. Silence. The cave ruler was already a 6-star ruler, and he had obtained a special treasure like the boundless abyss that could divert 1/3 of an attack. He was quite famous amongst the 6-star rulers, but he had died just like that without even being able to resist. Do you have any objections? The black-armored divine attendant turned around and asked coldly. The remaining 6 rulers lowered their heads, their bodies trembling. They had no other thoughts. Objections? Who would dare to have objections? They had not seen the cave ruler die with a cold snort, let alone them. They would most likely suffer the same fate. To be honest, they did have this thought. They hoped to borrow the divine attendant's hands to kill the fellow in front of them. According to their expectations, the divine attendants in charge of Sky City would definitely be enraged when most of the rulers were dead. They might really act, and there might be an opportunity waiting for them. Who would have thought that things would turn out this way? They had gone in the opposite direction. At this time, they secretly rejoiced that they had not been in a hurry to speak. Instead, the cave ruler had rushed out to die. Lin Fei did not speak. He was waiting for the divine attendants to speak. You are quite bold. 80 to 90% of Sky City's rulers died at your hands. One of the divine attendants said, "Aren't you afraid that I will be the first to kill you?" Kill me? Are you willing? From the moment they had killed the cave ruler, Lin Fei knew that they would not do anything to him. Why do you want to kill me? Lin Fei laughed, because I killed these useless fellows. I'm afraid that in your eyes, these rulers are dispensable. In any case, they won't be able to return from the divine general dais. Dying now is no different from going to the divine general dais. Lin Fei was just that bold. With his invincible defense, even if they really wanted to attack, Lin Fei was confident that he would be able to return safely. Of course, he wouldn't use this move unless he had no other choice. Ruler Ardent Fire and the others' expressions changed. They would never say such words, especially in front of these divine attendants. They could kill them with a single glance. You are indeed bold. The divine servant's voice didn't change at all. It was still as cold as before. Killing these pieces of trash is killing them. We like your audacious temperament very much. Pack up your things and come to Sky City. It ended just like that. Lin Fei thought that they would at least say something. As for the rest of you, you can go down and accompany them. As soon as the divine servants opened their mouths, they were sentenced to death, even if they had clones. Bang bang bang, just like that, the sovereigns melted like snow in winter. Can we not kill her? Lin Fei said as he pointed at the rainbow ruler. Sure. The 5 sovereigns melted away one after another. They were as dead as could be. The 7-colored sovereign's face was pale. Looking at the black-robed man, he revealed a complicated expression. This guy actually saved him at this time. Was he not afraid of being killed by the divine servants? The 3 divine servants disappeared from the sky. How is it? How do you feel after walking on the road of death? Lin Fei looked at the pale woman. Not good. It was not that the 7-colored sovereign had never experienced death before. However, this was the first time he had been so close to death. He could not resist at all, as weak as an ant. The appearance of the black-robed fellow gave the 7-colored ruler a different kind of ruler. You guys brought this upon yourselves. You had nothing better to do than to steal the battle fortress. Lin Fei said. The 7-colored sovereign rolled his eyes. Isn't this all because of you? Then what do you plan to do with me now? Be my maid. Lin Fei said proudly. Can't you see that I'm missing a maid? I think you're very suitable. Otherwise, why would I save you? You really dare to make me your maid? The 7-colored sovereign said angrily. Why wouldn't I dare? The 7-colored sovereign knew very well how powerless his words were. This guy had the upper hand now. Even the divine servant seemed to look at him differently. A woman's intuition was very sensitive. Don't regret this. The 7-colored sovereign gritted his teeth. In the beginning, the 7-colored sovereign never thought that this guy could do it. Who would dare to make a dignified 6-star sovereign like himself a maid? Yet, it really came true. Just prepare to be my maid. Now, control your temper. If you're not convinced, you can make your move. Let's see what you can do to me. This bastard. Sky City. This originally bustling place had become desolate. Now, it was cold and cheerless. The streets that used to be filled with rulers were now empty. The sovereigns who remained in Sky City were basically all 2-star and 3-star sovereigns. They were all cautious people and did not run out because of the battle fortress. Their rationality allowed them to suppress their greed and desires. Thus, they survived. I wonder how Di Tian is doing. In a restaurant in Sky City. Windrain Sovereign and the others gathered together. Ever since 80 to 90% of the sovereigns had left, the pressure on them had lessened. They did not need to hide inside and could roam around in some restaurants. As for leaving the city, they did not dare. It was too chaotic outside. Who knows? In any case, this has nothing to do with us. Although this was what they said, their impression of Di Tian was very complicated. If not for Di Tian, they would still be hiding in the plaza and would not have come outside. On the other hand, they were worried about getting involved with Di Tian. Fortunately, no one had discovered this, which was why they dared to drink here. Hua, a black figure charged in from outside Sky City. The black figure disappeared as soon as it appeared. This person looks a little familiar. It's Di Tian. He's Di Tian. Windrain Sovereign and Skyen Sovereign both noticed the black figure. Their eyes widened as they recognized who the black figure was. Their expressions changed drastically. Fortunately, no one was around. They did not dare to imagine that Di Tian would return at a time like this. Wasn't he being surrounded and attacked? Could it be that something had happened outside? Logically speaking, Di Tian should not have returned. Lin Fei put away the battle fortress and temporarily placed the seven-colored sovereign on top of it. As for controlling the battle fortress, that was something he did not even need to think about. Lin Fei was very relaxed. After entering Sky City, he swept out with his divine sense. The enormous Sky City was empty. There were not many sovereigns left. What a sin. Lin Fei looked very serious, but no one knew how much he was exaggerating. After entering Sky City, a will came to guide him. He followed the will and flew into the depths of Sky City. The layers of restrictions automatically opened up a path. Lin Fei arrived at the depths of Sky City. He passed through the layers of barriers, which shocked even him. He saw the three divine attendants. They sat on their thrones, and their auras caused the surroundings to be terrifyingly quiet. You're here. Chapter 1547. What do you mean you're here? Lin Fei shuddered. I'm not your woman. They could easily kill a 6-star ruler without even lifting a finger. Lin Fei naturally didn't dare to underestimate the three giants. Especially since he had entered from the outside, Lin Fei had to be very careful. Perhaps only the battle fortress could break through the layers of restrictions here. For example, right now, Lin Fei seemed to have appeared in a different space. The space was constantly changing. The three divine servants seemed to be in front of him, but Lin Fei was very clear that his attacks would fail. Di Tian greets the three divine servants. Lin Fei said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. You're not bad. You actually have a way to activate the battle fortress and summon the war giant. The wood divine servant said, however, your methods are too cruel. You killed almost all the rulers here. What do you say? This again? Lin Fei was very clear that they wanted to give him a warning. After all, too many people had died. I didn't expect this either. They couldn't even withstand a single blow. As Lin Fei spoke, he pondered. There's no use for such a weak ruler. My three divine servants, if there's anything you need me to do, please let me know. Although I can't guarantee that I'll complete it, as long as there's a chance, I'll definitely do my best. Lin Fei had discussed this with the little fiend. In the end, they came to the conclusion that the divine servants did this on purpose. Their goal was very simple, to find the strongest expert. He was that strongest expert. Although he had won by relying on the battle fortress, in this matter, only the winner takes all. A loss was a loss. The divine servants had to do their own things. You're quite smart. The wood divine servant said, just as you said, those people couldn't withstand a single blow. Even if they died, they would have died in vain. The three divine servants were quite optimistic about this Di Tian. There were very few people who could emerge victorious from the encirclement of the sovereigns. What they needed was the most powerful person in the world. This was the goal of Sky City. Even if all the rulers died, as long as one person was the strongest, they wouldn't have any objections. Thus, when the war giant started killing, they didn't stop it. It was easy for them to destroy a war giant. In the end, they had all died, but Di Tian had survived and become the strongest individual in Sky City. Even though his personal strength was only average, he had countless tricks up his sleeves. Even a 6-star ruler might not be able to take him down. They needed such a powerful expert to work for them. How much do you know about the Divine General stage? Here comes the main topic. When it comes to understanding the Divine General platform, I don't know as much as the three divine attendants. Lin Fei said. Even if he knew something, he wouldn't say it. On this issue, Lin Fei played a small trick. No matter what he said, the other party had already spoken up. How could he be more familiar with the situation inside than them? Definitely not. Since that was the case, there was no point in saying it. You're very smart. You don't know the situation on the Divine General platform as well as we do. Lin Fei laughed dryly. I'm sure you know a little about the Divine General stage's origins, but you don't know the specifics. I'll tell you about it now. It was created by a divine king. All you need to know is that he was an extremely powerful divine king. The main use of the divine general stage is to select divine generals. Once you become a divine general, you'll have a chance to ascend to the heavens in a single step. Your mission is very simple. Once you enter the divine general stage, do your best to distinguish yourself. How do you do your best to distinguish yourself? That's to snatch deity roots. This is a cruel battle. The more deity roots you have, the more precious divine items you can refine, which will greatly increase your strength. After that, you'll have a chance to enter the divine general palace. Once you're there, you'll know what your mission is. Lin Fei was completely baffled by this. The meaning of this mission was too great. Wasn't it a little too simple? Had he forgotten about it after such a long time? Is my final mission to enter the divine general palace? Lin Fei asked carefully. Yes, it is to enter the divine general palace. Lin Fei blinked. I'll know the mission once I'm inside? Yes, as long as you're inside. However, this step is very difficult. You must be mentally prepared. It was Lin Fei's first time encountering this kind of mission. However, their faces were expressionless, and their tones were flat. Lin Fei couldn't see any clues. I want to know what deity roots are. Why do we need to snatch deity roots? Deity roots are a special existence. As long as one refines it into one's body will have divinity. The more divinity there is, the easier it will be for one to master divine arts. Otherwise, without divinity, it'll be difficult for anyone to cultivate. Lin Fei stood inside for a long time. Alright, you can go now. Enjoy the remaining days. I'll inform you when the divine general stage opens. A wave of fluctuation came, and just like that, Lin Fei appeared in the Sky City. Strange, how strange. Lin Fei murmured in his heart. Isn't it just going to the divine general palace? I didn't say that I had to go. Everyone said that it would be difficult and that the competition would be fierce. Hee hee. In a mountain range outside the Sky City. Lin Fei threw out Senfu and prepared to stay here for the rest of the time. Lin Fei really wasn't interested in the Sky City. Moreover, he didn't like the three god servants very much. It was more comfortable to live outside. Before that, Lin Fei prepared to properly modify the seven-colored ruler. The seven-colored ruler wasn't a follower. Lin Fei didn't make her swear an oath. He just let her be a maid by his side. Does this maid know how to massage? Are you trying to kill me? By the lake next to the mountain range. Lin Fei crossed his legs and lay on a cloud. Behind him, the seven-colored ruler pinched Lin Fei's shoulder unwillingly, feeling extremely wronged. Ever since this fellow returned that day, the seven-colored ruler's nightmare began. He had to learn everything a maid could do. For example, making tea. For example, cooking. As a high and mighty ruler, the seven-colored ruler hadn't done this in a long time. As for eating, it was already in his memory, and he had almost forgotten about it. That day, the seven-colored ruler exploded. What made the seven-colored ruler tragic was that no matter how she attacked, her attacks were useless against him. However, she didn't dare to underestimate his attacks. What was even more tragic was that the mid-grade ruler battle armor on her body was taken away. Her storage ring was also taken away. It was said that she had kept it for herself. After losing the ruler battle armor, the seven-colored ruler's defense became weaker. She gritted her teeth against Lin Fei, but unfortunately, there was nothing she could do. The other party was also immersed in such an atmosphere. This made things difficult for the seven-colored ruler. Chapter 1548. In the last few years of the 10 Years' War, Lin Fei's life was quite comfortable. Every day, he would either tease the seven-colored ruler or level up for a short while. No one would disturb him. He had his own time. The three divine servants had put in a lot of effort for Lin Fei to stand out on the divine general platform. First was the Holy Stone Mine. Lin Fei was free to collect these mineral veins. With the help of the divine refinement technique, Lin Fei didn't hold back at all. He collected the holy stone mines one by one and turned them into energy points for the battle fortress. Such a good opportunity didn't come by very often. With the energy points, the formations and restrictions inside the battle fortress were completely repaired in a year. The densely packed formations and restrictions were connected from top to bottom. Even Lin Fei felt his scalp go numb when he saw it. How could he break through this? Of course, during this time, Lin Fei recruited a large number of demon warriors through the demon dimension. He used them to activate the battle fortress and unleash the most ordinary attacks. This was something that couldn't be done before. Ordinary sovereigns wouldn't be able to block even an ordinary attack. The battle fortress could unleash the power of a real fortress. Leisurely times were always short. Di Tian, come to me quickly. On this day, Lin Fei was still sunbathing by the lake. The seven-colored ruler massaged his shoulders with a hateful gaze. The divine servant's voice sounded in his mind. Is it finally starting? Lin Fei signaled for the seven-colored ruler to stop. He knew that his leisurely days were over. It's starting? The seven-colored ruler's life wasn't as bad as he had imagined. All in all, Di Tian wasn't bad. What surprised the seven-colored ruler even more was that after killing so many rulers, Sky City had almost become an empty city. The remaining rulers weren't of much use, but the divine servant didn't punish Di Tian at all. Instead, she tried her best to rope Di Tian in. This was something the seven-colored ruler hadn't expected. This was the first time the seven-colored ruler had seen someone killed to this extent. What will come will come. Lin Fei stood up. Stay by my side and don't talk. It was still the same place as last time. The expressions of the three divine servants didn't change much. If one were to sense it carefully, one would be able to sense a trace of joy in it. If one wasn't an extremely powerful person, one wouldn't be able to tell. The divine general platform is about to begin. Lin Fei listened. Quite a few extremely powerful sovereigns have appeared on the divine general dais, and the competition will be intense. You have to be careful. The three of them were divine servants' instructions. Lin Fei nodded to show that he understood. It's best if you don't use the battle fort in the platform. You can only rely on your own abilities because there are existences you can't afford to offend. They are emissaries that have existed for a very long time. Even if it's just a shadow right now, it's still not something you can handle. You must be mentally prepared. The phantom of a divine general? Lin Fei had never even considered using the battle bastion. This thing couldn't be used unless it was absolutely necessary. If he used it on the divine general platform, all the rulers of the weave would be tempted, and the supreme experts would all appear to hunt him down. Lin Fei didn't like being hunted down all the time. Even though Lin Fei really liked the feeling of killing someone with one shot from the battle bastion, it felt really good, and he would get a large amount of experience and all sorts of benefits. Sirs, you know that I'm quite strong, but I'm afraid I'm just an ordinary existence on the divine general platform. You can't just let me go empty-handed, right? Lin Fei said, feeling wronged. The seven-colored sovereign didn't even dare to breathe loudly in front of the three divine servants. They could kill him with a single finger. After hearing Di Tian's words, he knew the difference between them. The seven-colored sovereign didn't have the guts to ask for benefits openly. I knew you would say that. The three divine servants each took out a celestial talisman that emitted a faint light and flew in front of Lin Fei. These are three celestial talismans. One can protect you from death once, one can unleash the power of an expert like me once, and the last one can help you escape 10 billion kilometers away. Are you satisfied now? Lin Fei was quite satisfied with these three things. These are all one-time consumables. Once they're used up, they'll be gone. Is there nothing else? Lin Fei rubbed his nose and said, I have to risk my life for the divine general platform. Only with more protection will I have the confidence to complete the mission. If they dared to give him things, Lin Fei didn't mind asking for more. No matter what it was, as long as it was useful, it was fine. He was cheating here. Lin Fei had every reason to believe that the other divine servants of Sky City would also provide some convenience to the people they chose. He wasn't the only one who benefited. If he really thought that he was the only one who benefited, he wouldn't even know how he died. They would definitely give him these things. Lin Fei was very confident. This is the Destruction Spear Phantom. It has the power of an 8-star ruler. It can be used 10 times in a row. After 10 times, the Phantom will return. This is our greatest support for you. A black spear appeared in front of Lin Fei, emitting a faint aura of destruction. Lin Fei was secretly shocked. Lin Fei knew that this kind of illusory weapon could only be created by an extremely powerful magic treasure. In other words, the 3 divine attendants had a real destructive spear in their hands. Moreover, it possessed terrifying power. Thank you for your support, sirs. I will definitely do my best. Lin Fei put away the Destruction Spear Phantom. You can go back now. The Divine General platform will start in the afternoon. Back to his own Senfu. Lin Fei didn't refine the Destruction Spear Phantom. The 3 divine attendants gave Lin Fei a different feeling. This was especially so for this mission. He kept feeling that there were secrets that no one knew about. Why did he have this thought? Even Lin Fei himself wasn't too clear. Little devil, what do you think of this thing? Lin Fei summoned the little devil. This thing is good for you, but it's not a good thing. Fortunately, you didn't refine it. Otherwise, it would have been a fatal disaster. The little devil glanced at it and said coldly. Fatal disaster? Lin Fei didn't see what was hidden in the spear. He used his divine sense to check it several times. His expression couldn't help but become serious. This is a phantom that was stripped from the weapon. If you refine this phantom, it will be equivalent to establishing a connection with the weapon itself. If the other party wants to kill you, they only need to take out the weapon and they will be able to kill you through the air. *CK, I knew they wouldn't be so kind. They even hid such a trick. Lin Fei's forehead was full of cold sweat. May I know what grade this weapon is? Establishing a connection could kill him from a distance. Lin Fei really hadn't seen this kind of weapon before. Chapter 1549. It can't be. There's a divine weapon in this world? Lin Fei thought he had misheard. This spear phantom actually came from a divine weapon. A divine weapon isn't something amazing. The little devil didn't care at all and even looked down on him. With your current divinity points, you can exchange for a low-grade divine weapon if you earn a little more. Lin Fei thought about it again. A divine weapon really wasn't that amazing. In fact, a divine weapon was still very powerful in this world. Whoever took it out, even the rulers of the 9 stars wouldn't dare to underestimate it. Today was the first time Lin Fei heard of a divine weapon, and it came from the 3 divine servants. From the fact that they took out a divine weapon phantom for you, it seems like they're plotting something big. The little devil analyzed, maybe after it's done, your life will be in danger. Lin Fei cursed the 3 divine servants in his heart. He had almost been tricked. Lin Fei wasn't clear about the characteristics of a divine weapon. If he really refined the phantom and had a connection with the divine weapon, it wouldn't be impossible to kill him from a distance. Should I refine it? If I don't, maybe they'll suspect me. Lin Fei thought, but if I refine it, it'll be equivalent to having a karmic connection. Maybe I'll fall into their trap. This had become a headache to deal with. Lin Fei wasn't willing to put his life in the hands of others. Whether they had this intention or not, Lin Fei had to guard against them. At least, he had to let them believe that he refined the divine weapon phantom. Otherwise, they would suspect him immediately. The Divine General platform hadn't been opened yet, so Lin Fei was still in big trouble. Even with the battle fortress, he might not have a chance of winning, especially if they were prepared. The destructive power of the battle fortress would also be greatly limited. That's simple. As long as you're willing to spend some divinity, I can help you condense you to confuse them. When the time comes, if they really want to kill you, they'll only kill your fake body, and you won't have any trouble. Moreover, with this fake body, you can also use the karmic connection to take control of the other party's divine weapon by using deceptive tactics. There's such a cultivation method? The shrine is omnipotent as long as you have enough divinity points. I don't think it's expensive. It's not expensive, only 1,000 divinity points. Under such circumstances, Lin Fei could only learn. 1,000 divinity points was equivalent to 500 juggernauts, which was still barely bearable. After a while, deep inside the battle fort, an exact copy of Lin Fei appeared. His aura and divine sense were exactly the same. Even I can't tell. Lin Fei used his spiritual consciousness to check for a while but did not find any flaws. If you can tell, then this cultivation technique is too worthless. The little devil said, now let the fake body refine it. Lin Fei took out the spear image and handed it to his doppelganger, who easily refined it. I've refined it. You can use it now. Leave this avatar in the battle fort. Don't worry if the divine weapon comes. Just let him out and you'll be safe. Lin Fei put away the spear image and saw his other self sitting cross-legged, seemingly comprehending something. He's using the connection to trace the source and slowly corrode the divine weapon, the spear of destruction. As long as he has enough time, he can take the spear for himself, making them lose their soldiers and their wives. The little devil smirked, when that time comes, their faces will definitely look good. After the important trouble was solved, Lin Fei felt a lot more at ease. Perhaps, the divine servants were also at ease. After all, he refined the spear image, which meant that the power of life and death fell into the hands of the other party. Lin Fei did not like this kind of shameless method. Now that he had no worries, Lin Fei wanted to know what tricks they were playing. In the afternoon, everyone received the notice. The Divine General platform would open today, which was undoubtedly good news for the juggernauts who had been in Sky City. In order to fight for the battle fort, the 10 juggernauts of Sky City had all died. A large number of juggernauts were killed, so they did not dare to go out and had been hiding in Sky City. With the opening of the Divine General platform, they could move to a new place, which was undoubtedly a relief. Boom! In the sky above Sky City, a vortex descended, piercing through the clouds and the void. It was like a giant pillar of light that appeared in Sky City's plaza. This pillar of light was majestic and boundless. Everyone seemed incredibly small in front of this pillar of light. The juggernauts appeared in the plaza, staring at the pillar of light not too far away. This was the moment they had all been looking forward to. About the time it took for an incense stick to burn. A strange power enveloped Sky City. Every juggernaut, regardless of their cultivation level, subconsciously flew toward the pillar of light, unable to control their bodies. After sensing that there was no danger, the juggernauts relaxed. One by one, they entered the pillar of light. Lin Fei was also affected by the power, unable to move. This power is quite strange. It can suppress my power. The Divine General platform above should be even more extraordinary. Lin Fei did not resist, allowing himself to enter the pillar of light and fly upward. In the depths of Sky City, the 3 divine servants also stood up. Their gazes were fixed on the pillar of light. A hint of anticipation appeared on their previously expressionless faces. I hope I'll succeed this time. Lin Fei felt his surroundings change faster and faster. A terrifying tearing force tore at him, as though it wanted to tear him apart. He felt as though he were on the brink of death. This process lasted for a very long time. By the time Lin Fei regained control of his body, he had appeared on a platform. There were many similar platforms around him. Before Lin Fei could take a closer look, the platforms flew away and disappeared without a trace. At this time, Lin Fei noticed that there were 9 towering mountains in the distance. Apart from these 9 mountains, there was nothing else in his field of vision. Divine General Mountain? Lin Fei looked again. One side of the mountain had been shaved off, leaving behind 3 majestic words. Just from these words alone, Lin Fei could tell that they were extraordinary. At this time, the platform beneath him was pulled by some sort of force, directly flying into the distance. It was getting farther and farther away from the 9 mountains, and in the end, it could no longer be seen. Lin Fei estimated that it had flown for at least 10 billion miles, perhaps even more. As for where the platform was flying to, Lin Fei was not in the mood to pay attention. He just let Little Fiend scan this space so that he could have a better understanding. This place is really not ordinary. Even time is messed up. I don't even know how long it has been since I left that place. The platform dissipated, and Lin Fei stopped in midair with a solemn expression. The surrounding space and time were in a state of chaos. This was the first time he had encountered such a place. The divine servant said that I have to obtain as many deity roots as possible in order to have a chance to enter the divine general platform. I wonder what deity roots look like. Lin Fei first used his divine sense to carefully scan the surroundings. After confirming that there was no danger, he searched in a certain direction. After traveling thousands of miles, a huge bird suddenly appeared in the sky. It was a red bird. The moment the bird appeared, its wings were like 2 blades, slashing towards Lin Fei's direction. Then, it let out a loud cry and spat out a wind blade. The bird's attack speed was extremely fast. It broke through the speed of an ordinary 1 or 2 star dominator and had at least the speed of a 3-star dominator. A stupid bird also dares to come out and show off. Lin Fei really looked down on a bird. He casually flicked its wings twice, and the huge force sent the bird flying, sprinkling feathers down from the sky. The bird was startled and hurriedly fled, not daring to continue fighting. Come down. Lin Fei turned into a stream of light and directly stood on the bird's back. He grabbed with his bare hands, and the bird's head exploded. Its huge body fell down. Ding! Killed bird. Obtained 30 divinity points. The system's notification shocked Lin Fei, and he suspected that he had heard wrongly. What the hell? Why did I get 30 divinity points from killing a bird? An ordinary dominator would only get a few points. The stronger one was, the more divinity points they would get. Up until now, Lin Fei only remembered that he had obtained a lot of divinity points from killing young Master Brahman's clone. That was also the only time. But now? Obtaining 30 divinity points from killing a dominator bird was a pleasant surprise for Lin Fei. Let's try again. Not long after, another bird appeared, but its strength was much weaker. In order to check if there was really so much divinity, Lin Fei did not waste time and slashed with his long saber, killing the bird on the spot. This time, Lin Fei did not hear wrongly. He obtained 20 divinity points, 10 less than the previous one. Lin Fei moved around again. He killed a total of 5 ruler birds in total and obtained 20 or so divinity points from each bird. What a strange place. Lin Fei was very surprised that the divine general platform was such a place. At that moment, Lin Fei suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be that God roots could also be converted into divinity points? As soon as this thought appeared, it filled his mind. There are so many divinity points here. You can collect them. The more divinity points you have, the better it is for you. The little devil could not understand the situation here. When you have enough divinity points, you can exchange for a divine weapon or divine armor. What is there to be afraid of? Lin Fei thought so too. No matter how strange this place was, at least for now, it was the most suitable place to collect divinity points. A dominator bird was better than 10 dominators. Where else could he find such a good thing? Ding! Killed dominator bird. Obtained 20 divinity points. Ding! Killed immortal emperor bird. Obtained 10 divinity points. Others did it for the divine general platform, but after Lin Fei discovered the benefits, he had long forgotten about it. Now, he was wholeheartedly collecting divinity points. These dominator immortal beasts were average in strength and easy to kill. After there were fewer birds in the sky, Lin Fei entered the mountains to hunt immortal beasts, big and small, for divinity points. Chapter 1550. It had been a month. Since entering this space, Lin Fei had spent a month's time. During this month, he had been hunting immortal beasts, regardless of whether they were big or small. As long as he encountered them, he would not let them go. Mosquito meat was also meat. This also caused Lin Fei's divinity points to rise rapidly. The harvest was gratifying. The speed was much faster than when he bombarded the ruler, so Lin Fei was excited every day. Ding! Killed Celestial King level Giant Ape, obtained 5 divinity points. Ding! Congratulations, player obtained 100,000 divinity points. Lin Fei's hand rose and fell, and the behemoth fell down. As for killing these immortal beasts, Lin Fei already had some experience. As long as he was fast and did not give them a chance to attack, he could kill them in the shortest time possible. 100,000 divinity points. The divinity points were increasing every day, and Lin Fei really did not pay attention to the specific number. Ding! Player obtained 100,000 divinity points, can obtain a free cultivation technique in the God Pavilion. In the next second, Lin Fei entered the God Pavilion. Such a good thing. Although Lin Fei had 100,000 divinity points, it was still very difficult to exchange for a good cultivation technique in the God Pavilion. The door of the God Pavilion opened again. This time, the little devil did not appear. As soon as he stepped into the God Pavilion, there were only 10 light balls in front of him, traversing the air, emitting a gray light. This is a random choice. Lin Fei cursed in his heart. Did it really think it was a free choice? It turned out that it gave him a choice. When he used his divine sense to check, it bounced back every time. Lin Fei understood that this was intentional by the system. If he wanted to choose a good thing, he probably had to rely on luck. This one in the middle is fine. Lin Fei was very lazy. He could not see through the 10 light balls, so he could only choose randomly. Ding! Congratulations, player obtained Divine Cultivation Technique 1 Blade Slash. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. This was a good thing. The remaining 9 light balls dissipated, and a jade slip fell into Lin Fei's hands. He could not wait to check it out, wanting to know the power of the Divine Cultivation Technique 1 Blade Slash. After looking through it, the Divine Level Cultivation Technique, 1 Saber Slash, was indeed very domineering. Lin Fei himself had once practiced an ancient saber technique. The difference between this saber technique and a god-tier cultivation technique was indeed huge. The ancient saber technique was very tyrannical, but the divine grade cultivation technique was even more tyrannical. It directly pushed forward, displaying its tyranny to the fullest. My cultivation technique, I'm currently lacking a domineering cultivation technique. The god-level single-blade chop suits me the best. The more Lin Fei looked at it, the more he liked it. With this thought, Lin Fei prepared to cultivate the deity tier cultivation technique, 1 Blade Chop. Ding! The activation of the divine level space will consume 1,000 divinity points for 1 day. Without waiting for Lin Fei's consent, the scene before him changed once more, and he found himself in another space. F***CK, do you have to scam my divinity points like that? Something new appeared in Lin Fei's mind. It was a godly class technique, single saber slash. He reached out, and a sovereign's blade appeared in his hand. He slashed out with his saber. A divine light flickered. The void was torn open, and in the blink of an eye, it returned to normal. Ding! Using 1 blade chop once, plus 1 experience point. Ding! Primary 1 blade chop. Opening the system, Lin Fei understood that this place was specially for practicing deity tier cultivation techniques. On second thought, deity tier cultivation techniques shouldn't be easy to practice. He had taken a shortcut here. Lin Fei also discovered that this space contained divine light, which was very beneficial for practicing here. Again. Lin Fei's saber slash treated the void as an enemy. With each slash, the power would increase, and the domineering nature of the saber technique would be revealed, revealing an attitude of looking down on the world. Hundreds and thousands of slashes. Gotcha! The sovereign's blade shattered. I did it just like that? Returning to the outside once more, Lin Fei was still savoring the power of the last slash. Domineering. looking down on the world. This was a true saber technique. Even though Lin Fei had used 10,000 divinity points to execute the saber slash, it had allowed Lin Fei to grasp a powerful saber technique. Now that he was a 5-star ruler, his saber slash could deal with at least a 7-star ruler. After all, this was a deity-tier saber technique. One needed to reach a certain realm to use it in order to unleash its perfect power. With this power, Lin Fei was quite satisfied. He continued to kill monsters. After mastering one blade chop, Lin Fei only felt a trace of domineering aura on his body. When killing immortal beasts, a trace of domineering divine might made the other party tremble. This was a strange thing. Lin Fei didn't think too much about it. Killing monsters was the most important thing. Another 10 days passed. Lin Fei obtained thousands of divinity points, but he still didn't encounter the god root that the god's servant mentioned. It was as if it had disappeared without a trace. Boom! Another immortal beast died under the saber. There was a gentle aura in front of him, like a gentle spring breeze. At this moment, Lin Fei felt as if he had returned to his mother's embrace. Very real. Very real. Lin Fei's mind shook, and he shattered this aura. He recovered and released his divine senses. It emitted a misty light billions of miles away. At this moment, it was extremely dazzling. This is God light. No, God light isn't like this. Lin Fei's eyes flashed. He seemed to know what it was. Whoosh! He spread his demon wings and flew out. He covered billions of miles in an instant. At this moment, in a mountain range, there was a gentle aura. Lin Fei focused his eyes and saw a young tree sapling swaying in the wind by the lake. This young sapling was completely golden, and the gentle light was released from the sapling. Is this the god root? Lin Fei was sure that he didn't recognize it wrong. This was the god root. The more things that the god's servant mentioned, the more chances he had to enter the divine general platform. Grab it and let me see. Lin Fei made a grabbing motion with his hand, appearing above the golden sapling. He only needed to make a light grab, and the sapling would fall into his hand. This isn't something a little sovereign like you can get. An arrogant voice came from the void. Then, a golden light flashed. The other party slashed at Lin Fei's arm. It didn't cut it, but Lin Fei's hand was sent flying. After Lin Fei's hand was sent flying, another hand reached out from the void and grabbed at the god root. He didn't see the attacker. It was a sovereign expert who attacked from afar. Whether or not you can get it is not up to you. Cut. Great sword chi secret art. 5 swords merged into one and cut the hand. A drop of blood fell from the void. This sword didn't end there. It went deep into the void. Ever since he cultivated the divine blade slash, he had a better understanding of cultivation techniques. Lin Fei also improved the great sword chi secret art, and its power increased. This sword went straight to the source. A muffled groan came from the void. Lin Fei didn't stay idle. He grabbed with his other hand and the sapling landed in his hand. The divine light converged and turned into a god root. Ding! Discovered god root. Do you want to exchange for divinity points? Exchange. Lin Fei didn't hesitate. The god root turned into divinity points. Ding! Congratulations player for obtaining 1,000 divinity points. 1,000 divinity points? Lin Fei was shocked. What kind of joke was this? 1,000 divinity points suddenly appeared. Killing a sovereign immortal beast required 20 to 30 points. Isn't this a little too terrifying? Give me back my god root. Before Lin Fei could digest this news, a fierce aura came from the front. A huge warship came crashing over. The surrounding void was damaged by this collision. A young man stood in the sky above the warship. Black mist pulsed around his body. Lin Fei was quickly locked on by the warship. An invisible pressure surrounded him, causing the surrounding space to become like mud. You're just a 5-star sovereign, and you dare to snatch my god root and injure me? In front of my destruction warship, I want you to die, 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 die. Completely destroy me. His roar caused the young man's face to contort into a sinister expression. He was also a 5-star sovereign. He was very strong. The warship under him was also a sovereign warship. Moreover, it had the power of the great Tao, making it stronger. The young man was very arrogant. Boom! This collision shocked the world. The warship crashed into the other party as promised. The young man was even more proud. Anyone who dared to fight with him would be killed. Your strength is not bad. Unfortunately, you chose the wrong person. The young man's expression changed. A cold voice sounded in his ears. A gray light flashed in the young man's eyes, and the 5-star sovereign's body instantly turned into pieces. This saber was a saber slash. God-tier saber technique. It was the first time he used it. No matter how strong his body was, it was not worth mentioning in front of this God-tier saber technique. Not bad. I obtained 100 divinity points. The person he killed this time gave him a lot more divinity points. Lin Fei pondered for a while. It should be because the other party had refined the god root, and the divinity in his body had increased. He obtained more divinity points by killing the other party. The system is really a scam. 1,000 god roots, and after refining, there are only 100 left. This made Lin Fei very unhappy. Although he was unhappy, Lin Fei once again saw a shortcut to obtain divinity points. It was either to snatch the god root or to kill the sovereign, especially the sovereign who had refined the god root. Lin Fei also put away the sovereign warship. The god-tier saber slash was too domineering. With this saber slash, everything on the other party's body would be turned into pieces. Nothing could be left. The saber slash consumes too much power of the great Tao. Based on my strength, I can use it 5 times at most before all my power of the great Tao is used up. This is a problem. The power was there. This consumption gave Lin Fei a headache. Great destruction of the heavens, suppress for me. Suddenly, 3 terrifying auras blasted over again. Lin Fei's background changed, and he was in a world full of destructive aura. The sky was full of immortal kings and immortal emperors, densely packed, and they used all kinds of divine abilities to attack. The huge world revolved, and Lin Fei was instantly drowned by divine abilities. At the end of the world, 3 sovereigns stood side by side, their eyes cold. A mere 5-star sovereign really thinks he is something. Things like the god root are only worthy of us, not this guy. The sovereign in the middle said indifferently. Chapter 1551. All 3 of them were 6-star rulers. On the God General's platform, they came from the same territory and naturally worked together. The moment they found traces of the deity roots, they would immediately chase after them. The 3 of them worked together and obtained many deity roots. They had never been defeated. At least, not yet. The Great Destruction World was ruler Qing Hong's treasure. It was refined from a great world, and now that the 3 of them were using it, its power was limitless. They even dared to fight against a 7-star ruler. They didn't care about a 5-star ruler at all. The moment they attacked, they wanted to kill him. Under the attack of the Great Destruction World, they could kill him in less than a few breaths. Then, they could take the deity roots and leave without wasting any time. F***CK, are you done yet? The Great Destruction World pressed down, and Lin Fei couldn't shake off the world's power. When the sky full of attacks came, he activated his invincible defense. He was in a bad mood, and the moment he used the Great Sword Chi's secret art, the autumn wind swept away the fallen leaves, sweeping away the densely packed immortals. Under this sword, the immortals were all torn to pieces. There were too many immortals in the Great Destruction World, and those who were killed would be reborn again and again. After attacking a few times, Lin Fei knew how powerful this treasure was and that it couldn't be destroyed easily. For now, it could be said that this was the most powerful treasure Lin Fei had ever encountered. You are quite capable, but it's a pity that you landed in the Great Destruction World and are destined to die. The last thing you should have done was obtain the deity roots. Mocking voices came from the sky. The sky full of immortals attacked again, their aura even more ferocious than before. They were like a black cloud, trying to drown Lin Fei within. Single blade slash. Lin Fei didn't want to waste time talking. If he couldn't kill the immortal army, he would just destroy the great destruction world. Let's see who would kill who then. Boom. Lin Fei executed a terrifying blade attack for the second time. This blade attack shone with divine light, and the immortals' attacks were all disintegrated. Everywhere the blade light passed, the immortal army was turned into dust, and countless cities were destroyed. Gotcha. The three rulers didn't care about the other party. They might be able to block the first wave, but they couldn't block the second. In their eyes, this was a deathbed struggle. The other party wouldn't be able to hold on for long. They only needed to wait for a while. However, when that resplendent and tyrannical saber appeared, the army of immortals collapsed. The 3 6-star sovereigns felt a trace of fear in their hearts. It was as if this saber was aimed at them. Not good, my great sky destroyer. Hegeman Qing Hong's heart skipped a beat. He could sense the cracks in the sky destroyer realm, and he felt great heartache. What kind of saber skill is this? We've been locked onto. The saber-carrying divine light rushed over, and the remaining 2 sovereigns felt a trace of terror. This saber strike had exceeded their expectations. How could that fellow unleash such an attack? Go. The 3 of them didn't have the confidence to face this attack, so they left the Great Destruction Heaven realm. Boom! The Great Destruction Heaven world shook. In an instant, everything in the world was crushed. The 3 exited the Skydevastator world, which was now covered with cracks and scars. Hegeman Qing Hong was still badly shaken by the terrifying attack his opponent had unleashed. What should we do? This fellow is not easy to deal with. Before Hegeman Qing Hong could say anything, a streak of saber light suddenly cleaved apart the Sky Ruin world, causing it to be heavily damaged. My Skydevastator world. Hegeman Qing Hong's heart was dripping blood when he saw this. This was his most powerful treasure. How could it have been cleaved apart? My apologies, the 3 of you. This thing of yours isn't very tough. It wasn't even able to withstand 2 of my saber strikes. The faces of the 3 twitched as they watched a black-robed youth walk out. His sharp gaze swept past the 3 of them, and it was as though he had slapped them across the face. Previously, they had been certain that their opponent was dead for sure. Now, it's my turn. After unleashing 2 saber strikes in a row and breaking apart the Skydevastator world, Lin Fei had used up half of his Grand Dao energy. He had to admit that this world was very tough. Ordinary sovereigns would die even if they didn't. You destroyed my Skydevastator world because you used a powerful treasure. I refuse to believe that you can still use something like this. Hegeman Qing Hong had lost one of his most powerful treasures. The 2 of them were definitely going to fight to the death. Let's attack. The 3 of them had communicated with their divine sense, and they were certain that their opponent wouldn't be able to produce such a powerful treasure. This was their chance. With 3 6-star sovereigns attacking, they refused to believe that they wouldn't be able to deal with this fellow. Illusory Destruction Spear. Boom. The aura of destruction directly pressed down on the 3 6-star sovereigns. Traces of the aura of destruction pierced through their ruler battle robes. The 3 6-star sovereigns were certain that their opponent didn't have any powerful treasures. They still had the advantage. This piercing attack caused their expressions to turn unsightly once more. The aura of destruction caused their hair to stand on end. Die. The illusory destruction spear pierced forward, and an overwhelming amount of destructive energy surged over like an ocean. The 3 6-star sovereigns felt as though they had fallen into a bottomless abyss. All that was left behind were skeletal corpses. Instant kill. What's the point? After putting away the illusory destruction spear, Lin Fei smiled. The system sent him a message. He had obtained 600 divinity points. This was a good deal. It would be a waste not to use the treasures bestowed by the divine servants. 7-star might was perfect for killing 6-star sovereigns. After experiencing the benefits of the deity root, Lin Fei also began to pay attention. A single deity root was worth 1,000 divinity points. Coupled with the people who came to snatch it, it could be considered a big deal. Lin Fei hunted immortal beasts while searching for deity roots. Perhaps because the location was remote, deity roots didn't appear often. Until now, he had only encountered them 3 times. Each time, Lin Fei had a bountiful harvest. The illusory destruction spear had also been used 5 times. Especially the last time, a 6-star sovereign had withstood the first wave of attacks. Lin Fei had no choice but to use it again and kill the other party with 1 stab. Master, there should be good things in the southeast direction. I discovered more than a dozen energy waves. Among them, the strongest should have the combat power of a 7-star sovereign, and the weakest should have the combat power of a 4-star sovereign. I like this. Lin Fei was worried that he hadn't discovered it. 7-star sovereign? Lin Fei wasn't worried. Killing an expert of this level should give him a lot of divinity points. 1 billion miles away. This was a mountain range. However, it had been razed to the ground. All kinds of great Tao powers filled the place and intertwined with each other. As long as a weaker sovereign entered, he would immediately be killed by these great Tao powers. There was no other possibility. Skirich sovereign, you're already injured. I wonder how much longer you can hold on. In the sky above the mountain range, a burly man with a bare upper body was currently drenched in blood. His body was also in tatters. Ha ha ha, I'm injured. I'll make you pay a huge price. If you don't believe me, you can try. Who would dare doubt my words? The burly man held a black axe in his left hand. With a swing of the axe, a ray of light shot out and shattered an attack. Skirich, you were lucky to escape last time. Today, you'll die without a doubt. Moreover, you've snatched the deity root. Our Windcloud clan won't allow you to break through again. At this moment, more than a dozen sovereigns were attacking. The weakest was a 4-star sovereign, and the strongest was a 6-star sovereign. The burly man on the other side was called Skirich Sovereign. He was a peak 5-star sovereign. Not far away, a white-robed sovereign stared at Skirich Sovereign. A cold aura emanated from his body. Windcloud Howling Wind heaved a sigh of relief. This Skirich Sovereign, an enemy of the clan, was finally going to die by his hand. He believed that the clan would be very happy to have gotten rid of one genius sovereign after another. A peak 5-star sovereign could unleash the combat power of a peak 6-star sovereign. If he continued to grow, who knew how much impact he would have on the clan? Windcloud Howling Wind did not expect to meet him here. It was a good opportunity to settle everything in one go. It would also save him a headache. If he did not lead the team today, the people below him would not be able to stop Skirich Sovereign. Soul Shock Spear. Windcloud Howling Moon flipped his hand, and a golden spear appeared. Skirich Sovereign, die. The golden spear stabbed forward. The terrifying power of the Great Tao caused the surrounding time to slow down. The sovereigns who were attacking Skirich Sovereign felt their movements become infinitely slower. Skirich Sovereign's movements also slowed down. Without a doubt, Windcloud Howling Wind was very strong. His spear stabbed Skirich Sovereign's body, shattering one of his arms and opening a large hole in his chest. Fresh blood flowed out. Skirich Sovereign, this is the clan's strength. No matter how strong you are, can you be stronger than me? Windcloud Howling Wind looked down at Skirich Sovereign from above after heavily injuring him with a single spear strike. If he attacked again, this genius sovereign would die by his hand. I hate you. Skirich Sovereign roared with his head raised. I hate myself for being too weak. I can't continue killing the Windcloud clan's lackeys. I hate, his unwilling voice reverberated in the sky. Windcloud Howling Wind mocked, you asked for it. You should have known this a long time ago since you dared to go against the Windcloud clan. Now, let me send you on your way. Killing a genius dominator like you is such a great achievement, ha ha ha. For a sovereign, killing a genius sovereign was the greatest sense of accomplishment. Moreover, this person was the clan's nemesis. It won't be that easy to kill me. I'll drag someone down with me even if I die. I'm willing to die with a 7-star sovereign like you. Skirich sovereign was prepared to die. He mobilized the remaining power of the great Tao in his body and prepared to self-destruct. You can't do it. The mockery on Windcloud Howling Wind's face deepened. He seemed to have expected this. He pointed a finger at Skirich sovereign's forehead. Skirich sovereign had just mobilized his power, but it was suppressed mercilessly. He could not mobilize it at all. He could only watch as his opponent pointed a finger at him. The difference in strength between them was too great. Skirich sovereign would not be able to block it even if time was slowed down. This was the suppression of the realm. He could not break free from the restraints of the great Tao. Am I going to die just like this? Pfft. A deathly aura enveloped the sky-reaching ruler. However, in the next second, the deathly aura dissipated, and the sky-reaching ruler saw an unimaginable scene. Foam Yangxiafeng's chest had been pierced by a long spear, causing his entire body to be pierced through, and drops of blood dripped down. Who attacked? Skirich sovereign did not sense anyone around him. Windcloud Howling Wind was a 7-star sovereign. How could he have been ambushed? If it was not an ambush, then how could the situation before him be explained? Someone actually attacked him at this moment and dealt a fatal blow. Who? Ambushed me, Windcloud Howling Wind roared. At such a critical moment, he was actually ambushed, and even suffered a fatal injury. Windcloud Howling Wind could no longer remain calm. The middle-grade sovereign battle armor on his body was pierced. This was a middle-grade sovereign battle armor. Windcloud Howling Wind had paid a huge price to exchange for it from the family treasury. Now, it was pierced by someone. Ha ha ha, Windcloud Howling Wind, to think that you would have such a day. Skirich sovereign broke free and swung his axe at his opponent. It landed on his opponent's body, causing a large area of light to shine. Scram! The enraged Windcloud Howling Wind pierced Skirich sovereign's body again and sent him flying. How dare you ambush someone from the Windcloud clan? Come out and face the wrath of the Windcloud clan if you dare. Windcloud Howling Wind's time covered the area. The spear in his hand stabbed out one after another. Large areas of the void were shattered, but the person was not forced out. This was an attack from a furious 7-star sovereign. Windcloud Howling Wind was dumbfounded when the person he expected did not appear. How could he not be here? Whoosh! At this moment, another spear stabbed out from the void. You're finally out. Windcloud Howling Wind's spear stabbed out as well. Time slowed down. The opponent's spear attack slowed down. Come out. Boom! The spear exploded with terrifying might. This might crushed time and slowed down. A ray of light shot out and pierced through Windcloud Howling Wind's sovereign battle armor again. It pierced through him again, and his strong body was torn apart. I was stabbed again. Windcloud Howling Wind looked down at the wound on his body. It was hard to imagine that he was hit again. Time slowed down didn't block the opponent's attack. He was defeated. He was defeated again. He saw the destructive aura explode again and engulfed him. Lord! Oh no, Lord is dead. The sovereigns outside watched this scene with their eyes wide open. A powerful 7-star sovereign was ambushed twice and killed in front of him? This was no less than a nightmare. Windcloud Howling Wind fell down. A black-robed figure walked out with a faint smile on his face. He raised his hand and slashed at them with his sword. Thousands of sword lights were created. The sword lights swept through them one by one, killing the sovereigns one by one. This trip was really worth it. Although I used up 2 destruction spear shadows, this kind of guy needs to be killed in this way. Lin Fei didn't feel it was a pity. After killing Windcloud Howling Wind, he obtained 1,300 divinity points, which exceeded the god root. This made Lin Fei overjoyed. Thank you for your help, Daoist. I've long wanted to kill that old dog, Windcloud Howling Wind. Chapter 1552. The one who attacked was none other than Lin Fei. This time, Lin Fei used a trick. He relied on Little Devil to conceal his aura and conceal himself to secretly injure this 7-star dominator. 2 consecutive destruction pike phantoms were enough to take a 7-star dominator's life. He obtained a large number of divinity points. Lin Fei was very satisfied. As for saving him, it was a piece of cake. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to obtain so many divinity points. Lin Fei didn't care about the clan at all. Even if they came, he could kill them with his own methods. He didn't need any honorable methods to deal with such people. He just needed to achieve his goal. Lin Fei was very open-minded, especially when he was facing a 7-star dominator. He would be an idiot to fight head-on, especially when he saw that time had slowed down. Any attack would be mercilessly suppressed. Sneak attack seemed to be the best method. Only Lin Fei could do such a close-range sneak attack. Of course, there were some dominators who were especially skilled in this aspect. You don't need to thank me. You can leave before they arrive. Lin Fei didn't want to say anything more to this person. After plundering nearly 2,000 divinity points, Lin Fei wasn't interested in a 5-star dominator. What was important was that he wasn't someone who killed indiscriminately. One more or one less did not make much difference. If such a person were to remain, perhaps the Windcloud clan that they spoke of would be a huge headache. When Skirich Dominator saw the black-robed person, who was as young as he was and exuded the aura of a 5-star dominator, he couldn't help but be shocked. He had encountered a genius dominator so soon. His combat power was above his, especially in the art of concealment. He couldn't compare. Skirich Dominator was very confident in his own strength. Fortunately, Skirich Dominator's Daoist heart was stable, and he quickly returned to normal. You've killed someone from the Windcloud clan. Please be careful from now on. The Windcloud clan has many tricks up their sleeves. They even sent 3 8-star dominators to the Divine General platform this time. Skirich Dominator felt the need to remind the other party. It didn't matter if the other party attacked to save him. 3 8-star sovereigns? Lin Fei hadn't thought too much about killing a 7-star sovereign. He hadn't expected this person to have such a powerful background. Aside from a 7-star sovereign, he also had 3 8-star sovereigns backing him. Yes, the Windcloud clan is the #1 clan in the Yellow Springs Weave. They have a 9-star ruler in their clan. This time, they've arranged for 3 8-star rulers to enter the Divine General platform to help young Master Windcloud ascend the Divine General platform. Got it? Lin Fei said simply. As long as he didn't go looking for the 8-star sovereigns, they wouldn't come looking for him for no reason. Lin Fei was quite calm. After killing Feng Yunxiao Feng, Lin Fei naturally wanted to collect the spoils of war. Who knows, Feng Yunxiao Feng might even have a deity root. True enough. In Feng Yunxiaofeng's storage ring, Lin Fei found 10 god roots neatly placed in a jade box with an immortal talisman sealed on it. 10,000 divinity points. He didn't expect to catch a big fish after killing a 7-star sovereign. Up until now, Lin Fei had obtained pitifully few god roots. This was his first time encountering a ready-made god root. Now that it was in Lin Fei's hands, Lin Fei wouldn't take it out. He immediately exchanged it for divinity points. Ding! Congratulations player for obtaining 13,000 divinity points. Lin Fei was delighted once again. It was more than expected. Lin Fei's thoughts wandered as he thought to himself, this Windcloud clan isn't simple. A 7-star sovereign actually has 10 god roots. I couldn't find many god roots even after searching everywhere. However, why didn't he refine so many god roots? It doesn't make sense, I understand now. Skirich seemed to have mentioned that these sovereigns serve the young master. Doesn't that mean that the Windcloud clan has many ready-made god roots? Lin Fei had always been very courageous. If he killed some people from the Windcloud clan, he might reap great rewards. He could even look further and not focus on the Windcloud clan. Sir, I also have 3 god roots here. I hope you will accept them. Without waiting for Lin Fei to continue thinking, Skirich Hegemon took out a jade box. A hint of hesitation flashed across his face before he gritted his teeth and spoke. For the clan. So what if he had to pay some god roots? Skirich Hegemon felt that although the person in front of him was of the same realm as him, his combat strength was much more terrifying. A 7-star sovereign, Windcloud Howling Wind, had died in his hands just like that. Skirich Hegemon didn't care about the methods used. As long as he won, any method was fine. The winner was king, and the loser was a bandit. Lin Fei scanned the jade box with his divine sense. There were 3 god roots in it. He wanted to curse in his heart. Why did these people get god roots so easily? He had searched so hard and yet didn't gain much. It was infuriating to compare oneself to others. If you have a request, say it. Lin Fei's long hair fluttered in the wind. His lazy voice fell into Skirich Hegemon's ears. Lin Fei didn't think that someone was giving something to him to thank him. Judging by the long hesitation on the other party's face, there must be a reason. If it wasn't something troublesome, Lin Fei didn't mind helping him out. This was called accepting with a clear conscience. Lin Fei could actually steal it. However, the other party was already so pitiful. Wouldn't it be too shameless to steal from him? Skirich Hegemon took a deep breath. A cold glint shot out of his eyes. I want you to help me kill someone. If you want me to kill the young master of the Windcloud clan, then forget it. Although he didn't know what kind of bitter feud this guy had with the Windcloud clan, Lin Fei didn't need to know. He just needed to speak to cut off the other party's thoughts. With 3 8-star dominators supporting a young master, killing him would be no easy task. Lin Fei wasn't stupid enough to do so. Skirich Hegemon did want him to help him kill the young master of the Windcloud clan. The young master was a super prodigy with extremely powerful combat strength. If he stood out in the Divine General platform, he would become a stabilizing force for the Windcloud clan in the future. If he killed him, it would be a huge blow to the Windcloud clan. The death of any super prodigy would have a huge impact on the clan. Skirich Hegemon didn't expect the other party to cut off his thoughts so easily. He didn't want to attack the young master, but he did have a sliver of hope that the other party would agree. Feng Yun Xiaofeng would kill him on a whim. They might even be friends. As the saying went, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Unfortunately, Lin Fei was just passing by. Then help me kill a 7-star dominator. That person will have deity roots. I'm sure you'll like it. Skirich Hegemon said in a low voice. They collect deity roots to support the young master. Almost all the great clans in the Divine General platform are like this. Lin Fei suddenly narrowed his eyes. Chapter 1553. My lord, Xiao Feng is dead. The cold voice glinted with cold light, and it came from the mouth of a sovereign who bore a striking resemblance to him. This was a rocky area of the Divine General stage. There were tall rocks of different sizes everywhere. At this moment, a 7-star sovereign hurriedly rushed over, holding a broken piece of jade in his hand that contained the words, Wind and Cloud Howl and Wind. This was the Windcloud clan's soul stone, and it contained a trace of the sovereign's soul. Who killed him? There were many sovereigns standing in the rocky area. There were many layers of security. It was very tight. I'm not sure yet. A hegemon with thick eyebrows and large eyes shot out waves of cold light, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet, causing the surrounding hegemons to secretly tremble. This was one of the 3 8-star hegemons, and his name was Hegemon Feng Yun Sha. The 7-star sovereign who came to report was sweating profusely when he glanced at him. The Windcloud Slaughter sovereign had been a notorious sovereign since a chaos year ago. Once his name was mentioned, everyone retreated, not daring to offend him. Back then, the Windcloud Slaughter sovereign had killed an entire world in one battle. He had completely destroyed an entire world. Even now, there were still remnants of the sovereign's Tao there. In the Windcloud clan, everyone was wary of this sovereign. Go and find out who has the guts to kill a member of the Windcloud clan. The Windcloud Slaughter sovereign did not want to ask too many questions. I want to kill his entire clan. This was the Windcloud Slaughter sovereign's temper. After sending the sovereign away, the Windcloud Slaughter sovereign returned. In the center of the rocky area, two people stood on each side. They were like two ferocious door gods, each emitting a sovereign aura. They covered the sky above this area, forming an inescapable net. Slaughter sovereign, what happened? The one who spoke was the Windcloud Minor Saint. He was known as a saint since birth. He cultivated quickly, and it was rumored that he was the reincarnation of a sovereign. Xiao Feng is dead. What? He's dead? Where's the deity root? The Windcloud Minor Saint frowned slightly. The Windcloud Minor Saint did not care about the death of a 7-star sovereign. He was more concerned about the deity root. That was the most important thing. His gaze landed on a young man in embroidered clothes. Traces of divine light shone from the young man's body. The 3 8-star sovereigns also looked at the young man. Someone stole it. Feng Yunsha's eyes flashed fiercely. Young master, you're a genius. You're progressing at lightning speed. Perhaps it won't be long before you can completely refine all the deity roots. When that time comes, you'll have the opportunity to cultivate a deity-level cultivation technique and become the strongest person in the Fengyan clan, surpassing the old ancestor. Their main mission was to protect the young master. As a large family with a long history, they were well aware of the benefits of the Divine General platform. For example, they were old. His potential was gone. Even if he went to the Divine General platform, it would be useless. Young master is different. The incident with Xiao Feng must be caused by someone targeting our Windcloud clan. Inform the people outside to be careful. No matter what, we can't let them snatch away the deity roots. Young master still needs a large amount of deity roots. Windcloud Minor Sage was very clear about the actions of those people. Why don't I go out for a while? If they dare to do anything, then we'll do the same. Feng Yunsha's eyes flashed fiercely. It's a good opportunity for me to go out and take care of some opponents as well. I'll let them know that the Fengyan clan is not a clan that anyone can deal with. Fengyan Little Saint and the other 8-star sovereign exchanged a glance. Then you must be careful. Fengyan Little Saint was good at controlling everything. Ever since he entered the Divine General platform, he had been controlling everything. Fengyan Samsara was different. He was a battle maniac. Even though he had disappeared for many years, his desire to kill was still very strong. This situation was very suitable for Fengyan Samsara. The competition this time was more intense than before. Arranging for Fengyan Samsara to go out was undoubtedly a good choice. He could intimidate the other party. Alright, leave this matter to us. Fengyan Samsara was very assured. He was not as good as the other two when it came to planning. Fighting and killing was more suitable for him. You said that those people are nearby? The Skirich ruler's face fell. Why did he say so much? Great, now he had been dragged into this matter. He had originally wanted to rely on the other party to kill the Windcloud clan members. Who would have thought that the other party would be so bold as to ask him to lead the way? Only then did the Skirich ruler realize what kind of person he had encountered. A person filled with murderous intent. Yes, they are in front. The Skirich ruler pointed ahead. When I passed by last time, I saw their family gathering deity roots. I just don't know if they are still there. Lin Fei was indeed very bold. Ever since he knew that many large families and sects were gathering deity roots, Lin Fei had been thinking about it. These deity roots would be very beneficial to him. As long as you follow me, I will help you kill a few of the Windcloud clan members. Lin Fei did not know much about the Divine General platform, but the Skirich ruler knew a lot. The Wu clan. They had set up a base in a mountain valley. At this time, rulers were coming and going. You have done well. After a few more days, we can change locations. The ruler of Dark Mountain looked at the deity roots that had been handed over and stroked his white beard. He was very satisfied. The Wu clan had worked very hard for their young master. Every time they arrived at a new area, they would arrange for people to occupy that area. When they encountered other rulers, they would either chase them away or kill them. Their methods were tyrannical, and they did not show any mercy. This was the way of the clan. They had collected many deity roots over the past few days, and today was the day to hand them over. Boom! The aura of a 5-star ruler descended. In the air above the mountain valley, 2 rulers suddenly appeared. The aura of one of them was coming from one of them. Wu clan members, listen up. I am from the Wind Cloud clan. If you know what's good for you, hand over the deity roots obediently. Otherwise, don't blame me for starting a massacre. The moment Lin Fei appeared, the 5-star ruler was released to threaten the other party. When the Skirich ruler heard this, he felt a strange sense of excitement. This guy was really daring. He even dared to say such things, but he liked to hear it. Why didn't he think of such a method in the past? The Wind Cloud clan. The ruler of Dark Mountain had heard of this clan. It was said that this clan was the #1 clan in the Yellow Springs Weave, and they had a 9 stars ruler. He did not expect them to come to the Wu clan. Your Wind Cloud clan is really arrogant. Do you really think this is the Yellow Springs Weave? The ruler of Dark Mountain met the other party's gaze. The Wu clan was also a large clan in the Weave, and they were not afraid of the Wind Cloud clan. After all, they were not from the same clan. Even if the Wind Cloud clan came, they would have to think twice. Lin Fei raised an eyebrow. So you are not handing it over? Chapter 1554. The Wu family's ruler was enraged. They were a large clan in their own territory. Now, they were being threatened by the Wind Cloud clan from another territory. Furthermore, they were being threatened by 2 5-star sovereigns, and their tone was extraordinarily arrogant. If they really handed over the deity root today, it wouldn't be long before other clans came knocking on their doors. This wind must not rise. At once, a juggernaut jumped out and glared at the 2 of them. His gaze was as sharp as a knife, as if he wanted to stab holes into the 2 of them before he would be satisfied. The Skirich dominator pointed at them and said sternly, "Good, very good. How dare a mere Wu family like you act so insolently before the Wind Cloud clan? Don't blame the Wind Cloud clan for being impolite." Originally, the Skirich dominator was filled with resentment towards the Wind Cloud clan. He could not wait to slander the Wind Cloud clan, and the most effective way was to kill them. "My lord, let's make our move. We'll show them just how powerful the Wind Cloud clan is." The Heavenspan Hegemon now wielded a sovereign hatchet, and it radiated the might of a sovereign. He chopped out with it, and the sovereign who had just appeared was nothing more than a peak 4-star sovereign. The hatchet slammed into him and sent him flying, leaving behind a trail of blood and gore. The Wu family can't withstand a single blow. The Heavenspan Hegemon's axe was filled with the power of an all-out attack. "Everyone, let's attack together and destroy the Wind Cloud clan's overlord. We'll show them the power of the Wu family." The Dark Mountain Hegemon was a 7-star Hegemon. Upon seeing Hegemon Windcloud's men attack, Hegemon Windcloud gave the order to surround and attack them, wanting to keep them here. Did the Wu family think they were afraid of the Windcloud clan just because they didn't make a move? If the Windcloud clan found out about it, they would not dare to do anything without concrete evidence. The Skyspan Juggernaut was the first to attack, but he was immediately surrounded and attacked by the other Juggernauts. He thought to himself that he had been too excited just now. How could he have charged forward so carelessly and become their target? In less than a moment, the Skyspan Juggernaut was injured. Lin Fei did not make a move at all, which was quite amusing. The Skirich Dominator's temper was truly impatient. This was good as well. If they did not reveal the Windcloud clan's tyranny, no one would believe that they were from the Windcloud clan. Just a mere Wu family. I gave you face but you don't want it. Then don't blame me for being rude. Lin Fei didn't mind killing some people. If he was going to kill someone, he naturally had to kill the strongest. In the gorge, only the 7-star hegemon, the Dark Mountain hegemon, was interested. Whoosh! Lin Fei disappeared into the void just like that. The Dusk Mountain ruler did not make a move. A 7-star ruler had his pride, and the 2 5-star rulers did not need to make a move. However, they were still on their guard. After all, the Windcloud clan was still very famous. Where is he? I can't sense him at all. The Dark Mountain sovereign subconsciously used his divine sense to search, but he could not find any trace of the other party. He thought to himself, this is bad. The other party must be an expert in concealment who has evaded his divine sense search. Hua! All of a sudden, a saber light flashed. This blade was unbelievably fast, and it came out so suddenly. The Dark Mountain hegemon saw the black-robed man. Then, he was plunged into darkness. A 7-star dominator killed with a single slash. What Wu family? How dare they put on airs in front of the Windcloud clan? This is the end of it. Lin Fei took the storage ring from the other party and stood in his original position. The hegemons of the Wu clan, who had been attacking, were all shocked. Lord Dark Mountain is dead. The Windcloud clan killed the Dark Mountain ruler. Everyone, run. He must be a 7-star dominator. Those who attacked were scared out of their wits. Anger aside, they might not be a match for the black-robed man from the Windcloud clan even if they joined forces. Let's go. With the death of a 7-star dominator, they fled in panic as if they had lost their heads. Stay here. Lin Fei turned into a stream of light and flew out. One slash was all it took to kill a dominator. Their powerful strength was so weak in front of this black-robed man that they could not even withstand a single blow. The Skirich hegemon was shocked, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. Well done, my lord. A family like the Wu clan doesn't appreciate our kindness. It's best to kill them all. Lin Fei and the Skirich hegemon attacked a few times and killed 7 to 8 dominators. The remaining dominators ran for their lives. No need to chase. If we really kill them all, who will help us promote the Windcloud clan? Lin Fei was quite satisfied. Just now, this 7-star dominator had obtained 500 divinity points. More importantly, he had obtained 12 god roots, which was another 10,000 divinity points. Take these things with you. Lin Fei was not interested in anything else, so he tossed them to the Skirich hegemon. He was flattered. He really could not see through this guy's true combat strength, but one thing was for sure, he was stronger than him. I know a few more places that probably have families or sects guarding them. The Skirich hegemon asked carefully. Do you think I'll be afraid when they've already killed them? Could it be that you're afraid? Lin Fei laughed. The Skirich hegemon twisted his neck. Who's afraid? I'm not. Someone's going to be the unlucky one. Ha ha ha. They're all dead. A few dominators met cautiously far away. These were all 4 and 5-star dominators. They were all furious. They did not expect the Windcloud clan to play dumb and almost annihilate them. The Windcloud clan. The Wu clan will never let this go. The remaining dominators roared angrily. Let's go, my lord. Let them help us vent our anger. We'll be right there. The Wu clan had sent 2 8-star dominators to the Divine General platform. They could not take this lying down. They had to make the Windcloud clan pay the price. Yet another mountain range. This place was controlled by the Mu clan. They had taken over the nearby mountain range, which was about 1 billion miles in size, and chased away all unrelated people. Everyone had put in a lot of effort to obtain the deity roots. Today, someone broke into the Mu clan's territory. 2 people claiming to be from the Windcloud clan killed their way in. I don't care who you are. Cut the crap. If you don't hand over the deity roots, you're going against the Windcloud clan. If you don't hand them over, I'll kill you. Another battle began. The Skirich hegemon led the charge, and at the crucial moment, it was Lin Fei's turn to attack. Lin Fei's first move was to deal with the strongest one. As the saying went, to capture all his followers, one had to capture the leader first. He had to kill the strongest to destroy their confidence. As expected, the Mu clan's 7-star dominators were killed in a few exchanges. The remaining dominators fled pathetically. This time, Lin Fei had obtained 20 deity roots. The Skirich hegemon had also obtained many ruler weapons. In the past, he had to go through a lot of trouble to obtain a ruler weapon. Today, he could easily obtain one. It was two extremes. Chapter 1555. Phew, this is so satisfying. In the sky, two silhouettes flew past quickly and landed on a mountain. The Skirich dominator was very excited. This was the happiest day of his life. He had never felt so good before. Ever since the Windcloud clan destroyed his clan and made it a thing of the past, the Skirich dominator had always wanted revenge. Unfortunately, he could only kill some unimportant people. He had finally reached the dominator realm, but he was hunted down by the Windcloud clan. His days were very sullen. Ever since he met Di Tian, he finally had a place to vent the pent-up anger in his heart. As long as the Windcloud clan was unhappy, the Skirich dominator would be happy. These days, the Skirich dominator did not know how many deity roots they had plundered. There were at least a dozen, and they were all quite famous. The Skirich dominator believed that as long as the Windcloud clan's elites were left alone, they would definitely be surrounded and attacked. He believed that this day would come soon, and he would be able to vent his anger again. Brother Di Tian, there shouldn't be any clan or sect that we can deal with within a radius of tens of billions of miles. Lin Fei had been sitting cross-legged on a boulder. These days of plundering, his divinity points had broken through rapidly and kept increasing. From the previous 100,000 divinity points, it had broken through 300,000 divinity points and was rushing towards 400,000 divinity points. This was much faster than Lin Fei working himself to death. Lin Fei felt that it was still not enough. Let's find a place to rest. We've plundered so many deity roots, I believe most of their troops have already moved out. If we continue to wander around, we might run into them soon. Lin Fei said, the Windcloud clan might have already come out to look for us. They might run into us soon. I'm sure you understand what I mean. I also think that we should rest for a while. The Skirich dominator did not understand what he meant. It looked like they were safe now, but they might run into danger in the next moment. When that time came, they would run into at least a 7-star dominator. Then let's change places. Lin Fei and the Skirich dominator got up and left. They flew all the way away from this area, changing directions several times along the way. Finally, they hid in a mountain range, opened a cave abode, and set up layers of formations. Just as Lin Fei had guessed. The clans and sects that were robbed were enraged when they heard that their god roots had been stolen, especially when the culprits were the Windcloud clan. It was like a slap to their faces. This anger must be vented. The clan began to arrange for the 7-star dominators of the clan to form teams of 3 to search for the members of the Windcloud clan. They wanted to teach them a lesson they would never forget. Only then did they realize that the Windcloud clan had not only robbed them. They had even robbed quite a number of famous clans in the territory. Once they heard about this, everyone set aside whatever they were doing and prepared to find trouble with the Windcloud clan. They died here. Feng Yunsha Sheng had brought 3 7-star rulers and 10 6-star rulers to search for someone. Since they dared to provoke the Windcloud clan, they had to be taught a harsh lesson. Feng Yunsha Sheng's thinking was very simple. Anyone who dared to make a move against their people and snatch away their young master's important deity root was definitely an enemy clan within the weave or an enemy from the nearby weaves. The growth of a clan involved many benefits. Moreover, the growth of a clan was achieved by stepping on countless other clans, so the competition was very intense. In the Netherworld weave, no one dared to make a move openly. However, in a place like the Divine General Platform, as long as it was done cleanly, no one would know who did it. Feng Yunsha Sheng found the place where the incident happened. Space-time reversal. Feng Yun Sha Xing immediately took out a treasure. It was a mirror-like treasure with a resounding name, the reflective mirror. It could be used for playback. This kind of space-time reversal could only be performed by an 8-star ruler. Space-time in the area in front of Feng Yun Sha Xing began to reverse. Wave after wave of scenes began to appear, from people appearing at the beginning to days and nights. After a moment, the scene from that day replayed. I know this person. He's the Skirich ruler, the one the clan is after. A 6-star ruler spoke up. He recently killed quite a number of our Windcloud clan disciples, and quite a few of them had great potential. The Skirich ruler was heavily injured. The scenes replayed one after another. Next, it was the scene of Feng Yun and Xiao Feng being ambushed and killed. What a brilliant concealment technique. It's actually unaffected by the time Dao. Feng Yun Sha Xing was expressionless, but his killing intent intensified. The 6-star rulers and 7-star rulers behind him felt the pressure, but they could not say it out loud. They could only endure it. This person deserves to die. The Skirich ruler deserves to die too. Feng Yun Sha Xing put away his treasure. It was fine as long as he knew who did it. When he used space-time reversal, his subordinates had already recorded the two of them. They would chase them to the ends of the earth. They went to the east. Let's chase them. Feng Yun Sha Xing determined the direction and flew out. The rulers behind him followed one after another. Half a day later, Feng Yun Sha Xing encountered a group of people. The two 7-star rulers in the lead attacked them the moment they heard that they were from the Windcloud clan. Several of the Windcloud clan's 6-star rulers died. Windcloud clan, you killed someone from the Wu family. Today, you will pay with your blood. The Wu family's 7-star rulers attacked wildly. Whoosh, a resplendent firework exploded in the sky. It was the Wu family's transmission signal. Kill them. Feng Yun Sha Xing had just found the person behind the scenes. Although he did not know the background of the black-robed man, it did not matter. When the time came, someone would naturally kill him. However, someone attacked them at this time, and the reason was ridiculous. In his opinion, they were just two 7-star rulers. If they were killed, then so be it. The Windcloud clan was not that easy to bully. The Wu family's people immediately rushed over after receiving the message. They joined the battle without saying a word. Only a few of the people brought by Feng Yun Sha Xing were left. This time, Feng Yun Sha Xing was finally angered. Once he used his 8-star ruler strength, he crushed everything in his way and killed all the enemies. This was not the end. Lin Fei did not know that Feng Yun Sha Xing did not explain and started killing just because of his killing intent. This caused an endless battle. Now, Lin Fei entered the God Pavilion once again. With more than 300,000 divinity points, Lin Fei set his sights on a God-tier cultivation technique. A God-tier saber technique was not enough. Although his attack was strong, it was still not enough. It was still difficult to face a 7-star ruler head-on. Lin Fei set his sights on a God-tier cultivation technique. Previously, he did not have enough divinity points, so he could only endure it. Now, he no longer needed to endure. In any case, he had to exchange for 1 or 2 God-tier cultivation techniques. What cultivation technique should I learn this time? Chapter 1556. The first time he entered the God Pavilion, Lin Fei had just broken through 100,000 divinity points. This time, Lin Fei's divinity points were almost 400,000. This increase was very fast. 400,000 divinity points was just the beginning, and it would soon break through 500,000, 1 million, or even more. This was not a dream, but an inevitable thing. For example, recently, Lin Fei had gained at least 200,000 divinity points. Lin Fei believed that as long as he had a few more God-tier cultivation techniques, his harvest would be even greater. As for refining the God root, forget it. The system could learn God-tier cultivation techniques, but it would just consume divinity points. There was a big difference between refining and not refining. I am now a 5-star dominator, and I still need some time to reach 6-star Dominator. To deal with powerful dominators, the God tier cultivation technique 1 blade slash is not bad, but black is not enough. I need a supplementary cultivation technique. Killing 7-star dominators is already my limit. I need to find a cultivation technique that can conceal me. It can avoid the search of 8-star dominators and 9 stars dominators. Coupled with the 1 blade slash cultivation technique, I believe it will be much easier to deal with them. After thinking it through, Lin Fei had a choice. In the meantime, he also asked the little devil, but the little devil said that it was his own choice. Forget it, it was the same as not saying anything. Lin Fei went to the place with special cultivation techniques and prepared to choose one related to concealment. This was the only shortcut he could take at the moment. If he was not afraid of bringing out the battle fortress, Lin Fei was willing to bring it out. At that time, no matter who it was, as long as they made him unhappy, he would blast them. With the divine servant's reminder, Lin Fei did not dare to bring out the battle fortress. From the moment he entered the space of the divine general platform, Lin Fei felt that this space was extraordinary and hid unknown secrets. The matter of the battle fortress would spread soon. Lin Fei would face them sooner or later, so he had to improve his strength. Learning a god tier cultivation technique was a must. Cultivation technique, stealth, can sneak in the dark, requires 10,000 divinity points to exchange. God tier cultivation technique, unfettered escape, unfettered breeze, escapes billions of miles in one go, requires 50,000 divinity points to exchange. God tier cultivation technique, one flash away. There were many special concealment techniques. It was several times stronger than Lin Fei's current movement technique. Along the way, Lin Fei was not satisfied with anything. It was not that there were flaws in this area, but there were flaws in that area. Overall, he was not satisfied. After looking through a few hundred jade slips, Lin Fei was a little anxious. Could it be that he couldn't find a concealment technique? Search again. After flipping through the first jade slip, Lin Fei's heart sank. God tier art, void concealment art. At this moment, a god tier cultivation technique entered Lin Fei's vision. He first looked at the price. It required 180,000 divinity points. It wasn't cheap. Look again. Activating the void stealth technique required the support of divine power. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. It actually needs the support of divine power. I don't even have a trace of divine power on me. I was happy for nothing. The void stealth technique was the most suitable technique that Lin Fei had seen so far. He did not know what grade this technique was. The only thing he knew was that once this technique was activated, it would not leave any fluctuations and no traces could be found. Even 8 stars and 9 stars rulers might not be able to find his traces. Since he needed divine power, he stopped Lin Fei. Little devil, come out. Can divinity points be used as divine power? For some reason, an idea popped up in Lin Fei's mind. He summoned the little devil and asked about this matter. The little devil put her hands on her hips and said, I thought you would only ask about this when I finally couldn't hold it in anymore. Why did this expression look so despicable? Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. You said it can be used? Divinity points themselves are a special existence. They can also be transformed into divine power. When used in conjunction with divine power to activate techniques, the power will suddenly increase. Do you think that divinity points are simply used to exchange for techniques and equipment? The little devil laughed happily. It was not easy to see Lin Fei being defeated. Lin Fei stomped his feet on the spot. Why didn't you say so earlier? As for whether divinity points could be used as an energy source, Lin Fei had always had this idea, but he had never put it into practice. I can't say that. You can only say that you didn't look carefully. The little devil said. If you don't believe me, you can open the technique page. There is a note at the end. Lin Fei immediately opened one of the pages where the system was located. As soon as he saw it, his face fell. God tier technique, 1 blade slash, Great Success Realm, can be activated using divinity points. Each activation will consume 100 divinity points. There is no limit to the number of times. Seeing this, Lin Fei wished he could give himself a slap. If he had known this earlier, he would not have been so careful. It was just 100 divinity points. It was not like he could not afford it. Undoubtedly, this time, Lin Fei did not look carefully. Now you know. The god floor quietened down again, and the little devil ran back. Exchange for the void escape technique. Lin Fei's face was a little red. He did not notice the situation the first time. After recovering, he exchanged for the void escape technique. 180,000 divinity points were gone, and Lin Fei was left with only 170,000 divinity points. Cultivating the void escape technique requires 10,000 divinity points. Do you want to cultivate? After spending 180,000 divinity points, spending another 10,000 divinity points did not make Lin Fei's heart ache. 190,000 divinity points were spent just like that. Lin Fei finally came to the cultivation space and began to cultivate the void escape technique. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In the cave abode in the mountains. The Skirich overlord sat cross-legged on a rock. His gaze fell on Di Tian in the distance from time to time. He did not know what Di Tian was doing. Seclusion? It did not seem like it. If it was not seclusion, then what was it? He really could not figure it out. Suddenly, figures flew past in the sky above the mountains outside. The Skirich overlord thought that it was the Windcloud clan. Fortunately, it was not. He went straight ahead. He thought that was it. There were people flying past the mountains. The Skirich overlord was puzzled. Could something have happened? Otherwise, how could dozens of overlords pass by in such a short time? The Skirich overlord deliberately counted. Those who passed by were not weak. Almost all of them were 4-star overlords and above. Seeing that Di Tian did not wake up, the Skirich overlord sneaked out. He was very curious about what had happened. After a while, he came back from outside with a hint of excitement on his face. Should I tell Di Tian about this? The Skirich overlord pondered. If he had not gone out just now, he would not have known about this. What are you thinking about? Look at you. Did you see someone from the Windcloud clan? While the Skirich overlord was hesitating, Lin Fei woke up and naturally saw the Skirich overlord's expression. Ah, you're awake. If I don't wake up, am I supposed to go into seclusion? Lin Fei smiled. Chapter 1557. As soon as he successfully cultivated the void evasion technique, Lin Fei knew that it would be of great help to him. If he could kill a 7-star sovereign now, it would be much easier. Most importantly, he could use the God Tier 1/ continuously. 160,000 divinity points were equivalent to divine power. It was even more terrifying when activated. 3 to 5 slashes would kill a 7-star dominator. It's not the Windcloud clan. The Skyrend Hegemon said. Rather, it's something you wouldn't expect. Not too long ago, quite a few people passed by this area. I snuck out to investigate, and found out that a platform had appeared 1 billion kilometers away from them, and on that platform was a godly class technique. Lin Fei was not that surprised by the god tier skill, but his expression changed. A god tier skill? What was going on? No, Lin Fei had a flash of inspiration. He immediately thought of something. Are you sure it's a god tier skill? I'm sure. The juggernauts there are locked in a fierce battle. They're all fighting over the divine tier cultivation technique. The Skyspan juggernaut couldn't help but feel excited at the mention of this word. This was also something the Skirich dominator was hesitant to say. That place was not safe now. If someone recognized it, it would not end well for him. The dominators would definitely hunt him down. After confirming that it was a god tier skill, Lin Fei understood why the god servant wanted him to collect god roots. The goal was to cultivate a god tier skill. Before this, Lin Fei had always wondered about the specific purpose of god roots. Now he understood. Completely understood. God roots were to make it easier to cultivate God-tier skills. Why did 7-star dominators, 8-star dominators, and even 9-star dominators come? Everyone was here for the God-tier skill. Questions arose. Who left the God-tier skill? What were God roots? Are you afraid that I'll be in danger if I go? Lin Fei also understood why the Skirich dominator was frowning. Yes. He readily admitted it. I'll definitely help you with what I said. Lin Fei said seriously. Stay here for now. I'll be back soon. Fighting for the God-tier skill? The dominators were fighting? For Lin Fei, this was great news, great news. His divinity points would depend on them. In the end, the Skyspan Hegemon chose to stay behind. That was not a place he could go. Even if his combat power was not bad, it would be useless to go there. Void escape technique. After leaving the mountain range, Lin Fei used the void escape technique. There were no fluctuations in the void at all. Several sovereigns had flown past him, but none of them had noticed him. It's good. Consuming 10 divinity points for one breath isn't cheap either. After an hour, it's 70 to 80,000 divinity points. His heart ached, but the void escape technique would be of great help to him. After appearing in the sky, Lin Fei's cloak covered his entire body, revealing only his eyes. Spreading his demonic wings, he turned into a beam of light and flew away. A distance of 1 billion miles was covered in just a few breaths. Boom, boom, boom. They had yet to approach the place. Off in the distance, the shockwaves of a sovereign's attack radiated out like a tidal wave. It was a huge commotion. Lin Fei flew forward for another few tens of millions of miles before stopping. There was already a battle ahead. At least 100 sovereigns were fighting. A stone platform floated quietly in midair, and a jade slip lay on the stone platform. If this was still fine. But there were a few words left beside the stone platform, as if someone had specially come down. They were full of energy and wrote, Divine Cultivation Technique, Heaven Severing Palm. The words left behind were not simple. Lin Fei focused his gaze and sensed a terrifying divine might from the ancient characters. Fortunately, the divine might was completely restrained, and only a trace of it was revealed. No one dared to question it. If the divine might was unleashed, no ruler in this region would feel good. Their strength would be suppressed by at least a third. The jade scroll should really be a divine cultivation technique. Lin Fei came to a conclusion. The divine general platform had a god root, and now there was a divine cultivation technique. It was undoubtedly a path to the heavens. Anyone who obtained a divine cultivation technique would be able to ascend to the heavens in a single step as long as they had some achievements in their cultivation. It's really strange that such things kept appearing in this place. Could it be that this place has become a free place? Lin Fei pondered for a long time but could not come up with a reasonable explanation. The competition in the distance was getting more and more intense, and sovereigns kept falling. In order to fight for the divine cultivation technique, everyone was putting their lives on the line, hoping to obtain it themselves. Fortunately, I have the God Pavilion, so I don't need to fight for the divine cultivation technique. But it's different for them. No one can control their desire. Who knows how many people will die? Lin Fei shook his head violently. Since when am I being sentimental? If someone wants to fight for it, then they have to pay the price. Don't get killed. These are all divinity. In any case, it's either you die or he dies in the fight for the divine cultivation technique. Why don't they die by their own hands? At least they can contribute divinity points to me. Lin Fei quickly found an excuse for himself. It wasn't that he wanted to kill them, but that they were going to die themselves. It didn't matter who killed them. There are so many people around who want to be the fisherman. Lin Fei used his divine senses to sense that there were many sovereigns hidden in the surrounding void. They were not in a hurry to make a move, as if they were waiting for more sovereigns to die. Coincidentally, the remaining sovereigns had also used up a large amount of Great Dao power. Their strength was not as good as before, so it was easy to deal with them. Lin Fei had never thought of being the fisherman. At that time, if everyone died, where would he find his divinity points? He had to make a move. As for the divine cultivation technique heaven-severing palm on the stone platform, Lin Fei was not interested. He spread his demon's wings and rushed in. Windcloud clan, Windcloud Wuhan is here. I'll kill whoever dares to take the divine cultivation technique. Lin Fei's shout was like a clap of thunder in the clear sky. Hundreds of sovereigns looked in his direction instinctively. This guy was too arrogant. What Windcloud clan? Divine cultivation techniques are not something your clan can take. Lin Fei's words undoubtedly agitated some people. They looked back and saw a 5-star sovereign with a disdainful look. How dare he come with such strength? Windcloud clan son of AB*TCH, you're finally here. I've been waiting for your Windcloud clan for a long time. Today, I'll kill you first, then I'll settle the score with your Windcloud clan. Among the hundreds of sovereigns, there were some who had suffered at the hands of the Windcloud clan. They immediately gave up on attacking their opponents and charged at Windcloud Wuhan. Lin Fei raised his eyebrows and laughed in his heart. The Windcloud clan didn't seem to be well liked now. That was good. Chapter 1559. Who's Windcloud Traceless? How dare that guy brag so shamelessly at a time like this? He must be tired of living. I think he's from the Windcloud clan. The Windcloud clan of the Netherworld Weave. Since when did they have the guts to interfere in the fight for the god-tier skill? Aren't they afraid of being attacked by angry rulers? You've never heard of the Windcloud clan? The Windcloud clan was famous in the Netherworld Weave. Their reputation in the Outer Weaves was average. Only the ancestor of the 9 Stars ruler was well known. Almost no one in the lower ranks knew of them. But recently, the Windcloud clan had become famous, almost inciting public outrage. The first-rate clans of several weaves were looking for trouble with the Windcloud clan. The matter was very simple. The Windcloud clan stole food from the tiger's mouth. Not only did they kill people, but they also stole deity roots. Many rulers did not know about this. With the arrival of Windcloud Traceless, it was hard not to know about it. In a short time, the news spread. As a 5-star ruler, he dared to say that he would kill anyone who stole the god-tier skill. They really admired this guy. Maybe he was the vanguard. The Windcloud clan's powerhouses were right behind him. If the Windcloud clan dared to steal the deity roots of first-rate clans, it would be terrible if they interfered in the fight for the god-tier skill. Many rulers secretly pondered about this Windcloud clan. Good. Lin Fei did not think as much as they did. Seeing the rulers charging at him, he was in a good mood. They were either 4-star or 5-star rulers. These were pulsating divinity points. Divinity points that belonged to him. There were over 100 rulers, but in Lin Fei's eyes, only a handful in the middle could threaten him. The rest were useless. Great Sword Chi's secret technique. 5 great sword chis crushed over, like a gust of wind sweeping over them. Bam bam bam. The 4-star ruler who bore the brunt was immediately minced by the sword will. The 5-star sovereigns weren't any better. Before the grand sword energy secret art could reach them, Lin Fei pulled out a sovereign saber and slashed it toward one of the sovereigns. This 5-star ruler was a ruler from a second-rate family. He wasn't weak, and he was a 5-star ruler after all. Even so, when he was struck by the great sword chi, his mid-grade ruler battle robes were left with sword marks. The sharp sword chi constantly sliced through the void. Little brat, I'm going to kill you. The 5-star overlord roared. He aggressively and domineeringly slashed at the 5-star dominator. As the 5-star dominator's voice fell, a tyrannical power came crashing over, and his entire body exploded like popcorn. Everyone could only hear a boom, and this 5-star dominator's corpse did not remain. He was directly turned into dust. Awesome. Lin Fei had obtained 300 divinity points after killing a 5-star ruler with a single slash. Compared to using the divinity points to activate the single slash, he had not suffered a loss at all. Instead, he had earned quite a bit. Again. Lin Fei locked onto the other 5-star sovereign. He drew his blade. The 5-star sovereign was turned into dust again. Since divinity points were useful, Lin Fei no longer hesitated. After all, he had earned them. Not only that, but he could also obtain experience and invincibility points. The Windcloud clan's people are actually so strong. A 5-star sovereign killed with a single slash. What kind of technique is this? Whether it was the onlookers or the people plotting in secret, everyone's expression changed at this moment. That Windcloud clan's Windless Traceless actually killed a sovereign with a single slash. Moreover, it was not a low-level sovereign, but a mid-level sovereign. Anyone who was targeted by Windcloud Traceless killed a 5-star sovereign with a single slash. The onlookers sucked in a cold breath. The Windcloud clan actually produced such a super genius. The most terrifying thing was that they could not see through the slash's traces. If they could not see through the traces, they naturally could not block it. It was not that they could not block it, but they could only block it head-on. However, seeing that a mid-grade ruler battle robes were destroyed with a single slash, they could only use their physical bodies to block it. To hell with it. Wasn't that just sending themselves to death? Everyone, let's attack together. He can't use this kind of saber technique for long. Kill him, and this technique will belong to everyone. The sovereigns who hated the Windcloud clan felt their scalps go numb. In less than a moment, a total of 8 sovereigns were killed. Among them, 4 were 5-star sovereigns. They were killed with a single slash. This was an instant kill, and a single slash at that. Since when were 5-star sovereigns so strong? The more it was like this, the more intense the killing intent of the remaining people became. No matter what, they could not let this monster Windcloud Traceless go. If he advanced to 7 or 8-star sovereigns, perhaps only 9-star sovereigns could suppress him. 3 6-star sovereigns attacked. 5-star sovereigns were killed in a single slash. They did not believe that they could be killed in a single slash. As long as they could suppress the opponent's attack, there was no need to fear Windcloud Traceless. The Windcloud clan is taking this god-tier technique. I'll kill anyone who dares to stop me. Lin Fei ignored the attacks coming from behind and attacked a 6-star sovereign with white eyebrows. Such arrogance. Instant arrow. The white-eyebrowed sovereign was also furious. The Windcloud clan was truly arrogant. 5-star sovereigns were easy to kill. Did they want to kill him? A dozen black shadows shot at Lin Fei's face. As the black shadows attacked, Lin Fei felt as if the void around him had sunk into mud. His movements slowed as he was affected by the power of the Great Tao. Break! Lin Fei raised his sword and slashed. This slash came crashing down like a huge wave. One slash was not enough. The second slash came. The space in the mud collapsed. Lin Fei rushed up and slashed a third time. The white-eyebrowed sovereign instantly felt the sky full of killing intent and an indescribable pressure. He was cut into pieces by the slash. The other 2 6-star sovereigns also attacked. Whoosh whoosh. Lin Fei did not dodge, nor did he activate invincible defense. He swung his hand and slashed twice. The 2 6-star sovereigns were cut into pieces. Did you see that? This is the consequence of going against the Windcloud clan. Lin Fei laughed. He was overjoyed. A lot of divinity points landed on him, not to mention the invincibility points. As for the abundant EXP, Lin Fei could not be bothered to look at it. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the sword light flashed. Lin Fei was like a terrifying demon king, taking care of 5-star sovereigns with a single move. So fierce. Even 6-star sovereigns can't block a single slash. What a monster. If his saber technique was mine, I could be just as impressive. That Windcloud Traceless won't be able to maintain such an overbearing saber technique for long. Once the 7-star sovereigns attack, that guy will die. Windcloud Traceless is already so overbearing. If the Windcloud clan comes later, we won't get any benefits. Why don't we snatch it now? The sovereigns changed their minds. Chapter 1560. Who wouldn't change their minds? No matter how tough a 5-star dominator was, he couldn't be that tough. A 6-star dominator could kill a 5-star dominator with a wave of his hand. He couldn't even leave a wound on his opponent. If they couldn't see this, then there was no need to continue cultivating. The Windcloud clan guy was overbearing. Those who had been hoping for death began to secretly calculate whether it was the best time to make a move now, or to make a move later and observe the situation. Previously, there were at most a dozen dominators attacking. Now, there were more than a dozen dominators surrounding him. Each of them could tell that Traceless Windcloud was not easy to deal with. Most of the spectators in the void nearby were 6-star dominators and 7-star dominators. They planned to observe and wait for the best time to attack. It would be best if they could search his soul to obtain his saber technique. Whoosh! The saber light was dazzling. A 5-star dominator was blown to pieces. Lin Fei also had wounds on his body, but they were all intentional. He was afraid that he would be too tough and scare everyone away. As long as he pretended to be injured, the divinity points would still be his. Both 6-star dominators and 5-star dominators couldn't help but attack. If they couldn't get the God-tier cultivation technique, they could get their hands on this guy's saber technique. They lowered their target. If they still couldn't see how overbearing this saber technique was, then they could go back to sleep. There was no need to come out to fight for the God-tier cultivation technique. Surround him. He's already injured. He can't hold out for long. More than a dozen 6-star dominators surrounded him. Their scarlet eyes were fixed on this guy who called himself Traceless Windcloud. Palm techniques, fist techniques, saber techniques, sword techniques, and all sorts of secret techniques were dazzling. These dominators used their trump cards. They had no hope of getting the God-tier cultivation technique. There were still 7-star dominators present. They couldn't cross this mountain, but they could attack Traceless Windcloud's saber technique. Lin Fei was instantly drowned. The moment he was drowned, the void escape technique came into play. In that one breath's time, Lin Fei escaped the attack range and appeared behind the 6-star dominators. He raised his saber and swung it down. He used double the amount of divinity points. His surging divine power turned into a terrifying saber light that swept over them. Bam bam bam! The group of 6-star dominators who were secretly pleased were instantly plunged into endless darkness. Before they lost consciousness, they were probably wondering why he was behind them. Unfortunately, they would never know the answer. More than 10 6-star martial sovereigns were instantly killed. This kind of brutal saber technique shocked them quite a bit. If he had thought of him as valiant before, then at this moment, he was savage. He had killed over 10 6-star hegemons with a single saber strike. Even a 7-star hegemon might not be able to do it, but Traceless Windcloud had done it. Too monstrous. That was insane. The entire place was silent. They were all scared out of their wits. The sovereigns who were still fighting also subconsciously pulled away from each other and stopped. This was a fierce man who could threaten them. Who was the one who said that he would kill me just now? Speak if you have the guts, but don't have the guts to attack. With this slash, Lin Fei's ruler long saber shattered into pieces. Another ruler long saber fell into his hands. Looking around, the people who were about to charge forward stopped in their tracks. If he went up again, he would be courting death. These juggernauts weren't stupid, either. More than 10 6-star juggernauts had been killed with a single slash. If they went up, they would just be sending themselves to their deaths. As for the 5-star martial sovereigns, their faces were pale. After stopping, they began to retreat quietly. They did not want the God-tier cultivation technique anymore. With this guy here, they had to consider whether they could survive. They retreated. Among the hundreds of sovereigns, their overall strength was not high. The strongest was only a 7-star martial sovereign. This was also because the divine general stage was vast, and no powerhouses would appear for a while. It was easy to become a 7-star martial sovereign, but difficult to become an 8-star martial sovereign. If you don't want to do it, I'll do it myself. The Windcloud clan's belongings are not for you to covet. Lin Fei threw out another sentence and attacked. Run. Would it work? Lin Fei disappeared in front of everyone. Be careful, he disappeared. Divine consciousness can't catch him. Damn it. The sovereigns who had stopped could not stay calm. Would the Windcloud clan dare to keep them here? Not only were there 6-star martial sovereigns here, but there were also 7-star martial sovereigns. The 7-star martial sovereigns who had not attacked stopped now. Their eyes flashed as they searched with their divine consciousness. Then, their expressions changed. There was no trace of him. Did he leave? Whoosh. Suddenly, Lin Fei's figure appeared in the center of their battle circle. He slashed with his saber. This slash turned into a golden saber river. It was 1,000,000 feet long, and the saber was extremely sharp. With a gentle sweep, more than 20 sovereigns fell into the saber river. The crowd only saw them struggling for a while before they stopped breathing and turned into pieces. The golden saber river swept toward them again. Even the 7-star martial sovereigns became targets. What a Windcloud clan, what a Windcloud traceless. I didn't expect them to hide so much. I've seen it all. A white-haired 7-star martial sovereign's face twitched. The martial sovereign's armor was almost on the verge of collapse. He had only exchanged a blow with the golden saber river. As long as we don't die today, the Windcloud clan can forget about monopolizing the god-tier technique. Another 7-star martial sovereign roared. Everyone, run. His saber technique is too domineering. It's not something we can defend against. Lin Fei mobilized his divinity points. His divinity burned. In this area, the golden saber radiance was like a nightmare. One slash and a martial sovereign's life was taken away. Anyone below 7-star martial sovereign level who was not wearing a mid-grade martial sovereign battle armor could not withstand a single slash from the god-tier saber slash. Its power was far more terrifying than the power of the Great Path. Whether it was those who had been watching or those who had attacked, all of them fled. Were they not going to fight for the god-tier technique? Who would dare to fight for it? With Windcloud traceless of the Windcloud clan around, they would be sending themselves to their deaths if they went up. Did they not see that a few 7-star martial sovereigns had been killed? The rest were all vomiting blood. There was no way to fight at all. His opponent's saber technique was domineering and terrifying. One slash could break all of their attacks. When their lives were in danger, who would dare to fight for the god-tier technique? They wished their parents had given them a few more legs so they could leave. 7-star martial sovereigns were very arrogant. Before they could attack, they were already injured by the saber radiance. They turned and ran, not even thinking about the people they had brought with them. When they saw the golden radiance, their hearts trembled. If not now, then when? It had not even been 10 minutes. There's no one left. Lin Fei stood in the empty air. There was no one around him. The original mountain range had been razed to the ground. The remnant saber intent cut through the void ceaselessly. I didn't expect to use up 50,000 divinity points in such a short time. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. Fortunately, I've gained more than 40,000 divinity points. It's not a loss. The god-tier saber slash was too useful. The power unleashed by divinity points was terrifying. And this was with Lin Fei controlling his strength. Otherwise, no one present would have been able to leave. The Windcloud clan should be happy now. Lin Fei turned to look at the stone platform. With a wave of his hand, a long saber radiance blasted on the stone platform. Crash. The outer layer of energy was broken. Chapter 1561. Lin Fei attacked aggressively. The hundreds of juggernauts who were fighting for the god-tier skill were either killed or injured in an instant. In less than a moment, the place was cleared. There was no one else around the stone platform except for Lin Fei. Lin Fei also broke the restriction on the stone platform. If it was someone else who did not know about the connection between divinity points and power of divinity, Lin Fei would not be able to break it in a short time. Lin Fei felt the presence of divinity the moment he got the jade scroll. This was really a god-tier skill. Little devil, what do you think? Lin Fei was very excited to get the god-tier skill. This was the first time he got his hands on a god-tier skill, and it was easier than expected. All he had to do was pay some divinity points. Once Little Devil came out, he used the system to scan the jade scroll and nodded. Yes, it's a god-tier skill. Even though it's the lowest level, it's very suitable for you. How much is it worth if I exchange it? About 3,000 to 5,000 divinity points. Lin Fei squinted. This god-tier skill came at the right time. You scanned the jade scroll just now. Are you sure it's safe? Lin Fei had some doubts about the Divine General platform, especially now that god roots and god-tier skills had appeared. Lin Fei had to be careful. I've scanned it. There's nothing wrong with the god-tier skill inside. Lin Fei was relieved. He sent Little Devil back and kept all the storage rings nearby. There were dozens of storage rings, and a few of them belonged to 7-star dominators. Lin Fei obtained another 20 god roots from the dozens of storage rings, which was an extra income. As for the holy stones, he used them to exchange for energy points. This was another big income. Windcloud Clan, just you wait to be the scapegoat. Lin Fei laughed heartily and left the place. Not long after Lin Fei left, people returned. These dominators were all 7-star dominators. They were all scared away by Traceless Windcloud. When they returned, they saw that the stone platform was broken and the god-tier skill, Heaven's Severing Palm, had disappeared. Traceless Windcloud has obtained the deity tier art, Heaven's End Palm. Lin Fei returned to his cave abode. The Skyspan Hegemon was still waiting anxiously. Just now, when the Skyspan Hegemon had sensed that terrifying aura in the distance, even though it was still quite a distance away, he had felt his heart palpitate. Did something big happen? The Skyspan Hegemon asked. You'll know in a few days. Lin Fei didn't intend to make it so clear. It's best not to go out for the next few days if it's not necessary. If you want to go out, you'd better wait for 10 days. The Skyspan Hegemon wanted to ask further, but Lin Fei had entered the cave abode next door and activated the restrictions. It was too late even if he wanted to ask. It can't be. He did something big again. The Skyspan Hegemon retracted his gaze, his heart no longer calm and collected. Even after spending some time with D. Tian, I still can't see through him. His cultivation isn't high, but his combat prowess is abnormally high. I wonder how he cultivates. Listening to him is definitely the right thing to do. I'd better endure for a few more days. The Windcloud clan had produced a monster, Windcloud Traceless, who was able to fight against hundreds of sovereigns. Traceless Windcloud had stolen the deity tier cultivation technique, Heaven Extinguishing Palm. These two pieces of news spread like wildfire. Who was the Windcloud clan? The Windcloud clan of the Netherworld Weave? They had stolen the god-tier skill, Heaven's Severing Palm. Since when had the Windcloud clan become so awesome? All the sovereigns in the area received a message from their good friend, describing what had happened that day, proving with certainty that the god-tier skill was in the hands of the Windcloud clan. The appearance of a god-tier skill caused a huge commotion. Originally, many sovereigns headed to the area after hearing that a god-tier skill had appeared. A clan and a weave only had one 9-star sovereign. How dare they monopolize a god-tier skill? The god-tier skill had to be handed over. Or shared. Windcloud Killer had been in a bad mood for the past few days. The person who killed the Windcloud clan was nowhere to be found. If that was all, Windcloud Killer would not be so angry. However, sovereigns from 5 stars to 7 stars sovereigns attacked them from time to time. They would ask if they were from the Windcloud clan when they saw them, and attack immediately as soon as they nodded, not giving them a chance to speak. More than 10 7-star sovereigns had died in the hands of Windcloud Killer these days. The sovereigns who attacked them were getting stronger and stronger. Windcloud Killer looked at the 5 injured sovereigns behind him. He felt very uncomfortable. Let's go back. They were attacked for no reason, and only 5 sovereigns were left. It would be strange if Windcloud Killer had a good temper. Since when did the Windcloud clan offend so many clans? Windcloud Killer recognized that a few of them were forces from other weaves. Their overall strength was only slightly weaker than the Windcloud clan, but they treated them like enemies. He was puzzled. Hearing that they were going back, the remaining 5 sovereigns heaved a sigh of relief. They did not want to live like this anymore. Whoosh! Just as they were getting excited, a black shadow flashed by, and a cold snicker could be heard. Windcloud Killer, he. The 5 sovereigns had a green wound on their bodies. Following that, they let out miserable cries as white smoke came out of their bodies. They turned into puddles of blood in no time. Who? Windcloud Killer was in a bad mood. Now that the last 5 sovereigns were dead, and right in front of him, his veins were popping. Windcloud Killer, your Windcloud clan really hid such an expert well. What a pity. A chilling voice came from the void, like a gust of chilly wind blowing past. You're the poisoned sovereign. Windcloud Killer revealed a hint of fear. Why was this old geezer here? You can even recognize me. The voice was still in the void. Since you can recognize me, I won't waste time with you. As long as the Windcloud clan hands over the item, I won't attack. Windcloud Killer was confused. What item? And what do you want to attack? The poisoned sovereign had been famous for a long time. He was now a peak 7-star sovereign. Although his realm was not as high as an 8-star sovereign, he had a poison technique. Even 8-star sovereigns had to be careful and were not willing to fight with the poison sovereign. You're asking a question you already know the answer to. The poison sovereign said, there's a limit to my patience. I'll give you 10 breaths to think about it. If you don't agree, I don't mind taking you down and searching your soul. When that time comes, it won't be as simple as a few deaths. Windcloud Killer was very wary of the poison sovereign. He had come to bully him, and his words were vague, which made Windcloud Killer furious. Old geezer, don't go too far. I don't even know what you want. How do you want me to take it out? Then I'll do it myself. Chapter 1562. God-tier cultivation methods appeared in more than one place on the Divine General platform. God-tier cultivation methods appeared in many places. Each God-tier cultivation method's appearance led to a bloodbath. Within a month, 6 God-tier cultivation methods appeared on the Divine General platform. All the powerhouses fought for them. The 6 and 7-star dominators who were originally participating withdrew from the competition. All the participants were 8-star dominators. Each 8-star dominator could suppress a 7-star dominator. Any 7-star dominator who tried were killed by the 8-star dominators. There were also terrifying supreme 8-star dominators among the 8-star dominators. 3 of the God-tier cultivation methods were snatched by the 8-star dominators. Once they mastered the God-tier cultivation methods, these 8-star dominators' strength would soar. At the same time, the Windcloud clan's God-tier cultivation method spread. We found the Windcloud clan's base. On a mountain. A dominator landed on the mountain. There were already 3 dominators waiting here. All 3 dominators emitted the aura of an 8-star dominator. The Windcloud clan is in a valley hundreds of millions of miles away. If not for Windcloud murderous leaving traces, we might not have found them. The 8-star dominator, Windblade Dominator, said. These 3 8-star dominators were here for the God-tier cultivation method, Heaven Severing Palm. They were from the major clans in their own weaves. The temptation of a God-tier cultivation method was enough to tempt these 8-star dominators. Well done. As long as we know the Windcloud clan's base, there's hope for a God-tier cultivation method. Who would have thought that a clan in the Netherworld Weave would have such a powerhouse? Come to think of it, why would the Windcloud clan expose such a peerless prodigy? If they kept it hidden for another 1,000,000 or 10,000,000 years, the Windcloud clan might have another terrifying 9-star dominator. Who knows? Maybe the Windcloud clan released that prodigy. Other than the god tier cultivation method, we also want that saber technique. If we get it, our combat strength will increase by at least 4 or 5 levels. The 4 8-star dominators were in a frenzy. Even if they cultivated for a few chaos years, it was impossible to increase their combat strength by 4 or 5 levels in a short period of time. In another part of the void, someone had opened up a temporary space here. A dominator with long hair stood quietly in the space. The howling astral wind stopped before it even got close. Young master, Windcloud Killer has returned. A spatial ripple spread out, followed by a black shadow appearing and half-kneeling in front of the long-haired hegemon. The infamous Windcloud Killer is now like a rat on the street that everyone wants to kill. Interesting, truly interesting. The long-haired hegemon said calmly. Traceless Windcloud, heh. The long-haired hegemon took a single step forward, leaving the dimension behind him. The space behind him instantly collapsed, and an astral wind howled past, destroying everything. Say, Windcloud Killer, a veteran 8-star martial emperor, is being chased by someone for billions of miles, and he's in such a miserable state? Lin Fei smiled when he heard the Skirich hegemon's words. Lin Fei had been hiding ever since he snatched the god-level cultivation technique, Sky-Severing Palm. He completely isolated his own aura. He hid for more than 10 days. There were countless sovereigns in this area, all searching for Traceless Windcloud's whereabouts. 3 days ago, Lin Fei had taken the Skyspan hegemon with him and left his estate. In the meantime, the Skyspan hegemon had asked around about Windcloud Killer. He had never heard such good news before. That old man is really tenacious. He's been chased all the way, and he's been poisoned by the Poison Lord hegemon, but he can still persevere. The Skyspan hegemon could not wait for Windcloud Killer to die in someone else's hands. The Windcloud clan had sent 3 8-star martial emperors this time. Every death was equivalent to cutting off one of the Windcloud clan's arms. You're still the best, brother. You've put the Windcloud clan in danger in just a few moves. The Skyspan hegemon was full of admiration for Di Tian's abilities. Lin Fei had long guessed this would happen. The only thing he did not expect was that Windcloud Killer of the Windcloud clan was so tenacious that he was still alive. Don't you want to know about the god-level cultivation technique? Lin Fei asked with a smile. Nope. The Skyspan hegemon shook his head. It won't do me any good. Ever since he heard the news, the Skyspan hegemon knew that the god-level cultivation technique was definitely in Di Tian's hands. He was neither jealous nor envious. It was enough that Di Tian had helped him vent his anger. According to what you said, Windcloud Killer is a veteran 8-star martial emperor. He's being hunted down, so he'll definitely return to his base camp. Once he does, you'll be able to avenge yourself. It was not difficult for Lin Fei to guess that this was one of their tricks. They would use Windcloud Killer to find their base camp. Once the 8-star martial emperors surrounded them, even the 3 8-star martial emperors of the Windcloud clan would not be able to hold out for too long. The outcome was set in stone. Lin Fei did not mind making the Windcloud clan a scapegoat. With them around, he would not stand out so much. Explain? No one would explain at a time like this. Alright, you can go now. It's best if you leave this area. After all, there are some martial emperors who know about you. Lin Fei said. Aren't you coming with me to take a look? Lin Fei smirked. If I go, I'll be hunted down by them. The Skirich Dominator did not know what Di Tian was thinking. He also felt that it was very dangerous for Di Tian to go there, especially at a time when all 8-star dominators were gathered to deal with the Windcloud clan. It would not be a good thing for Di Tian to go there. Thank you, fellow cultivator. If it weren't for you, I would never have been able to avenge myself. The Windcloud clan has lost a young master. I believe that elder ancestor will go completely mad. Ha ha ha. When Gem and Skyspan thought of this, he couldn't help but laugh uproariously. This place is different from the outside. Be careful. I hope we will meet again. Lin Fei said. After exchanging a few more words, Lin Fei tossed a storage ring to the Skyspan Hegemon. This is for you, take it. The Skyspan Hegemon accepted it without standing on ceremony. After the Skirich Dominator left, Lin Fei did not leave. Instead, he used the void evasion technique and headed straight for the Windcloud clan's base camp. How could he miss out on such a good show? What Lin Fei cared about was that young Master Feng Yun. After refining the god roots and killing him, he would definitely be able to obtain a sum of divinity points. Danger? Lin Fei had no such thoughts. As for why he didn't go with the Skyspan Juggernaut, it was because it wasn't convenient for him to act. It would not be good to drag others into this. Lin Fei used the void evasion technique along the way and wasted some divinity points, but he did not mind. After all, he would gain something later. So many 7-star martial emperors. Arriving from the void, Lin Fei saw many 7-star martial emperors. There was a faint energy fluctuation in front that was even stronger than the 7-star martial emperors. Without a doubt, these were all 8-star martial emperors. Chapter 1563. Miserable. Never before had it been so miserable. In a valley on the Divine General platform, Windcloud Killer spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood was not blood red, but dark green with an intense rancid stench. The green blood landed on the grassland, turning the surrounding 10,000 miles into a poisonous land. There was no sign of life. Cough cough cough. Windcloud Killer spat out countless mouthfuls of blood. Half of his originally murderous face had turned green. His face was almost unrecognizable. He had lost his left arm completely. His chest and back were filled with wounds. Some of them were even horrifying. The residual power of the Great Tao kept colliding in Windcloud Killer's body. Why is this happening? Since when did our Windcloud clan offend so many forces? Ever since the battle with Sovereign Poison Master, although Windcloud Killer had repelled Sovereign Poison Master, he had been poisoned and could not resolve it immediately. If Windcloud Killer was given enough time to heal, he could definitely resolve it. That was what Windcloud Killer planned to do. Unexpectedly, just as Windcloud Killer was about to heal, 8-star Sovereign came out and told him to hand over the item. Then, he attacked Windcloud Killer. Windcloud Killer was already in a rage and attacked immediately. He used his strength to suppress his opponent, leaving another wound on his body. After repelling the first wave of enemies, the second wave came. There were 7-star Sovereigns and 8-star Sovereigns. Windcloud Killer was initially able to resist, but after being forced to retreat, he was being chased. The most despicable thing was that the poisoned Sovereign had been secretly poisoning them this entire time. Windcloud Killer had no idea how he survived these days. Especially with 8-star Sovereigns appearing and disappearing, he had no time to resolve his wounds and poison. At this moment, Windcloud Killer seemed to know something. Someone wanted to attack the Windcloud clan. Windcloud Killer had been fleeing, using a few secret techniques and expending a large portion of his strength to shake off his enemies and return to his temporary base. Cough cough cough. Once Windcloud Killer entered the valley, the huge valley turned into a land of poison. The first few who came were poisoned. The poison spread everywhere. Killer, how did you end up like this? Windcloud Killer coughed out blood. Affected by the poison, Windcloud Little Saint and Windcloud Autumn, the two 8-star Sovereigns rushed up and were shocked when they saw Windcloud Killer's appearance. Seal. Little Saint Feng Yun pointed his finger at Feng Yunsha's forehead. A stream of energy entered Feng Yunsha's body, temporarily sealing up the chaotic energy within his body. Following that, Feng Yunsha's complexion was no longer as pale as before, recovering a trace of color. Let's go, someone's trying to attack the Windcloud clan. This place isn't safe anymore, Suppressing the chaotic energy, Windcloud Killer urged. Little Sage Funyun's calm face revealed a hint of doubt. Killing? Didn't you go out for a while? How did you end up like this? Not only do you have a powerful poison on you, but you also have several great Tao forces on you. I don't know. I really don't know. Windcloud Killer shook his head. We need to escort the young master away right now. Otherwise, there won't be any time left. They'll be here soon. Windcloud Killer felt a tinge of fear. After being chased for millions of miles and almost dying, no one could remain calm. Take the young master away immediately. As long as we leave this place, we'll have a chance to find out who's behind all this. Little Saint Feng Yun knew Feng Yun Sha's strength very well. To be able to come back with such severe injuries, the attacker must be an 8-star dominator, and it wasn't just one. Boom boom boom. Little Saint Feng Yun prepared to leave with his men. A violent tremor came from the outside. Layers of barriers were broken, and more than 28-star dominators barged in. Windcloud Killer, thank you for bringing us here. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't have known that you're in your base camp. Now is the perfect time to capture all of you. If you want to blame someone, blame it on the God-tier skill, Heaven's Severing Palm. Hand over the God-tier skill, Heaven's Severing Palm, and we'll leave your corpses intact. Hand over Traceless Windcloud, hand over the Saber Technique. Boom boom boom. More than 28-star dominators appeared, and their terrifying aura locked onto everyone from the Windcloud clan. Windcloud Killer and the other 2 8-star dominators became the focus of attention. Even though the 3 of them were 8-star dominators, they still felt immense pressure. More than 28-star dominators, were they trying to take their lives? The words God-tier skill, Heaven's Severing Palm, made them understand what was going on. Our Windcloud clan obtained a God-tier skill? The 3 8-star dominators did not smile. Instead, they had a sudden realization and unease. Especially Windcloud Killer, who finally understood what was going on. Why were they being hunted down? So it was because their clan obtained a God-tier skill. Following that, another question arose. Who was Traceless Windcloud, and when did their clan have such a person? Little Saint Windcloud realized that things had gone south. These people were coming at him aggressively, and he could not hold them off. If he could not explain himself, he said, "Everyone, are you mistaken? There's no one called Traceless Windcloud among the people from our Windcloud clan who came in this time. We didn't obtain a God-tier skill either." More than 28-star dominators came for the God-tier skill. They found the Windcloud clan's base camp. Naturally, they did not believe the Windcloud clan's words. What did they mean by they didn't obtain it? Everyone saw it with their own eyes. Your Windcloud clan only has one 9-star dominator. A God-tier skill isn't something you can take for yourself. Since you won't hand it over, we'll look for it ourselves. It's in your hands. Worst comes to worst, we'll take it. The 8-star dominators were impatient. If they could not come to an agreement, they would attack. As soon as the 8-star dominators attacked, the people brought by the Windcloud clan were destroyed. The 7-star dominators could not withstand a few moves from the 8-star dominators and were killed. Windcloud Killer, Little Saint Windcloud, and Autumn Windcloud were given special attention. Little Saint, take the young master and leave first. I'll fight them. Windcloud Killer yelled and burned his great Tao energy. His strength increased greatly, and he held up 7 or 8 8-star dominators. Little Saint Windcloud and Autumn Windcloud rushed into the formation, wrapped the young master up, and broke out of the encirclement. You can't escape. You must hand over the God-tier skill. Little Saint Windcloud and Little Saint Windcloud used all kinds of treasures without mercy. They barely managed to carve out a bloody path and rushed out with the young master. Behind them, 8 or 9 dominators caught up. With the strength of 8-star dominators, Little Saint Windcloud and Autumn Windcloud could not shake each other off. The 8-star dominators behind used all kinds of treasures, vaguely trying to surround them. Once they were surrounded, they would have no way out. Young master, I'll send you off. Little Saint Windcloud knew that he had been tricked. The only thing he could do now was to send the young master away. As long as the young master could enter the godly general platform, it was not impossible to take revenge today. Holy Light Passage. Little Saint Windcloud punched the void and forcefully opened a passage, sending the young master in. Chapter 1564. After sending off the young master, the two 8-star sovereigns from the Windcloud clan were besieged and eventually self-destructed. This was destined. There were only 10 8-star sovereigns attacking. Even if they joined forces, the two could not withstand their combined attacks. In the final attack, the two chose to self-destruct. This was the only thing they could do. They knew very well that if they were captured, they would inevitably be soul-searched, so they chose to self-destruct. This gave the besieging sovereigns a headache. The result of self-destruction was not what they wanted to see. Unfortunately, the two walked all the way to the end, not giving them a chance to soul-search. What a waste of effort. They actually chose to self-destruct. Their storage rings were also destroyed by self-destruction. I wonder if the God-tier cultivation method is still there. Search. After a search. Apart from some saint stones and tattered sovereign weapons, there was nothing else. The God-tier cultivation method Jade Scroll was nowhere to be found. It must be with the young master. Could it be that the young master is Feng Yunwan? The young master couldn't have run far. He must be nearby. Let's see who's lucky enough to catch up. These sovereigns were very disappointed. Since the God-tier cultivation method was not found, it must have landed with the young master. Some sovereigns even thought that Feng Yunwan was the young master. The sovereigns did not stop, choosing a direction to pursue. Uncle Little Saint, Uncle Killer, Uncle Chiu, I will definitely avenge you and find the mastermind. Feng Xiaohuang came out of the passage, his face twisted. Feng Xiaohuang saw the pursuit of more than 28-star sovereigns, but he could do nothing. This was a huge blow to Feng Xiaohuang in the Yellow Springs Weave. Feng Xiaohuang panicked for a while before returning to normal. Without the protection of the 8-star sovereigns, Feng Xiaohuang immediately changed into a black robe, covering his face. His divine sense ripples also began to change. If someone passed by now, they would definitely not know that this person was Feng Xiaohuang. After a series of changes, Feng Xiaohuang headed east. He traveled tens of billions of kilometers, eventually landing in a mountain range. After observing for a while, he carved out an immortal's cave and set up a restrictive spell formation. He didn't stay there, but rather, carved out an immortal's cave in a corner of the mountain range. He was being very careful. As long as I refine the remaining god roots and the divinity in my body reaches a certain level, I will be able to find a god-tier cultivation technique. At that time, I will make them die without a burial ground. After setting up the restriction array, Feng Xiaohuang's eyes flashed with a cold light. He entered the cave abode. This was Feng Xiaohuang's goal. He knew more secrets than others, and the only way to increase his strength now was to obtain a god-tier cultivation technique. He believed that this place would be very safe. He took out the deity root and began to refine it. This fellow is quite smart. He changed the fluctuation of his divine sense, changed the location, and set up an illusion. It won't be easy for them to find this young master. In the cave abode, Lin Fei was hiding in the void. At this time, he was using the void escape technique. Since the 8-star rulers besieged the Feng clan, Lin Fei had already been there, but he didn't show himself. More than 28-star rulers weren't that easy to deal with. Lin Fei was concerned about this young master. The moment little Saint Fengyun opened the passageway, Lin Fei entered the passageway. He had been following behind this young master silently until now. Lin Fei was quite impressed by this fellow. He still had the mood to refine the deity root under such circumstances. What a waste of a deity root. Lin Fei felt his heart ache. At this time, Lin Fei was already sure that this fellow had a lot of divinity points. He might even be a big fat pig. Eternal Instant. As soon as Lin Fei appeared, he executed an Eternal Instant. Just a breath's time was enough. Who? Feng Xiaohuang was shocked. He had escaped, but why was he targeted again? His refinement was interrupted, and when he woke up, he was enveloped by a force. Lin Fei had already attacked. God-tier blade slash. He didn't give his opponent a chance to resist. At this time, a piece of jade on Feng Xiaohuang's neck erupted with a terrifying aura. It propped up an energy shield and blocked the blade. The defense of 9 stars ruler. Lin Fei recognized it at a glance. This fellow had hidden such a top-notch treasure. You, a 5-star ruler, actually want to kill me? Feng Xiaohuang was caught unprepared. He only heaved a sigh of relief when the radiance propped up. His sharp eyes swept across and revealed a cold smile. You are very powerful. You have been hiding by my side. Unfortunately, I have the skylight jade bestowed to me by my old ancestor. Don't even think of killing me. Feng Xiaohuang couldn't keep his face after being ambushed at such a close distance. So that's how it is. Let's continue. Lin Fei didn't care. He slashed again, blasting on the outer layer of radiance. The originally flourishing radiance suddenly dimmed. Break for me. The third slash. Feng Xiaohuang was shocked again. Cracks appeared on the jade on his neck, one after another, and they immediately shattered. This 5-star ruler in front of him could threaten his life. He couldn't stay calm anymore. Die for me. Feng Xiaohuang was already a frightened bird. If the jade was shattered, it definitely wouldn't be able to block this saber art. He took out an immortal talisman and tore it apart, blasting it at his opponent. Instantly, a terrifying radiance soared into the sky. This mountain range was instantly flattened. This is the trump card that my old ancestor left for me. I was originally prepared to use it against an 8-star ruler. Now, it's yours. I can't stay here any longer. I have to leave immediately. Feng Xiaohuang turned to leave. You don't have to leave. It's better if you stay. As soon as the voice came, Feng Xiaohuang saw a saber light slashing at him. The jade on the neck of that smiling black-robed fellow shattered into countless pieces. The saber light also completely minced him into pieces. A young master of a large clan really has some trump cards. Lin Fei sighed. Ding, congratulations on obtaining 80,000 divinity points. As soon as the voice came, Lin Fei revealed an expression of, I knew it. This really was a big fat pig. Not bad at all. It seems like these young masters of large clans have refined a large number of god roots and are waiting to soar into the sky. Compared to the ruler's few hundred divinity points, the current young master was a big fat sheep. The original 100,000 divinity points had returned to 200,000 divinity points. I'm going to look for the young master and make a move. Lin Fei put away the storage ring. There were actually hundreds of god roots inside, a total of 100,000 divinity points. Lin Fei's eyes lit up at this kind of harvest. Although he knew that there were god roots in the storage ring, he didn't expect there to be so many. Lin Fei had underestimated them. Chapter 1565. Upon seeing the flickering red dot, Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh. Hee, when you see me, you definitely won't be able to be happy. Lin Fei put away the item and used void opening to leave. This was also to prevent others from discovering him and following him. For example, Lin Fei had something he wanted to do right now. He didn't mind spending a few divinity points, as he had just obtained a few 100,000 divinity points. The commotion here was too great. Sweeping through the mountain range and the might of a 9-star sovereign had appeared. As long as one wasn't an idiot, one would know what had happened. Whoosh! I'm still one step too late. About 10 minutes after Lin Fei left, a bald sovereign appeared in the sky. He emitted the aura of an 8-star sovereign, and his sharp eyes constantly scanned the ground below. This was one of the 8-star sovereigns who had been pursuing young Master Feng Yun. It's this aura. This sovereign grabbed at the air, and specks of something fell into his hand. This was a strand of divine sense. The Sky Sovereign grabbed it with his unparalleled strength and used his divine sense to confirm who it was. It was the target he had been pursuing. In the eyes of an 8-star sovereign, anyone who had seen it would remember it. Although this place had been razed to the ground, there was still divine sense present. Only 8-star sovereigns like them could barely collect it. This young Master Feng Yun definitely has that old ancestor's protective treasure on him. How could he be killed in such a situation? Could it be a 9-star sovereign? No, the Divine General Platform doesn't allow 9-star sovereigns to enter. Could it be an 8-star sovereign? But this 8-star sovereign has hidden himself too deeply. To be able to kill young Master Feng Yun in such a short time and leave so calmly. The Sky Sovereign was puzzled. This matter didn't feel right. Fellow Daoist Sky Sovereign, you're not slow. What did you gain? The Poison Sovereign stealthily appeared, his small eyes scanning the scene. He's already dead. What can I gain? The Sky Sovereign's tone was cold. Someone beat me to it. The Sky Ruler did not speak kindly to the Poison Sovereign Ruler, who used lethal poison. Although the Poison Sovereign's strength was a whole realm lower than his, he did not dare to underestimate the Poison Sovereign's lethal poison. So that's how it is. I wonder if fellow Daoist has seen what that person looks like. The Poison Sovereign narrowed his eyes. For a 7-star hegemon to ask an 8-star hegemon such a question was something only the Poison Sovereign hegemon would do. What do you think? After saying this, the Sky Dominator turned and left. Humph. You're just an 8-star sovereign. The Poison Sovereign Ruler coveted the deity rank cultivation technique very much. He originally thought that he would be able to catch up to young Master Feng Yun, but someone else beat him to it. Sooner or later, I will become an 8-star ruler. At that time, let's see who dares to ignore me. Young Master Feng Yun's death is not a good thing. What a waste of a deity rank cultivation technique. The Poison Sovereign shook his head and left as well. He had worked so hard for nothing. The commotion caused a few 8-star rulers to rush over, but when they saw the situation, they left one after another. When they left, their expressions were more or less filled with disappointment. Lin Fei left the scene and flew toward the east. With the void evasion technique, Lin Fei did not leave behind many traces. Although he left behind some aura fluctuations at the scene, after using the void evasion technique, his aura disappeared. This was also why Lin Fei was willing to use the void evasion technique. This flight lasted for half a month. He was getting closer and closer to the red dot. During this time, Lin Fei also discovered a few deity roots, which he unceremoniously collected. Those ignorant rulers also contributed quite a few divinity points to him. As he wished, Lin Fei's divinity point diagram broke through to 500,000 points. He was also close to leveling up. In just a few days, he would be able to break through to the 6-star ruler rank. In the air above a mountain range. This place had almost been razed to the ground, and there were remnants of energy fluctuations left behind by the battle. Fellow Daoist Rainbow, this is your share. On a flat area not far from the mountain range, 5 rulers were dividing up the spoils. A young hegemon placed one of the spoils in front of a female hegemon. If it weren't for fellow Daoist Rainbow's illusions successfully holding them back, it wouldn't have been so easy for us to take them down, said the young ruler. The Rainbow Ruler was wearing a rainbow-colored dress. Her cultivation had increased by a level, and she had broken through from the 6-star ruler rank to the 7-star ruler rank. Her aura fluctuations were also exceptionally stable. This meant that she had completely stabilized her strength. We're teammates. This is what I should do, said the Rainbow Ruler with a smile. She habitually put away the spoils. The 5 rulers present were all 7-star rulers. They all had one thing in common, they were all young. Big Brother Fei Yun has good foresight. With the help of fellow Daoist Rainbow's illusions, it'll be much easier for us to deal with them, said another female 7-star ruler in the group. The one called Big Brother Fei Yun was a tall and sturdy silver-armored ruler. He was also the leader of the group. He was a peak 7-star ruler, and he specialized in close combat. That's because everyone cooperated well. Hegemon Feiyun smiled as he looked at the Rainbow Ruler. Of course, fellow Daoist Rainbow's illusions are extremely powerful as well. The moment you use them, you'll be able to affect a 7-star ruler. You're fully deserving of the title of hero. The Rainbow Ruler felt a little embarrassed. If it weren't for your help, I wouldn't have broken through to the 7-star ruler rank. In addition, I also have to thank Big Brother Feiyun, said the Rainbow Ruler with a smile. The surrounding people all laughed. Damn, are they flirting with each other? At this moment, Lin Fei appeared in the air above this area. Using his void evasion technique, Lin Fei was able to stealthily and smoothly find this place. Then, he saw this laughing scene. This made Lin Fei uncomfortable. The Rainbow Ruler was his maid. Who would be so bold as to steal her from him? Lin Fei had come all this way to find the Rainbow Ruler. Even though he hadn't made the Rainbow Ruler swear an oath to become a Rainbow Ruler, Lin Fei had still secretly stored a strand of his aura on the appropriate tool. As long as it was within a certain range, Lin Fei would be able to use it to find the Rainbow Ruler. The only thing he hadn't expected was that Lin Fei would come all this way to see this. It seemed that someone was interested in his maid. That person was quite good-looking and somewhat handsome. Should I show myself, or keep following them? Lin Fei wondered. If it were before, Lin Fei might have considered how to appear. After cultivating a divine tier technique and learning about the connection between divine power and divine power, he had nothing to worry about. Wasn't it just a peak 7-star ruler? Everyone should have rested enough. We can set off now. Hegemon Feiyun stood up. Let's take advantage of the fact that the Sumra Mountains have yet to appear and collect as many deity roots as we can. The resting hegemons all rose to their feet. The Rainbow Ruler stood up as well. After joining this group, she had collected many more deity roots than she had when she was alone. She had also learned a few secrets. Chapter 1566. Ruler Feiyun thought highly of Rainbow Ruler's potential. Rainbow Ruler's strength might be average, but there was one thing he couldn't compare to: his illusory skills. Rainbow Ruler's illusory skills had reached an extremely profound level. According to him, he had improved in this space. Once he used it, it was hard to tell what was real and what was fake. Not only did Ruler Feiyun think highly of Rainbow Ruler, but she also had some ideas. Rainbow Ruler was beautiful, and her illusory skills were extraordinary. If she reached the 9 stars ruler level, her illusory skills would be even more terrifying. She would be a powerful existence among the 9 stars rulers, although she wouldn't be as powerful as the super overlords. Along the way, Ruler Feiyun took special care of Rainbow Ruler. This was one of the reasons why Rainbow Ruler could break through to 7 stars ruler so quickly. Ruler Feiyun was very confident in taking down Rainbow Ruler with her family's influence and her own strength. For example, Ruler Feiyun had purposely revealed some of the things that had happened on God Mountain to show off her abilities. Only some of the big families would know these secrets. Lin Fei was a domineering person. He didn't notice this. He just felt uncomfortable that a descendant was seducing his maid. After thinking for a while, Lin Fei felt that it was better to show himself. He believed that Rainbow Ruler's expression would be quite pleasant. Now that Lin Fei had found the 7-colored ruler, he would not leave her be. After all, she was his maidservant. With the 8-star rulers continuously appearing, their small team really did not have the ability to protect themselves. The people from the Windcloud clan were the best example. As long as an 8-star ruler attacked, their team would immediately fall apart. No one could block an 8-star ruler's attack. Lin Fei felt that it was better to keep her by his side. She had a god-tier technique and godly power to support her. Lin Fei was confident he could kill an 8-star ruler. Let's see how many god-tier slashes he could take. Kakik, just as they were about to leave, the sky suddenly darkened. A chilly wind blew. The area instantly darkened. It was as if night had fallen. Who killed my nephew just now? A cold voice caused the surrounding temperature to drop. The 5 rulers couldn't help but shiver as the wind blew past them. Ruler Fei Yun and the other rulers were shocked. The area became chaotic. Only an 8-star ruler could use such a technique. Senior, you must be mistaken. How could we kill your nephew? Fei Yun braced himself and said. In the darkness, a huge foot appeared. This foot was like a mountain. It stretched out from the void, followed by another foot. Until the other party was like a towering mountain. Sovereign Night King. Hegemon Fei Yun sucked in a breath of cold air. He recognized this hegemon and was scared out of his wits. Not bad, you actually recognize me. The towering mountain giant shrunk to 90 feet tall. Since you know my name, then you should know my temper. Did you kill my nephew? My mouth has become a crow's mouth. An 8-star dominator has really appeared. Lin Fei, who was in the void, did not know what to say. Lin Fei knew very well that they had just killed a few sovereigns. They were most likely fighting over the deity roots, or they had met a person who was trying to rob them of their deity roots. Lin Fei had encountered this situation more than a dozen times. It wasn't the other party who killed him. If you didn't kill me, I killed you. It seemed like their luck was pretty bad. Among the dead, one of them had a backer. One of them actually had a backer. He must have spread the news before he died. This 8-star ruler had rushed over. In fact, Lin Fei's guess was very accurate. Hegemon Fei Yun had indeed been surrounded by a group of sovereigns. She had relied on the 7-colored ruler's illusion to hold them back, and the 5 of them had killed them all. They knew that they were in big trouble now. Apart from the 7-colored ruler, who did not know the name Sovereign Night King, the other 4 sovereigns had ugly expressions. Sovereign Night King was a powerful sovereign in the Dark Territory. He was also one of the 8 great generals under the Dark Ruler. He was extremely powerful. Countless people wanted to kill Sovereign Night King, but no one dared to do so. Even the 9-star sovereigns could only bear with it. This was because Sovereign Night King's backer was the Dark Ruler. The Dark Ruler was an overlord in the Endless Territory, and had the power to kill 9-star sovereigns. This was the main reason why Hegemon Fei Yun's expression had changed so many times. Sovereign Night King was too famous. Even though Hegemon Fei Yun's family had 3 9-star sovereigns and was considered a top-notch family in the Endless Territory, they did not dare to face Sovereign Night King's anger. Hegemon Fei Yun could not understand why one of the sovereigns who had killed and stolen was Sovereign Night King's nephew. You're purposely setting a trap for me. Sovereign Night King did not care too much about his nephew. If he died, so be it. He had to pay the price for killing his nephew. This was Sovereign Night King's thought process. Senior Night King, I really did not kill your nephew. Hegemon Fei Yun hurriedly said, I can swear on the Fei family's character. Sovereign Night King was expressionless. You are from the Fei family. Hegemon Fei Yun was delighted. I am indeed from the Fei family. If I dare lie, you can come to the Fei family to settle the score. So the person who killed my nephew wasn't you? Who was it? Sovereign Night King knew of the Fei family. They had 3 9-star sovereigns. Everyone knew that they were quite famous in the Endless Territory. She was the one who killed him. Senior Night King's nephew was killed by her. She specializes in illusions. Without her help, we would not have been able to win. Hegemon Fei Yun's words caused the remaining 3 sovereigns to pin the crime on the 7-colored sovereign. They knew how powerful Sovereign Night King was. The family behind him could not afford to offend him. The Darkness Sovereign was an overlord who controlled a battle fortress. He could easily destroy a sect or a territory. When the 7-colored sovereign saw the other party appear, he cursed inwardly. The other party's aura was tyrannical, and he had a murderous aura like an endless ocean. Just the murderous aura alone made the 7-colored sovereign uncomfortable. What worried the 7-colored sovereign even more happened. They were pinning the crime on him. They were asking him to die. You're all lying. I used an illusion. You killed him. The 7-colored sovereign tried to defend himself. His face turned pale. Lin Fei, who was hiding in the dark, was also furious. I knew that person was up to no good. If the other party had only wanted to seduce his servant girl, Lin Fei would at most be unhappy. Chapter 1567. Lin Fei was furious. Sovereign Knight Sovereign said calmly, "You know what to do." Fei Yin knew that she would survive just from this sentence. As for the seven-color dominator, she was just a pretty dominator. If she died, so be it. It was better than dying herself. Pfft. Fei Yin's left arm exploded. "Thank you for not killing me, senior." The arm would not be able to recover for a long time at least. Unless she left this place and returned to her Fei family. "Don't kill us. We didn't kill your nephew." Sovereign Knight Sovereign moved his fingers slightly, and the remaining man and woman exploded. A 7-star dominator could not last more than a night against an 8-star dominator. Wind illusion. The 7-color dominator's face was pale, but she knew to resist. The 8-star dominator's terrifying power attacked and shattered the 7-color dominator. However, this was just an illusion. Her real body appeared millions of miles away. Boom! Boom! As the wind blew past, illusions appeared, densely packed together. However, the power of an 8-star sovereign was crushing everything in its path, shattering all the illusions in the area. Pfft! The 7-colored dominator spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. Her rainbow-colored dominator battle robe was full of cracks. If you were an 8-star dominator, I might be a little afraid of using this level of illusion. You can't even withstand a single blow. Sovereign Knight Sovereign said disapprovingly. "Senior, this woman killed your nephew. Leave this small matter to me." "Why do you need to do it?" "I'll cut off her head myself." Fei Yin said flatteringly. Fei Yin was nothing in front of this 8-star dominator, Sovereign Knight Sovereign. Interesting. Fei Yin understood what Sovereign Knight Sovereign meant. Die, bitch. Fei Yin's power was not affected much after losing an arm. It might be a problem to take down others, but it was much easier to deal with the 7-colored dominator. Boom! A domineering fist art turned into a black shadow and shot forward. "You shameless B***starred. I won't let you off even if I become a ghost." The 7-colored dominator had been injured long ago. Most of her power was used to resist Sovereign Knight Sovereign's great Dao power. A 7-colored bridge blocked in front of her. "Who told you to kill Senior's nephew? If it weren't for you, this wouldn't have happened. Fei Yin had to kill this guy himself. There was no one else around anyway." The 7-colored bridge shook, and cracks appeared on it. "You can't stop it." The rainbow bridge shook again, and more cracks appeared. Wind illusion. Water illusion. The 7-colored dominator used the 7-colored bridge to attack while casting illusions in an attempt to affect Dominator Fei Yin. However, the results were minimal. The illusions were broken one by one. "It's useless. I have the heart tranquility bead on me. I won't be affected by illusions." Another fist landed on the 7-colored bridge, causing it to explode into pieces. Hegemon Fei Yin, a peak 7-colored hegemon, was far more powerful than the 7-colored hegemon. The 7-colored hegemon wept. "Hegemon Fei Yin, you won't be happy for long even if you kill me. My master will definitely avenge me. An ant like you will die 100 times over in front of my master with a single finger." At this moment, the 7-colored ruler thought of that mischievous fellow. He loved to torture himself when he had nothing better to do. He loved to go out and bask in the sun when he had nothing to do. He made him cook and eat when he had nothing better to do. Even though he had never thought that the other party could become his master, the moment he threw caution to the wind, the 7-colored ruler finally said the word master. Perhaps even if he became a 7-star ruler, he still wouldn't be a match for that mischievous fellow. Not to mention Hegemon Fei Yin. He could kill 90% of the rulers in Sky City. Who could do that? Who could obtain a battle fortress? "And you, Knight Sovereign, my master will settle the score with you sooner or later. In front of my master, you are as weak as an ant. Just wait to live in a nightmare. The seven-colored ruler stared coldly at Night Sovereign. Hegeman Feiyan's heart shook. She couldn't believe it. What kind of joke is this? This B***TCH has a master. Could she be a follower? If that's the case, things will be bad. To have a 6-star ruler as a follower, that master must be at least an 8-star ruler. Hegeman Feiyan clenched her teeth in regret. How did this happen to her? This B***TCH had hidden herself too well. If her master really came looking for her, she might not dare to attack Night Sovereign. However, she was different. She would definitely be hunted down. Hegeman Feiyan didn't want to live in a nightmare of being hunted down. Before Hegeman Feiyan could digest this information, she heard even more overbearing words. She almost fell from the sky. Wasn't this too arrogant? Was this B***TCH's master really that powerful? B***TCH, you're about to die, yet you still dare to boast shamelessly. If that bullsh**T master of yours really dares to appear, I'll blow him up with one punch. I'll let him have a taste of my sure-kill fist. Hegeman Feiyan threw caution to the wind. Right now, she could only kill the seven-colored ruler. Otherwise, it would be difficult for her to survive. Sure-kill fist. Hegeman Feiyan's movements suddenly slowed down. A murderous aura filled the sky and earth. Hegeman Feiyan's fist shot out slowly. It actually contained a trace of the time Great Tao. The fist intent turned into a dot and went straight for the seven-colored ruler's forehead. Fist intent. Sure-kill fist. Facing this fist, the seven-colored ruler seemed to have fallen into an endless murderous intent. No matter how she moved, she would be killed. The power of this fist exceeded the limit that the seven-colored ruler could withstand. The illusions couldn't hold on for long. The densely packed illusions were destroyed, and the seven-colored ruler kept coughing up blood. Hegeman Feiyan felt that she could finally heave a sigh of relief. Not many 7-star rulers could withstand her fist, let alone a 7-star ruler who had only recently advanced. There was no way she could survive. Boom! A murderous aura filled the air. You say this is your sure-kill fist? I don't think it's much. Don't brag too much. Be careful that you might explode. A mocking voice could be heard. Hegeman Feiyan's eyes widened. At that moment, a black-robed man appeared in front of the seven-colored ruler. He just stood there with a faint smile on his face. However, this smile, along with the voice from before, was extremely irritating to Hegeman Feiyan's ears. Could it be that he had helped this B***TCH block her sure-kill fist? Who are you? Stop putting on an act. The seven-colored ruler thought that he would definitely die. He couldn't block that fist. He didn't feel the pain of his body collapsing. Instead, he heard a familiar voice. Then, he saw a familiar black style and a head of long hair that fluttered in the wind. That's it. Chapter 1568. The seven-colored ruler was mesmerized. At the critical moment of life and death, the seven-colored ruler had never thought that the guy with the evil smile would save him and block ruler Fei Yun's sure-kill punch for him so easily. He was even stronger than when he had entered. In the battle that day, the seven-colored ruler was the only one who hadn't died. The others were all dead. In such a short time, Di Tian's strength had become unfathomable. Ruler Fei Yun's sure-kill punch couldn't break through Di Tian's defense. I'll always be your servant. This time, the seven-colored ruler spoke from the bottom of his heart. The seven-colored ruler felt that he was fated to have a master who could protect him. You're his master. Ruler Fei Yun was shocked. He was indeed shocked by the person in front of him. Meanwhile, the seven-colored ruler's words kept echoing in his ears. This was his master. This was like a blow to the head. His most powerful sure-kill punch had been blocked. Was he a match for him? Ruler Fei Yun's gaze suddenly landed on him. He couldn't help but laugh as if he had understood something. Bitch, this is your master. I thought he was some big shot, but he's just a 5-star ruler. Ha ha ha, is this what you're relying on? It turned out that ruler Fei Yun had seen through his opponent's realm. 5-star ruler realm. That was 2 realms lower than him. Feiyin Hegemin wanted nothing more than to slap that *tch. She had almost been scared to death. As for the fact that she had blocked his punch, Feiyin Hegemin had long since forgotten about it. Perhaps she had used some powerful treasures and wouldn't be able to do much. Ruler Fei Yun was completely calm now. A 5-star ruler and a 7-star ruler were not easy to kill. A pair of despicable men and women. Let me send you to hell. Fei Yun unleashed the Shurkill fist once again. This time, he wanted to kill them in one blow. He also pushed his power to the limit. Lin Fei turned around and didn't even look at him. How dare you touch my servant? I'll give you a quick death. A domineering saber slashed through the air. This saber was extremely domineering. Hegemin Feiyin laughed coldly and thought to himself, this guy dares to say that he'll kill me? He doesn't even know how strong he is. However, just as this thought appeared in his mind, a domineering saber slashed over. Even he was unable to dodge and could only watch as the saber landed on his body. The treasure left behind by the patriarch was also activated, but it was still slashed apart by the saber. Next, he watched as his body was shattered into pieces. I'm dead. Lin Fei's slash consumed more divinity points. Just one slash was enough to take the other party's life. Lin Fei was too lazy to say anything more. This kind of person should be killed with a single slash. Off to the side, the 7-colored sovereign's beautiful eyes were wide open, and her jade-like lips were parted. An expression of disbelief appeared on her face. This was a peak 7-star sovereign. Are you happy now? Lin Fei turned around and smiled. Master, you're amazing. The 7-colored sovereign smiled. The 7-colored ruler had seen countless geniuses, but he had never seen anyone improve so quickly. Even Feiyin, who was a peak 7-star ruler, could not escape death after activating his protective treasure. Stand to the side and watch as your master takes revenge for you. Lin Fei pointed with his saber, and the blade flashed. Fellow Daoist Knight Sovereign, I heard that you wanted to kill my maidservant just now. Now that I, the master, am here, what do you think I should do? The 7-colored sovereign was mesmerized by this point. After cultivating for so long, the 7-colored sovereign had never seen a 5-star ruler reprimand an 8-star ruler, much less an extremely powerful 8-star ruler. Most importantly, this was to take revenge for him. The 7-colored sovereign had never thought that someone would take revenge for him in front of a major figure. Perhaps this was something that only happened in dreams. The 7-colored sovereign felt a sense of bliss, even if she was just a maidservant. Sovereign Knight Sovereign acted as if he was watching a show. Hegemin Night King knew exactly how his nephew had died. The Fei family was powerful, and some of the generals under the Lord's command were on good terms with the Fei family. This was why Hegemin Night King had cut off one of Hegemin Fei Yun's arms. Logically speaking, everything should have developed according to plan. When Sovereign Knight Sovereign heard the 7-colored sovereign's threat, he didn't take it to heart at all. It wasn't that he had never heard someone say something like this before. Master? Wasn't it just a 7-star ruler or an 8-star ruler? If an ordinary 8-star ruler came, he could easily deal with him. Even an 8-star ruler would have to think twice before making things difficult for himself for the sake of a follower. Hegemin Night King hadn't expected that this woman's master would actually show up. She'd blocked a killing blow and easily killed Hegemin Feiyin. This wasn't the most surprising thing. The most surprising thing was that this guy was only a 5-star ruler. The saber technique that had killed Feiyin was extremely domineering, and he had even threatened Sovereign Knight Sovereign. Sovereign Knight Sovereign couldn't help but laugh. This was really interesting. Your saber technique just now wasn't bad. It looked simple, but it contained unparalleled power. This shouldn't be your power. The Knight Sovereign looked down from above. I'm quite interested in your saber technique. If you take the initiative to hand it over, I can leave both of your corpses intact. If I do it myself, you won't have a chance. As one of the 8 great generals, Sovereign Knight Sovereign had seen all kinds of cultivation techniques. The only thing that interested him was a god-tier cultivation technique. Right now, this saber technique piqued his interest. He could see its potential. If he used it himself, perhaps no 8-star ruler would be a match for him anymore. Lin Fei turned and smiled at the 7-colored sovereign. Come, help me massage my shoulders. If I don't massage them, I'll feel uncomfortable. The 7-colored sovereign was shocked. She hesitated for a moment, but still came forward. She placed her jade-like hands on his shoulders and gently massaged them. You're too weak. It seems like you forgot to ask for more. Lin Fei ignored Sovereign Knight Sovereign's words. Sovereign Knight Sovereign raised his eyebrows. You're quite daring. You actually dare to reject me? Then I'll do it myself. Let's see what you're capable of. How dare you act in front of me? Whoosh! Sovereign Knight Sovereign exhaled, and 2 terrifying black saber lights swept toward him like soft willow leaves. The power of this saber strike had the power of an 8-star ruler. With 2 saber strikes, he could easily kill an early-stage 8-star ruler. Humph, a junior like you dares to make a move. Lin Fei laughed loudly. His long hair fluttered in the wind as he swung his saber. I'll show you what a real saber technique is. Bang! Bang! The black saber light was shattered. Lin Fei's saber strike wasn't over yet. Burn your divinity points. Boom! 50,000 divinity points instantly evaporated. Surging divine power poured in. The long and narrow saber light blasted out. The ruler saber in Lin Fei's hand exploded into dust. Chapter 1570. The aura of this saber had reached its limit. In this space, the 8-star sovereigns all sensed the powerful aura erupting out of them. Their hearts palpitated. The aura affected them. No matter what they were doing, they all stopped and looked into the distance, trying to see where the aura was coming from. Their divine senses swept across the sky. Whoosh! 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 As their divine senses approached, they were met with wave after wave of terrifying pressure, which directly crushed their divine senses and caused them to explode under this pressure. Who is so powerful? Did someone break through from the 8-star ruler realm to the 9-star ruler realm? Is it a divine tier cultivation technique? Echoes reverberated in the sky. No one dared to check. This terrifying aura was enough to kill them. The 8-star rulers who looked in one direction subconsciously felt their hearts palpitate. Ruler Knight Sovereign did not care about a 5-star ruler. As long as he was on guard, the other party's saber technique would not be able to unleash its true power. The moment the saber technique unleashed its terrifying aura, Ruler Knight Sovereign cursed. You're shameless. The surging saber light crushed Ruler Knight Sovereign's body. There was no time to react. There was no treasure that could block this saber strike. I'll be back. Fragments filled the sky, leaving behind Ruler Knight Sovereign's voice. It's actually a clone. Lin Fei curled his lips, not very satisfied. 8-star sovereigns weren't that easy to kill, so it was normal. Fortunately, I obtained more than 3,000 divinity points. Lin Fei did not care about the divinity points consumed. He had to be ruthless when dealing with an 8-star ruler. You killed Ruler Knight Sovereign, an 8-star ruler. The 7-colored ruler felt uneasy. That was an 8-star ruler. And one of the 8 great generals under the darkness ruler. Hee, you are my maid. Since he bullied you, he had to accept the punishment. Don't you like it? Lin Fei looked at the 7-colored ruler. The 7-colored ruler hurriedly shook his head. I like it very much. I just haven't accepted this news yet. Darkness Dominion. This was a huge dominion that controlled 8 dominion regions. Every territory had a general under it. At this moment, a roar came from a grand palace in the Night Monarch Dominion, and it shook the space apart. The entire Night Monarch Dominion was in an uproar. Who had offended Hegemon Night King? My doppelganger. Hegemon Night King coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his aura weakened significantly. My doppelganger was actually killed by someone with a single slash. That was a doppelganger that had 80% of my battle power. That hateful guy is really hateful. Sooner or later, I will tear him into pieces. The Night Sovereign was connected to his clone. Hegemon Night Sovereign knew everything about the clone. To be able to kill my doppelganger in a single slash, that saber art must be a deity-grade art. That fellow is too shameless. He used a deity-grade art as a 5-star sovereign. How can there be such a shameless fellow? Hegemon Night King continued to howl in his private room. That was a god-tier cultivation technique. Even he didn't have a god-tier cultivation technique, yet this little fellow had used it to scam him. He had always been the one killing people. This time, someone had destroyed a doppelganger that Hegemon Night King had paid a huge price to refine. It could be said that he had lost a large piece of flesh. This loss of flesh was heart-wrenching. Men, pass down my order. Put a bounty on this person's head. I want him to become a street rat that everyone in the Endless Dominion wants to kill. You killed Hegemon Night King's clone. Given his temper, he will definitely put a bounty on your head. The 7-colored ruler was roasting meat, and her pretty face was filled with worry. The 7-colored ruler was a sentimental woman. The 7-colored ruler had heard of Hegemon Night King's reputation. After all, he was one of the generals under a supreme overlord. Hegemon Night King definitely wouldn't take this lying down. The 7-colored ruler couldn't help but worry. Roast the meat in peace. Don't let your imagination run wild. Lin Fei didn't mind. He refined everything in Hegemon Night King's storage ring, such as god roots and holy stones. Lin Fei wasn't too worried about killing the subordinate of a supreme overlord. Hegemon Night King was a supreme overlord. If he angered him, he would also activate the battle fortress. At that time, let's see who would be afraid of whom. Moreover, he had invincible defense and a large number of divinity points. Lin Fei had many ways to fight back. Using the fire, the 7-colored ruler peeked out of the corner of his eye. Hegemon Night King was still so calm after killing an 8-star ruler. The 7-colored ruler really hadn't seen many people who could do this. Soon, the roast meat was done. Lin Fei hadn't eaten roast meat in a long time. The familiar taste of roast meat was very satisfying. An immortal beast was quickly eaten. What level are your illusions at? Lin Fei casually asked after eating. I can affect a 7-star ruler, but not an 8-star ruler. The 7-colored ruler answered truthfully, appearing weak. Lin Fei didn't know much about illusions. To be able to affect a 7-star ruler, illusions were quite extraordinary. After today's matter, Lin Fei felt that he had to help the maid a little. Try this and see if it's helpful to your illusions. Lin Fei took out a supreme-grade experience pill. These things were piled up like a mountain and were of no use to Lin Fei. After you consume the elixir, you can try to practice illusion techniques. Lin Fei added. The 7-colored ruler didn't ask what pill it was. She cultivated illusions according to the requirements. After this cultivation, her originally stagnant illusions actually loosened a little. This wasn't usually the case. However, this loosening was short-lived. The 7-colored ruler revealed an excited expression. Master, this pill of yours is too magical. As long as I have enough pills, my illusions should be able to break through again. It was good that it was useful. Lin Fei threw out a storage ring. Take it and use it. I'll wait for you to break through. After seeing how powerful Lin Fei was, the 7-colored ruler knew that this maid of hers was too weak. She hoped that her strength could break through. This feeling was especially strong after Lin Fei killed the Night King's ruler avatar. In the territory, there were rulers who attached themselves to powerful rulers. This was especially true for someone like her who wasn't very strong. Master, I won't disappoint you. That day, the seven-colored ruler used a treasure and began to cultivate illusions in seclusion. However, Lin Fei's casual behavior had nurtured a powerful illusion ruler. Her might shook the territory, and no one in the territory could compare to her. The seven-colored ruler cultivated illusions in seclusion. Lin Fei didn't stay idle either. He was busy fighting monsters and leveling up. 1 month later, Lin Fei broke through from the 5-star ruler realm to the 6-star ruler realm. He could be considered a mid-level ruler. 3 months later, the 7-colored ruler came out of seclusion. Using the Supreme Grade Experience Pill, he raised his illusions to the 8-star ruler level. Once he used it, layers of illusions would appear. It was enough to affect the judgment of an 8-star ruler. At this moment, if the 7-colored ruler encountered the Night King again, she could easily escape by relying on illusions. She wouldn't be broken by the Night King's attack. Boom boom boom. The 7-colored ruler came out of seclusion. Not long after, a huge golden mountain appeared between the heavens and the earth, towering between the heavens and the earth. Chapter 1571. A golden mountain. Everyone in the area stopped moving. Their gazes all fell on the golden mountain. The golden mountain emitted a faint golden light. The huge golden mountain was enveloped in the golden light. Occasionally, a golden immortal beast would rush out and look at the world. Then, it would return to the mountain. All kinds of golden immortal beasts that had never been seen before appeared on the mountain. This was the divine mountain they had been waiting for. The divine general platform was on the golden divine mountain. The divine mountain has finally appeared. The craziest moment is here. I wonder who can enter the divine general platform and obtain the supreme inheritance. There's no need to think about the inheritance. If we can obtain a divine grade cultivation technique on the divine mountain, we will have a great harvest. Everyone was eager to move. Master, that's the divine mountain. The 7-colored overlord looked at the golden mountain. When his divine sense reached the mountain's periphery, it was blocked by the golden light. He couldn't see what was inside. Is this the divine mountain? At this time, Lin Fei wasn't shocked. Instead, he was excited. Lin Fei didn't know much about the divine mountain. However, he knew one thing. At the peak of the divine mountain was the goal of this trip, the divine general platform. The divine general platform is at the peak of this mountain. Rumor has it that all kinds of good things come from the divine mountain, and the divine mountain is more dangerous than the outside world. The 7-colored overlord was also very excited. He was lucky enough to see the divine mountain. Lin Fei wasn't very interested in the divine general platform. As for the divine servant's mission, Lin Fei didn't want to care about it for now. Because just now, Little Fiend had sent him a message. Those golden immortal beasts that rode on the clouds were filled with a lot of divinity points. This was what made Lin Fei excited. Let's go up the mountain and see what good things there are. The sovereigns from all directions were all heading towards the divine mountain. Rulers with powerful auras rushed toward the divine mountain. At this time, the 4-star to 6-star rulers had to stand aside. Even the 7-star rulers had to be careful. More and more 8-star rulers appeared. The divine mountain is open. I'll go in first. Ha ha ha. A ball of flame soared into the sky and entered the divine mountain, leaving behind a loud sound that echoed. That's the fire god ruler. The rumored 8-star ruler. I didn't expect him to come too. This was just the beginning. The 8-star sovereigns charged straight into the divine mountain. Anyone who got in front of them was suppressed by the pressure of the 8-star sovereigns. If they were unlucky, they were instantly killed. In just half a day's time, quite a few sovereigns had died on the outskirts of the divine mountains. The most powerful hegemons all entered one after the other. Even some of the famous 8-star hegemons made their appearance this time, entering this long-awaited divine mountain. Lin Fei was just as fast as the 7-colored sovereign. Lin Fei didn't even consider the idea of being the first to enter. The 8-star sovereigns were famous for their ferocity. To Lin Fei, being the first or second made no difference. The most important thing was what they could gain from it. In Lin Fei's subconscious mind, the thing inside shouldn't disappoint him. When the golden divine mountain gradually appeared in front of him, Lin Fei could feel how big the divine mountain was. Big. It was extremely huge. It was as if he was facing a huge monster. Right now, Lin Fei was at most 50 million kilometers away from the God Mountain, but it felt as if the God Mountain was right in front of him. Whoosh! At this time, hundreds of treasures suddenly flew out of the sky above the divine mountain, whistling in all directions. It's a treasure. A ruler's treasure. That long saber just now is even more powerful than the ruler weapon I have. It must be a high-grade ruler weapon. Good stuff, really good stuff. The hundreds of treasures immediately whetted everyone's appetite. Those who were preparing to enter all chased after the treasures. If they could obtain one, their combat strength would increase. Master, a treasure is coming towards us. The seven-colored sovereign sensed a beam of light coming in their direction. Her pretty face revealed excitement and eagerness. We're quite lucky. We have to accept the gift no matter what. Master, I'll go and accept it. The seven-colored sovereign went up to meet it. An illusion. Layer after layer of illusions blocked in front of the treasure. The seven-colored sovereign was smart. He created a large group of immortals to attack the treasure and slow it down. This illusion is pretty good. This method of collecting treasures was very novel. Lin Fei was full of praise. These illusions were very realistic, making it hard to tell if they were real or fake. In Lin Fei's eyes, this level of illusion was still lacking. The seven-colored sovereign put away the treasure. A high-grade ruler treasure. And it seems to be a defensive treasure. Lin Fei nodded. You're quite lucky. It should be able to defend against a seven-star sovereign's attack. If you have time to refine it, you'll have another layer of protection. Lin Fei didn't care about this kind of thing. With an invincible defense, he indeed didn't care about ordinary defensive treasures. The seven-colored sovereign was very happy to be able to obtain a treasure so easily. As for handing it over to Lin Fei, he wouldn't want it at all. She knew very well that her master had countless treasures on him. I want this treasure. Hand it over. Boom. A long spear pierced through the void, and an arrogant and despotic voice could be heard. Over 100 treasures were fighting over. For the sovereigns who were rushing toward the God Mountain, there was simply too little. Some sovereigns who couldn't get anything turned their attention to others. For example, this person. Dream on. The seven-colored sovereign left behind an illusion clone. His real body had already left. A terrifying illusion enveloped him, especially since his opponent was also a seven-star sovereign. Lin Fei didn't make a move. The seven-colored sovereign was too weak now. There was no point in killing him. This was a good chance for him to train. The seven-star sovereign's combat strength wasn't bad. Seeing that the seven-colored sovereign's cultivation level wasn't any lower than his, he thought that he was easy to bully. However, his attack failed and he was trapped in an illusion. Just a mere illusion, break for me. Boom boom boom. The seven-star sovereign was very confident. He kept breaking the illusion. After consuming a supreme-grade experience pill, the seven-colored sovereign's illusion had reached an extremely high level. It wasn't something that could be broken so easily. Kill yourself. Layers of illusions were cast. The seven-star sovereign's sea of consciousness was broken. A faint voice rang out. The seven-star sovereign shattered himself with a palm strike, and a large pile of items fell out.